whilst that may say that the climb begins, it has well and truly ended for Turd and Brendo. They claim champions of their own region, which leaves one left. The biggest question, Jake, does Shoe-Reap do it? Is it the three-peats?
We'll find out tonight. It would be kind of interesting, obviously, well and truly ahead of the stage to get those three in and all three to qualify. But yeah, what a weekend it's been.
Yep. And
looking to close it off on a good note. APAC North, what a way to close it off. The most competitive region in APL that we've had. All 2-1s up to this point. It's been a lot of fun.
That's the thing, and I think we've talked so much about Asia and OCE because of the spot changing hands.
Yes.
Asia previously, it's been Daystar and Weibo going to international events back to back. EP defeating Weibo in Salt Lake City, stealing that spot away from them. Now both EP and Chiefs will be heading from OCE. APAC North sits in this strange place where we've been looking at CAG to be the main contender from this region for a while, and yet we know what D+ is capable of. They went pretty deep, top 12 in Paris at 6 Invitational, and of course Kinotrope sneaking their way in there as well. So only one spot is available and 3 pretty strong contenders.
Yeah, it certainly is, but if we look back at kind of the action that unfolded yesterday, obviously a huge day for Asia, all things considered, with a massive, okay, maybe not massive, let's not go that far, but a big upset, no doubt about it.
Pretty decent upset, yeah.
In that lower bracket final, Dev, I mean, most definitely would have backed in Daystar, but Team Orchid on the day, and this is what we were saying going into that game specifically, we know that when push comes to shove, they can really rise to the occasion.
Yeah, this game really surprised me because I really did think, sorry, we're actually watching the grand final now, which is Orchid Weibo, but the fact that Orchid got here at all is really impressive. Daystar, arguably in their best form ever since picking up Yao straight out of ranked, and yet Orchid managed to topple them. A really banging 3-map series from them. Orchid really surpassed expectations by making it to that grand final. However, once they got there, they realized they were up against the
dragon.
Goats. The dragon. It really was like, you know, the dragon versus the bunny rabbit. Weibo 7-1, 7-1. They took no prisoners. And look, as we take the focus away from Orchid and put it on our champions of Asia, it really marks 2 years where Weibo have been the champions every single time within Asia, and also one time within the whole of APAC at the season finals last year in Sydney as well. They are the best team in Asia right now, and no one can really hold a candle to them.
No, they can't. Then that question gets begged, well, what are they in the grand scheme of the entire region, right? What are they against?
On the world stage.
Well, correct. This is where the conversation ended yesterday with Gohan, which is what do they look like on the world stage? And right now, Jake, they feel like this is the best team they've ever had to do it.
Yeah, and I mean, we're fortunate that they actually played Enterprise back at the Salt Lake City Major, so we do actually kind of have some glimpse of an idea as to maybe where they sit in relation to others within the APL region. We know CAG's had a very good stage up to this point, but we also know CAG don't bring quite that same A game in the international arena. I think Weibo is still the team that, to me, has the best capability, James, of really making top 4, you know, being in the semifinals at a major or even at a 6 Invitational. And while Enterprise may have beat them heads up one-on-one, I still feel like Weibo are probably the kind of team that has a better chance of, you know, beating a FaZe on a given day, or, you know, one of those top teams from EML, NAL.
Yeah, I think the big stickler for me comes down to consistency, and Weibo, of course, have consistently for the last 2 years been the best team in Asia. They don't just farm the bottom teams and then get pushed deep. You know, they also farm the top teams in Asia, and we've seen them at an APL level perform very well. EP's been a little bit less consistent. Of course, they were knocked down to the lower bracket, ended up winning the grand final, but it remains to be seen. Of course, OC's been a ripper this stage as well, with Enterprise qualifying for EWC alongside the Chiefs. EP, of course, making it to the top 8, the first time that an Oceanic team has done so in the last 6 years at the Salt Lake City Major, and they have their sights set on a whole lot more than that.
I'll ask you a question here, James. This Enterprise roster, you know, you think about Salt Lake City, SI, now, of course, going into the Esports World Cup. Are they better than the Bliss roster of 24 SI?
I don't think we can say that yet, just because of the longevity isn't there. You know, Bliss went to Copenhagen and then leveled up for Atlanta and then leveled up even more for Sao Paulo. And then it was 3 events back to back.
Down.
And then disappeared off the face of the earth. Look, EP, obviously after their roster changes post-Six Invitational this year, great showing in SLC. If they can have 2 or 3 solid showings, doesn't have to be top 8
But we're
every
going to
time.
get 2 probably, right? It's going to be Esports World Cup, then they're a good shot at the Osaka Major.
Yeah, for Japan as well. Look, I think so. Look, speaking of teams that have a good shot, I'm not sure about Chiefs here. I think that, of course, Player and Relays have a ton of experience, and they did best EP in that upper bracket, going through to the grand final as the top seed. However, you've got Lunchbox, Jacana, and Neptune for their first ever debut on the international stage. I think Chiefs are going to have a tough go of it, especially because they do have to play EWC through the play-ins, where you've got some incredibly talented teams
And
like
Lunchbox has to sit in his chair.
He's going to be standing up after every round, as we know he loves to do. But look, yeah, they'll have their work cut out for them. Only 2 teams make it out of play-ins. They'll be going up against Shopify Rebellion, who are major finalists. They're going against Fnatic, who are really in good form right now in EML, let alone the half a dozen other teams in that bracket.
Do you want to know what? I'm actually going to go against the grain here, and I actually think Chiefs have a good opportunity when they go international. It's all in their own head. If they don't take this as international matches, if they go in like they did against EP, they're a good, well-rounded team. They have good strategic knowledge. The individuals are probably the only part where I ask that question. If they don't turn up on the day, how much trouble are they going to get into?
I want to agree with you, but Player was rattled yesterday just playing against Wettables when he was stepping in for Xenox in the 1v1. So I don't know how much stake I'll put on that.
But that's different. There's more on the line in the Xenox
More on
Pro
the line
Series
in a 1v1.
No, that's very different. But I think that obviously we don't play and realize we'll do well internationally. And it's just exciting to see that, for Lunchbox, Jade Kenna, Neptune to get that opportunity. It reminds me of when we typically send an OS team just when we have the 1 slot for the most part. And it's that new top team and we begin their journey at the international game. So it's nice that we kind of get the best of both worlds. You've got the roster hardened Enterprise where there are expectations, and then you got the Chiefs and their first journey as this core 5. So I'm very excited to see what they can do. And I think their real goal would be, can they just get out of phase 1?
100%.
If they can do that, I think that's a tick. And that's a big success at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, look, I don't want to go smashing expectations so they're going to run deep, but I think they could do well. I think they could. They could cause a bit of a ruckus. Speaking of which, this is the perfect segue into our next segment, Jakey. Causing a bit of a ruckus.
It is time to get down and dirty with the ramen ranking for the final time here, stage 1, and I am excited for this one.
I'm not.
James is a little disappointed. He doesn't get his favorite one. I get my favorite one.
So this is... You were the one that got this one snuck in, even though...
Specifically.
Okay, so is this your favorite?
This is my favorite. This is spicy carbonara buldak ramen. I don't know what country it's from.
Carbonara doesn't
Korea.
sound very Korean
Yeah.
to me.
It is absolutely divine. Now I'm gonna, if we want to get,
Let's have a looky, Lou.
we'll get firstly the front.
So we've already had a
then-
bulldog.
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 So this
before.
that was the one
The
we rated at
spicy-
B, the spicy one. This
And that
one
was
is
a B tier, that one.
This one is the same level of spicy in this one,
Yes.
but more taste.
Is this
It
the one
is.
that you went...
No, this is more spicy.
Oh.
I've had both now,
Okay, you have had both, have you?
and I would say, for me personally, the other one is a little bit more spicy, but
Okay.
they are very
Is
similar.
the other one that took you out for 2 days?
I had 2 of them.
It took him out in different ways. He wasn't actually sick. Let's welcome our very good friend, Pengu. Let's welcome him into this segment because your opinion matters more to me than anyone else's, even my own father's opinion, Nick.
Oh,
But how you doing, mate? How you feeling for this final day of APL?
Feeling good. I'm feeling like a little bit zen today, right? Very kind of like one gear down from yesterday. Still, what was that laugh? Who's laughing?
You look so
Can't
zen.
help
I
it.
feel like you are... Oh, wow. We're going in for it already.
I had
he's
a-
gone straight in. Nick, I think you're
This
going to
guy
have to...
doesn't wait for anybody.
You need to catch up here because Jake's already started.
Rob, you're going to be sweating.
What are your words of wisdom?
What have you got for us today? Thank you.
The daily words of wisdom. A buck who is warm and human during the day. A classy muzzy who knows how to enjoy a cup of coffee. That could be James. A Blackbeard whose heart gets hot when night comes. And oh my, with that kind of twist. I am a Blitz. A sledge as warm as you during the day. A Thatcher who one-shots his coffee before it even cools down. A Pulse whose heart bursts when night comes, such as Duck. Opa is siege style. Namaste.
All right. I got to give it to you, Jake. This one's pretty
It's
good.
very nice.
This one's very good. It's spicy.
Yep.
It's more spice than the one, my favorite, but I would usually add chili oil to mine like we did yesterday.
But taste-wise, this is just next level.
How do they get it so creamy?
Do you want to know?
No, I don't. Thank you.
I
for your
don't want to
comment.
know.
They
Probably
use
a lot of
packet-
MSG.
Correct.
That's how they get it.
Madison Square Garden.
Okay, Jake. Look, this one is definitely a top contender for me.
Yep.
But
I figured.
I want it to be known that even though this one is very good, I'm still upset that we aren't eating
Okay, but
my
you can't
favorite
take that
one.
into
Not
Nick,
this
okay.
again. We've heard this the entire stage long.
Well, I thought we would finally. I would get my comeuppance. I also haven't eaten lunch today.
For stage 2.
I will. I haven't eaten anything since early this morning. So I'm very hangry right now. I needed this, and I'm just burning my mouth
Oh my days.
because I'm so keen. You look like you had fun, Rob.
This is kicking my ass. This tastes unbelievable.
Is it spicy?
Oh, it's got a kick to it, Nick. It is. I would say this is by far the most delicious one we've had, but the spice level of it is definitely starting to get into me a bit. But I like it. It's holy shit. All right, Nick. As much as I want to keep eating, I actually want to get your opinion on this. Hang on. One more mouthful. And down the
No, I
gullet.
mean, I've already seen the box. I've kind of been eyeing it while you guys been going at it. It's,
What do you
it's
think?
an S tier for sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's a
So
pretty pink,
I
man.
feel like we're probably going to all
It's a
be in
pretty
agreement for this one.
This is for everyone at home. Give you a little 360 of it all. Oh, wait. Which way's that?
Yeah,
Yep.
it's cute.
I think it's really cute. I think that might actually be it. There we go. That's more in focus. I think that might be the cutest ramen that we have. But Nick, you say S tier?
I say S tier for branding.
Yeah.
100% though.
Holy crap. I say S tier for kicking my ass right
I
now.
think this is going to be S. I think it's going to be S.
I think this is a unanimous vote. I don't think that there's a single person on this panel right
It
now.
definitely meets,
we wanna
if not
adjust the
beats, the
question?
mee goreng.
Sure.
It's S
Just
tier.
a question.
Is it above the mee goreng?
Yeah.
Oh, I think
think-
it is.
Oh.
I think it meets it. For me, if I had both these in my cupboard and I was hungry, wanted something in 2 minutes, it would be about whether I wanted spice or not. Mee goreng for no spice, and this one if I wanted spice. For sure.
I feel like a dog right now.
Panting.
Badly. I need tongue out of mouth, and that's not okay for broadcast. That is not okay for broadcast. I'm putting that one back
Yeah,
in.
keep that in there. Thanks, mate.
Oh no, I just coughed and the chili flake went up.
Are you going to be okay to do the rest of the show? You're going
Mate,
to have to
I'm
sub
a-
out like Guz did?
You've never seen a world professional like me.
Bring it in here, Maxi.
hang on. We've got clearance. We
Commitment.
have clearance.
Oh,
Brother is committed
Mr.
to the
Venditti.
bit.
beautiful.
Mr. Venditti, I'm very proud of you.
And for that,
In fact, Jake,
You're going... Are you doubling down? Oh, will you do the honors
Oh.
for us,
he's going
please?
to do the honours. We don't even have to get
I
up.
thought it's when I grabbed Rob's.
I also get the ability to fix this.
Please
mess.
don't. Please don't. That one I think is...
Yeah, good
What?
man. No.
Maybe
He put it
A.
in.
Maybe
No,
A.
No, we did agree unanimously on a B.
It was
that was
a
a B.
B.
He
I
cheated. He
don't
cheated.
remember that whatsoever.
It was
I don't think I
unanimous though,
cheated.
but
I
it
would
was
never
majority
cheat.
vote.
No, that wasn't me.
Well, now you've both cheated, so now you're both in my shit book. Sorry, not appropriate language, but this ramen is kicking my ass.
So I'm going to
Delish.
make the executive decision. As much as it's my favorite, both of these are my favorite.
Yep.
And I agree with James. I think when you think about like you go to the cupboard, you're picking between mee goreng and the baldak. Spice, not as much spice.
Yeah.
This one
No
fills
spice
me
is
up a bit
safer.
more,
Yep.
but this one's more edible.
I would say
Yeah.
usually I would, because the mee goreng actually has a picture of a fried egg on it. I would usually fry an egg and chuck it on top of the mee goreng, and then that maybe makes a bit more fun.
Undisputed,
That's so
top
extra.
two. So as we kind of, I guess, come to the end of the
This is
ramen
the
ranking
end,
for
yep.
the stage, who knows if it will return? Maybe depending on fan service.
Big day for Korea with
Shin
the
ramyun?
bulldog.
You didn't get this one, James?
No, I did. I didn't get the mushroom one.
Oh,
Yeah,
mushroom.
this one.
Oh, is that mushroom?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought. Yeah. Okay, I didn't try that one.
Have you had this one ever?
Yeah, Jake was not
Maybe
happy.
I have. Maybe I have.
Jake acted like a 3-year-old child.
Wow.
I spat it out.
Okay.
legitimately, and then put it down and instantly.
Maybe I'm glad I wasn't here.
Spicy ramen ball duck, so just not the carbonara version. We've gone B.
Yeah. That one did not have anywhere near the level of flavor.
No.
The Lao Tai Tom was not my cup of tea.
I didn't
Mid.
like it either.
But it had a little bit of
It had
Taste.
more flavor, but
It
wasn't
had something
good
going for it, but it
mee
wasn't
pok,
much.
which needed the chili.
I think
Mee
we
pok
all
was
agreed
phenomenal.
it was the noodle. It was
Yeah.
the noodle that passed that for sure.
Yeah. I genuinely don't
Mama's,
remember those ones.
Motto.
I thought Mama's was higher, but I think that's mainly the name that got
Mid.
me. Yeah?
Mid.
Mid. I think that could have been a D tier if I'm being honest.
I don't know what this one is. Ippen?
I don't remember that one.
That's a D. That's an F tier for memory, so that just goes in the bin.
Beef noodles.
The
Yeah.
Fantastic really did not have a good day.
I will say
that's for
beef
sure.
noodles. I expected a bit more from as well, Rob.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
How much more did you expect?
At least a D.
Yeah, I did expect a D there. In fact, production didn't like the Fantastic Noodles so much they decided to not show it. They absolutely blacked out the screens there because that's how shiteful it was. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
Nice.
But ultimately, we kind of get to move forward with this now. I think, Nick, would you say that you're proud of this ramen ranking? Do you think that... Oh, no. Bye, Nick.
See you, mate.
We'll speak to you next time. Wait, no, is he coming back?
Oh, hey, mate.
Hey! Yeah,
tried to piece
You're
that
back,
out.
Nick. Nick,
I'm proud.
are you proud of where we went? 'Cause
Yeah.
I think we were kind of hit and miss for a while there.
That was one issue that I found, and that was a lack of willingness to give James and I what we wanted.
I agree. Thank you.
Category. On the very far right, there's like the black branding
Yeah.
ramen, and
Yeah.
you guys were like, you cannot put it above the B no matter how good you think it is, and it's like an S tier branding. So I'm like,
Agreed.
we can do better there and meet like a little bit higher up next time.
So it
Agreed.
could have gone A tier. Okay. You know what, Nick? I think next time we need to build like an algorithm that takes your opinion, Jake's
But
opinion,
how much
my
weight
opinion.
do you put into Nick's opinion?
No, it's more your
lot.
opinion
A
than I'm
lot.
worried.
Well, he doesn't even get to taste it.
Yeah, but his weight is just like he's in another weight class to all of
Okay.
us. His
It's
knowledge
up
on
here,
branding,
Jakey boy.
correct?
It's all up
See?
here.
I am
That is
3%
knowledgeable.
Danish, so there is something up here.
Don't
You did
think
your
there's too
ancestry.
much.
Well,
There's
guys,
not
listen,
too much.
I have a game to cast. I gotta prepare for the games, guys. Okay, so
Alright,
I'm gonna
mate.
get out of here. You guys finish up this thing, okay?
Adios, amigos. Production
Bro
did
is
not
so
want you to
sick
there.
of your bullshit.
I know, but to be fair, I think most people are at this point. It's been a couple of years now where I've waffled on for a bit, but we don't need to waffle any longer because we actually have a debut segment. This is the first time we're
Oh,
ever
really?
doing it.
Ooh. Maybe I should put this down.
Maybe you should. It's pretty delicious though, isn't it?
It
Like, all
is.
things considered,
And
it's
like I
absolutely-
said, didn't have lunch today. I'm very hungry right now.
Yeah, well, there you go. You just finished
And it's a
that
filler.
one.
It's a
It
filler
is.
ramen.
Well,
It is.
speaking of filler, how about we fill this segment?
Ooh.
Not sure what with.
What is it?
Let's get underway. It's Does He Clutch?
Oh,
Or
keen.
Did he clutch, actually? That's probably... Oh, no, it is Does He Clutch. I'm so good. So, the way this segment works is production are going to give us a little bit of a clip, and then they're going to give us time to quickly talk about it. Here is the big question. Does he clutch this? That's the big one here. Dev,
He's
quick analysis on this.
Look, he's up against Fultz, Kino, and NJR, all of which recently major champions. I'm going to say no. Actually, I'm going to quickly catch myself. It's 6-2. DZ may be getting a little bit complacent. I reckon they're going to swing him one by one. I reckon he's going to get a little fed here. I reckon he wins this first fight against NJR.
I think I casted this game.
Oh, did you? I feel like this is going to
So,
be...
Jake, you can't say that. And
I
then
feel
not
like he
tell
is
us
going to
which-
clutch it. I think this is a yes from
I'm
me.
pretty sure Trevmate clutches this.
Well, let's roll the clip. Let's see if he does. I would say because he's already scoped in, I would actually back him in here. So there's the first.
I tricked you all.
He
I
does.
had no idea.
You didn't trick anyone. You didn't even know, did you?
No, I had no idea.
No, you didn't. You're bloody useless. Did you cast it or no?
No, I definitely didn't.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's great. That's great. Let's roll the next one, shall we? Let's get underway with it. All right. So obviously they're everything but the APL to make sure that it was fair. Now this looks pretty undoable. This looks pretty undoable.
He's got a minute.
He does have a minute, but it is a 1
Pack of
versus
those
4.
on Clash. Impacts.
You've got your canisters
hasn't
in
got
there as
kit.
well.
But the problem is it's Ambi. See, if it was Canadian, I would have said no chance.
Okay.
Sorry, Troy, but you're not clutching this.
No.
Ambi can clutch this. He has the ability, and it depends on position. So you've got one sitting Logi. So if Volsper gets picked, there's no real trade potential except maybe Packer, but he's shield up at the moment.
Do you want to watch it? Which one are you going?
I think looking at this, James, the easy answer is no. This is very
it's
difficult.
Ambi though. Like,
But it's
he's
Ambi.
he's the goat.
So-
how do you clutch against the Clash is my question.
Which side of the fence do you sit?
Look, I'm gonna say yes. I'm
Yes?
gonna say he clutches
I'm
it.
going to say no. And if he does clutch it, he's just that guy.
Well, is he that guy?
We've always known Ambi's that guy.
Let's have a look.
Oh,
Okay.
this is how you throw it if you're the Clash though. Put down the shield a little bit too much.
Okay, so does he?
I mean,
does he know
Ambi
there's
can
a second?
definitely kill Mike W here if he checks
Oh,
the corner.
no way he's been given that opportunity.
He doesn't have kit, by the way.
He
Oh.
doesn't, but it doesn't matter.
that is how you throw it!
Yeah.
No
Mike W
way.
has completely fluffed it. Kills Packer. That's the only question for me. Is like, how does he get rid of the Clash? Luckily for him, his teammate killed him.
Oh, I mean, you wouldn't want to be anything other than Deimos here right now. This is unbelievable.
You know what's funny? He actually had the kid outside Jacuzzi. He just didn't even care. Ambi was like, nah, I'm just going to go in and kill him anyway.
Well, I guess when you're the Deimos, you probably just do that, right? Oh, my days. Oh, my days. A 1v4.
Well, the question is, did Ambi clutch it? He did, but he also... It took a massive throw.
If that wasn't that team kill, he doesn't clutch.
Yeah,
that.
I would
I
agree
think
with
he
that,
might
with
have
the Clash.
died to. I think he might have killed Mike W peeking around the Clash, but he wouldn't have then killed the Clash. He would have got reframed.
Yeah, that would have been, well, it could have even just been a fucking time waste at that
what?
point.
Just a time waste.
Just a time waste. Just
a
an absolute
floofing
time waste.
time waste.
Speaking of time waste, let's get into one more before I lose my job. Got a little too comfortable there after the Rifleman segment. Now this one, a 1 versus 3. Packball. I think...
This is more up James's alley.
Yeah? Why's that?
Well, he might have casted this game. No?
James, out of the 10 days there's been, have you cast one of these days? No. Okay, very quick analysis, Jake.
There's a lot of time left, 1v3, hard breacher with kit. That's actually not a bad position to be in. 3 Selmas, 1 flash, so he's got the ability to open up whatever he wants, dump a flash in. There is still 3 gas babes, 2 impacts, yellow stairs, and then you got 2 close to sight. Twisted Minds are a pretty decent team as well. I would hope they wouldn't lose from this position.
So you're going to say no?
Akbal did just get a kill onto P9, so that would require a 1v4 clutch. Those are statistically quite rare. I'm going to say no.
I am going to say I don't remember if we did cast this game, but it's Twisted Minds, and these guys cannot help themselves peeking. So I'm gonna say yes.
Let's find out.
Packball's not that guy though.
No?
Not usually.
Let's roll it out.
Going to get this one because they're just taking the 1v1.
Oh, that's Twisted Minds for you.
Oh, hang on.
Kind of vibing with the music right now.
I feel like he's gonna sit here for like the entire rest of the timer.
It's not going to just walk in and play. It's going to have to go above. And it's a 3 stack above, pushes up, service.
Well done.
I got one.
Well done. I think that's a very fair call there. I think it's a little bit too difficult to maybe pull that one out. But we have seen a lot of different matches in the APL where some big clutch moments have
Bappin would
happened.
have won that.
Bappin, yeah, actually, to be fair, in his
Can we
current
get
state,
Bappin on the line right now?
actually, we don't have Bappin. Let's go ahead and move
lucky.
along with this show. Let's not keep that from falling off the tracks. It's time for us to have a look at what matches we have coming up in front of us. There's only 2 at the moment. That's right, only 2. And the first one for me, Kinotrope have a very good opportunity in front of them. Now, we've seen them do this before, and maybe we'll see them do it again. They like to play spoils. However, D+, somewhat, I think that they're in a really good position at the moment, Jake. I think maybe their upper bracket match didn't show what they're truly capable of, but today they could.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, every single match in APAC North, as soon as we've started finals, has gone all 3 maps.
Yeah.
I think when you ultimately look at Kinotrope, they've had a very good stage. And I think for Kinotrope, what they can do in this match now is understand they're not really supposed to be here. It's supposed to be D+ and CAG.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit of Orchid and Daystar last night for me. I think that's the way I would kind of frame this game, is Kinotrope go in, underdog, but certainly an underdog that still has the ability to bite.
For sure. I mean, you look at the fact that Kinotrope beat D+ in the best of ones on Cafe in the group stage. And yes, while they did lose in the best of 3s, they managed to push D+ to a 3rd map. And we get some replays from some of those games here as well. And you can see that, look, Kinotrope are a team that have stepped up massively this stage. D+, obviously, for such a long time, we've had high expectations of them. This Kinotrope roster on the other side, they haven't been to an international event since they were actually called Donuts Barrel all the way back in Copenhagen.
Donuts.
Yeah, donuts, go nuts.
I'd love
Back
to say
in the
that was
day.
when we were less professional, but I think right now we're maybe less.
But look, now these days they've got, 2 former CAG players, and they've still got the heart and soul of what made this team good in the first place, which was Akayu and Carwow and their ingenuity. And then you've got Eclair, who's a really solid, experienced kind of backbone player on the roster. It creates a very well-rounded team that has a lot more teeth than the previous Kinotrope rosters.
Yeah, and that highlight package you just saw then kind of encapsulates the 2 teams that we've got going toe-to-toe here. Kinotrope winning the best of 1 throughout groups, and then obviously going on to lose in what was a upper bracket semi-final. And I mean, D+, look, you've got to give credit where credit's due. These matches can be so close in APAC North, and Jake, you did give the pretext very well at the start of this show, which is we have not missed a single 3-mapper so far in this bracket, and I don't think that changes today, I'll be honest with you. The last time these 2 teams played was literally back on finals day 1, and it was 2-1, and D+ won it in the final map.
Everything says, Rob, today's going to be another 2-1-2-1, but expect the unexpected when it comes to APL, and that applies even to APAC North. Despite being as competitive as this region has been, I wouldn't be surprised if D+ Kia wake up today and become the Dragon. Because they certainly can be. I think at their very best, James, genuinely at their very, very best on the given day, and if it is today, not only do they win this and maybe win it 2-0, but they beat CAG.
100%.
So it really is a testament as to which D+ will show up today. Where they've been sloppy has been back in the group stage. To me, they just didn't look in sync. They didn't look like they were following what they were supposed to be doing structurally with their strategy. They were going to maps that they really weren't that comfortable with and didn't really look like they were well prepared on. But as we've gone throughout the stage, it feels like they've started to find that flow, find that mojo, that camaraderie, and they've certainly got more out of themselves. But they do still find themselves in this lower bracket because they couldn't beat CAG, and they've still got some work to do. They're not head and shoulders in this region, but they're not exactly far behind CAG either.
No, I mean, we've seen that from the very first playday of Stage 1. They went 5-7 against CAG. While they did lose, they got very close. And then in the upper bracket, they managed to push to a 3rd map and actually got within 2 rounds of sending CAG down to the lower bracket. The thing that really sticks out to me is what you said there, Jake, about D+ on their best day. We know what they can do when they're at their best. They have a very high ceiling, and that ceiling is taking maps off of World Champions. They took Lair off of FaZe at the 6 Invitational. They were only 2 rounds away from beating FaZe 2-0 at the 6 Invitational. They also managed to take down Black Dragons, which is a mid-pack team in Brazil in the South American League. A lot of people kind of joke and maybe make fun of D+ because they took what was a very brave move. All of these players, with all of their histories playing within Brazil, deciding to move over to Korea to compete in APAC North, they got a little bit of flack from the players back home. People saying, well, yeah, you had to go to APAC because you wouldn't qualify if you played through South American
But they
League.
wouldn't, though. And I think they know that.
Not
that's
necessarily
why
the truth, though, because they beat Black Dragons, who were the champions of the LCQ in SAL, and they were within 2 rounds of beating FaZe, including taking a map off of them. I think we need to give D+ a bit of credit. On their best day, they are a really solid top 16, maybe top 12 team in the world, as we saw from them at SI. Top 9 to 12.
But they're not always on their best day.
That's
in fact, I would say more often than not, they're not on their best day.
That's where
their
I
problem.
agree with you.
Realistically, this core 5, like James, they should be almost permanent fixtures at international events.
I don't.
Problem
I don't
is, you've got to
disagree.
go through CAG.
Yeah, and that's where this conversation comes back in APAC North. It's not just CAG, it's Kinotrope, it's Scars, it's teams that have been here for such a long time. And we're kind of taking a little bit of time on this because Vito's ready now. Let's get into them. Let's not stuff about. But I do think that both of these points are incredibly valid. 1, they are a champion beating team. 2, consistency will continue to be the absolute bane of everyone's existence in APAC. But Border, Bank, Clubhouse.
Oh, yeah, club again. That's exciting for me. We saw 15 rounds between D+ and Kinotrope last time they played Clubhouse. Kinotrope just barely won it. That's our decider for today. Border and Bank, though, a little bit of surprises to me. Kinotrope deciding to pick Border. This is a map that D+ loved in the regular stage. They beat both Trippy and Scars, notably Scars. It was a close game, but D+ did win it. On the Kinotrope side, we actually haven't seen them play Border all stage long, which tells me that they've been saving it for a moment like this.
Yeah, I kind of look at this map Vito as a win for Kinotrope. You look at their pick on border. They've only played it once, but they did beat Scars on it. 2-4 record for D+, not ideal. And then Bank as well. D+ haven't won it this year.
Yeah.
They've got a 0-2 record. Lost to CAG, lost to G2. And actually in both those, 1-7, 2-7. Whereas Kinotrope have actually found some success on that particular map of Bank, despite it being the pick of D+. Clubhouse as the decider. If we get there, James, that's the big thing. I would back D+ there. So D+ need to find one on border or Bank, and I think they win this 2-1.
One of my biggest concerns in any matchup like this is a team like Kinotrope and the chaos they can cause. You've gone to a map like Border, which is a chaotic map. It is a map that leans heavily into Kinotrope's playstyle, and if people are not careful, I'm telling you right now, Kinotrope may well be pushing this into a grand final. It's going to be spicy, mate. But I'll tell you what, we don't have to wait any longer. It is time for Pengu and Guz? What? Hang on.
Where's Guz? What?
That doesn't look like Guz.
No, Guz is unfortunately unwell today, so I'm going to be doing double shifting. Hello, Nick. How are we?
Hello there, Jakey boy.
We got
Doing pretty good.
We got
you know?
one last moment of being friends before our 2v2 later this evening.
Oh, I forgot about that for a short second. You're right. Okay. Well, I'm not going to break down any strategies in this game. I don't want to give any advice to you then for our match later on.
That's okay. We're playing on
keep it,
Oregon's
little
been
bit
out of the
service
pool long
level.
enough. Excited for this though, Nick. Obviously, Kinotrope D+, as we were speaking about on the desk. We all know, we've prefaced this enough, and those who have been following APAC North, 2-1 into 2-1 into 2-1 ad nauseum. I think we expect it again today, but like I said, I don't. From a Matt Vito standpoint, there's not a lot here that suggests one or either of the two teams are very dominant on border or Bank. So this is going to be quite fascinating.
I think Rob had a good point though about the chaos in the server. I do think when you have Kinotrope, much lesser experience as a roster against, you know, the D+ here boys, you probably do want to play into the chaos, into the unorthodox styles of Rainbow Six Siege. If it's going to be a cookie cutter default round, I do favor D+ in it. But I mean, off the rip, right? Akayo and the Maestro, we're talking about things being out of the norm. We got Kao on the Capcan. This is not the usual strats that D+ uses seeing, especially on a map like Border.
Obviously, it goes without saying it is a case of must win for either of these two in the lower bracket final. The grand final, the only way in which you can get to the Esports World Cup from APAC North. Must win it. They will have to win 2 best of 3s, one of these two, if they are to get to Paris. Start on defense, and it's Ayakata towards break that will make first contact. Falls taken low very early on in the piece. Kinotrope have had a very impressive stage thus far. Been happy with their work. Oh, a lovely shot. Ayakata, I thought he was dead to rights. As Nier slipped in, he had a really good read and a really good angle, but the shooting from Kinotrope just even better. As Akayu also deals with that low health falls. It's a 2-player advantage for the defense.
Gotta see that discipline now from Kinotrope. Not give those 1v1s any longer. Play around the crossfires information game because D+ they know this too. They have to go for broke. They have to force a couple of gunfights. Most notably probably here in office from the triple wall from the window. We actually use the Selma charge on the single archives wall as well to get a long line of sight in towards the bomb site itself. That could find them a pick relatively easily if Kinotrope are not careful.
Heading into the final minute of this opening round. So far, so good for Kinotrope, but this is probably the one site that they really should be winning comfortably. Ayakata Kawao still quite low. It does offer some kind of respite for D+. Drone through, they'll get the fountain information onto Eclair. So the one and only Nitrocell available as the Jugger payload will go onto Ayakata. He'll need to answer that or he will be dead.
Ooh.
Does answer it immediately.
Hey, good.
A late rotate here from Midi as Levy is just watching, but to be fair, that's a lot of utility they still need to get through. You got the Maestro cam too.
Well, this could be the kill. All to the sap him, force him away, got the Baba, so he swings out, does a bit of damage. I think worth there for Cabo, who's stuck in the corner, but it does open things up a little bit here for D+, right? Garawada, Ayakata, both very low on health. It's still winnable for D+.
Yeah, they know though they probably can't push into archives now, and there's only 15 seconds left. So down the hallway, another Sawyer Gate. The Aruni's been quite impactful in this round. The SMG from that distance difficult to control, but Musi did it. 3v2, time is the biggest concern. Love this position for Akayu in archives, and the LMG just goes nuts. Midi fell as well, and it's all 3 dead in the last second. Kinotrope will hold on defensively. In the end, Nick, it was the utility that probably won them the round.
Yeah, I mean, again, I love Kinetro for the single fact that they play a ton of Maestro, the highest pick rate on this operator in the entire world of Rainbow Six Siege in the tier 1 level of competition, and it has not been target banned away at any point. And we saw an interview with Alchemist when they, won their previous game to get here. He said, "Hey, you gotta ban the Maestro, guys. It's gonna be a problem." Trying and forcing that kind of different approach to things. They also play operators like your Almai or the Jaeger to protect those Maestro Evil Eyes, to stop going down on that operator. And that's the thing. If you ban the Maestro, you leave something else open that's quite strong. And if you don't ban the Maestro, well, then they're going to play it against you. So it does feel like a lose-lose, and not many teams these days have that sort of flexibility and uniqueness that they can do these kind of sort of things. But Kinetro, they are one of those teams. They will pick it again. Once more from Akaya here, and Atelos and Bathroom Bomb side. They get a couple of traps for knowledge, information here with D+, shut down those injured players. And I guess the question mark is D+ going to play for the killing? Are they going to play operators like you see here, the Blackbeard, the Dokubi, the Deimos, take some map control, hunt down the roamers? Or do they got to start worrying about going for executes? Because look at that, last second, Glass, Capitao, and the Thatcher. This could very well be one of those direct plans, limited attacks to not deal with the roam.
Yeah, but Bathroom Tellers, you're going to have to clear above if you're D+ key. It's very difficult to go
Hey, there's
direct.
a window. They go straight in.
There is a window, but it should be well protected with the amount of trap utility that's being brought from Kinetro. And that's the beauty with this lineup, is not only can they bring the trap utility for the site, but they can also bring it for top floor. They're also going to have bodies on this first floor too. And McLeod actually is probably one of the best operators for this, is the smoke can very much dissuade the idea of going for that fast rush in through the window with those gas babes. Interestingly, he does still have a deployable shield that he hasn't used yet either. And again, the Maestro play from Caillou with those cameras, he can get a lot of information when you're playing vertical as well. Second floor, first floor, having access to those Evil Eyes is going to be very important for Kinetro.
It's a bit awkward these days with the deployable shield. There was a time where you always had it on the smoke and the ward and etc. and you knew exactly where to put them down. And now it's like, what do we do with the shield? Normally we don't even have any on the board. Maybe Kawa having a bit of that right now, or waiting for the mid-round moment to put in the perfect spot. We'll see. Toxic Babe goes out to kind of counter any sort of push here with the Lion Scan, but there's none coming. We know that. Still waiting for the first bit of battle, and there it is. Moves in. The Thatcher finds a Claire on level Mai, so it's going to be like a full clear here for D+, despite the operator lineup. But when they get to that bomb side, that's when they're going to be the strongest to enable the Capitao in the glass.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Eclair. He just got caught in the hallway on the top floor. He goes down without really being able to fire back. They lose that Nitrocell as well. It was the only one they had available, and 2 gas babes have already been expended by Kawau. But so far so good for D+, just eating through some of this utility, got that opening kill, putting pressure both top floor and first floor, especially with Midi now playing main lobby, falls as well towards waiting. If they want, they can actually go for a site execute, even though there's still a minute on the clock, because they've actually drawn enough attention away from Kinetro, both above and below. You can slip in, go for this plant. Midi finds the kill onto Kawau, so that also deals with the one and only defender on the first floor. Site is very vulnerable now for Kinetro.
Yeah, no real-time denial. Yes, they're Evil Eyes, but they can both be EMP'd, and it can be called at the right moment to deny it entirely. So Kinetro fighting in the dark right now, and it's going to get worse for them. A good trade there on top floor, still favoring D+. But back to even numbers. Garada huge play on East Stairs. 2v2.
Yeah, huge from Gatorada and Akayu to win their respective fights. As you said, 2v2 now heading into the last 30 seconds. And Akayu through the hatch catches out Midi. He wasn't prepared for the angle.
Okay.
And Levy's still outside on the balcony, creates the 1v1. Now, he doesn't have the diffuser up against the Maestro, and Akayu elects not to drop because the bullet hose is that strong up close. It's the Maestro again, 2 rounds to begin, and the Maestro's being the difference.
Oh, it's ridiculous. He sticks around an office, talks by the window, and then white swings at the perfect moment, because we saw Levy was kind of sweeping the room from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. And as he goes all the way right to clear the final corner, he gets completely swung from the opposite angle. That's going to give you a bit of confidence here if you're Kinetro. All the plays are working out, and this round in particular, you're playing with a 2-man deficit and still somehow coming out on top, finding a couple of good moments there. Gatorada most notably finding 2 kills on East Stairs. And that Maestro LMG, do not underestimate it. No need to reload. And I mean, what a shame. Akayu goes from Maestro clutching 2 rounds in a row to now playing Mossy. That is a huge switch up. But I guess you gotta have different ways of winning a round. Also, hold the phone. Is this the first Thunderbird we've seen in like forever? They're playing Thunderbird
See?
on ventilation bombs at a border.
Thunderbird is usually played by Chef Jeff in OS, but outside of that, I think Wizard plays it in SAL.
Has he played it this stage though?
He has. Yes, he has, Nick.
For Chef Jeff.
Yes,
he
we have
has.
seen the yeah, he played it on, I want to say Consulate. But regardless of the map, he does play
I
it.
think you're right actually.
And so for the Thunderbird, the fun part is whenever I do see it, typically by Chef Jeff, I always try to keep an eye on whether or not the Kona stations actually make a difference, and I still don't think I've ever seen them make a difference. They've basically never done anything. They're so bad. They're still so bad. And even if someone gets taken low and they go for the heal, it just takes so long that it's just irrelevant. Oh, this is interesting. Niers on the bug went very, very quick and gets caught by the Thunderbird.
Hold up. Hold up. I didn't just shoot the alive body of the bug, but also the dead version of it.
Okay, well, can go heal.
Mag there.
Nick, he can go heal. The smoke can go back to full health.
Oh my god, he can do the thing, And they buffed the Thunderbird, but not too long ago. They increased the healing speed by 50%.
And it's still crap.
So it is faster now. And it's still crap apparently. Okay, I still think there's a world where you start playing Rook and you play Thunderbird. Now you get 150 health on most defenders and you can just heal forever. Come on now.
And where's your utility?
Oh, you tank the Dokkaebi call and you take the Thunderbird instantly. Look, he completely countered the Dokkaebi damage. Akayu's full on health already. Boom.
Eclair's going to do
That's
it as
a
well.
counter pick.
Yeah. Thunderbird's going to be better.
Explosion.
Bang.
Boom.
Heal.
Into the Thunderbird.
No, dead.
Yep. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's useless.
Kona Station's not healing that one. Mini gets the kill onto Eclair. Now, here we go. Gator, he'll eat the call. He should then heal up. Well, he actually will just answer the call. That defeats the purpose unless he feels the pressure from the Solid Snake. And that's going to be a 1-2 split now for the defense of Kenotrope.
It's going to be hard to hold this one. Because if you drop down, you surrender the Vert, but you did kill the Buck, I suppose. So they're going to leave one player above a Gator now falling back at the 1 minute mark. So surrendering full top floor control. But D+ don't know that they fell back just yet. Going to tank the call. Wait for the recharge here of the Kona station. Boom, back to full HP in no time. Good value. Kawa, Akayu, and Gator. That is 3 separate people being healed now by a single operator, but it doesn't matter because they get headshot right after. Akayu now in the grave, a 2v4 now for Gator and Kawa.
And that's also the other thing with the Kona stations. I mean, D+ are going to win this, but you have to be very careful with the positioning because see how they're crouched under the hatch? It's like a double stack under the hatch there when you've given up top floor control is not a good position to be in.
Yikes. Not at all. And with that, the run is far too easy for D+. They find all the kills, and it's the same argument you make for Doc, right? Like, Doc is a great operator if you have an injured player that you cannot go and revive them. But with that being said, you're not supposed to be in an injured position in the first place. So you need to become into a bad position to enable these kind of healing operators and bring it back to even grounds. It does feel a bit wishy-washy. But I love when a good plan comes together. Not to be in that one. Maestro target banned immediately there from D+. We're finally seeing it.
That's a respect ban, though. I feel like surely as a pro player, Nick, that's going to be the ultimate respect when you clearly know that ban is specifically just for you.
Yeah, that is exactly right. It's something that you take a lot of pride in as a flex player, right? If you can be so successful on one particular op that every team starts banning it. Because if I'm any other team to Impact North, if I go into Stage 2 or when I go into Stage 2, I'm looking at banning Maestro against Kenotrope in the majority of the games in group stage. There's no reason not to. It's gonna be like their flair of how they play the game differently. And unless you're really good against a specific playstyle, which, let's be honest, probably nobody is because it's so uncommon to see the Maestro in the first place, ban it. Go back to even grounds. Kenotrope have banned what, Double Shield and Dokkaebi. That's like super common territory for D+. They're not gonna struggle about, oh my god, what are we gonna do now? How do we get the intel game, etc. Kenotrope and Akayo, they have doubled down on the intel game mode from Maestro to the Echo, so they do still have the information portion of the game. They just don't have the ability to damage and deny the drones and be a threat in the server the same way. And worse guns.
If you can hear me. Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Can you hear me? I don't know what's going on.
I can hear you. Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Have sat on the court. Oh, okay. I'm gonna need a.
Is that?
I see what's happened here. I'm gonna at some point need to change headset. It reminds me a little bit of Anaton back in the day, Nick, when shield play was not as prevalent. Like, I'm talking like 4 or 5 years ago where it was more niche, right? So if you were really good on shields, you could obviously make a difference. Anaton was someone in the APAC region that did that. And he
100%.
got that banned away, whereas obviously nowadays everyone just bans away the Monty and the Blitz. Oh, they get a caught top waiting by Nears. 5 versus 4. Again, another opening kill for D+. That'll be split at 2 apiece now in the first 4 rounds.
Bit of a tough spot again here on border, right? You're up against the ACOG DMRs with like, I don't know, SMGs, holoscopes, etc. It doesn't feel entirely fair. Even Echo doesn't have an ACOG any longer. They're gonna be stuck in these corners, stuck by the half walls, trying to take a half-decent fight. But as we see, the longer time goes on for, the worse it gets. Kinotrop forced to fall on back. Try and play much closer to the bomb site itself. Reinforce the wall in the middle of the round. It's good at peeling back the layers here from Kinotrop, but the issue is they've lost the guy early. There's still half the round to play, and there are gonna be some strong operators here, like the Demos and Mitzi, to get that information, utilize the grenades, and go for another free pick later on. Caillou. Can he be the hero once again? Again, very different weapon, very different kind of operators. As he get a lot more active in the server now, seeking out those fights. And Eclair's already taking a lot of damage as well. Garada goes down. Feels like D+ are everywhere. Mitzi, sensitive to building, locking things down, tracking different defenders, saying, hey, this is clear, this isn't. Move forward. Caillou, here he comes with the swing, gets the injure and the confirmation. That's Deimos, as I just said, off the board. But it still leaves 4 other attackers, looking still towards that top portion. Archives and Armory. Another good shot from Eclair, changes things, traded right back, but it makes it winnable. Still 2v3.
Yeah, 2v3. That's not a lot of time remaining in the round. And a big bomb site that you want to win on defense here for Kinotrope. Caillou will have to stay gun up. Can't probably rely on those yokais even if they are available. Pushing up main stairs now. Muzi's a little late because Koau goes for a big swing. He does get there eventually and then turns around. Bot main gets the second. Wonderful double from Muzi. Huge round win for D+ Kia on Armory and Archives. That could go a long way in this map.
Yeah. They needed that. I think Nears in particular feeling a bit tense there at the server, not finding as much success as early on as he would like to. It does feel like when you look at D+, if Nears is having a great game, they're gonna run away with it and steal the show. Whenever he's struggling, he often dies first early, or they don't get to utilize certain operators like your Clash, your Shield, or even a block in some instances. And he's sitting on 2 and 3 going into that round. Not being heated up in the in-game chat either. Nears does play his best, and he is also smack talking at the same time.
So 2 more rounds to go in the half. And Muzi's 7 kills has been the standout, as Kinotrope have given up 2 rounds in a row. It started off, well, sublime for them to go 2-0 up. D+ now fight back, and this just continues to go with the direction of this region that we've seen basically since the start of finals, if not even really all the way through group stage. It's just so difficult to gain separation just when you think one team is looking maybe like they're going to be on their A game. We were talking on the desk before about the consistency issues of D+ here. Maybe we don't always get to see the best of them. But when they do lock in, I think their best is maybe the best. It's just a matter of how often we get to see it. 2 rounds straight. Now we go Bathroom Tellers for the second time in this half. Defended last time by Kinotrope successfully in the second round, but that came down to a 1v1 with a Caillou. And so far you look at the rounds played, Nick. 2 alive, 1 alive, 4, sure, but then 1 alive and another clutch. It's been a really close border.
I mean, to be fair, if your Kinotrope close is great, it beats getting destroyed, so they're holding on for now. But it does feel like they need to depend a little bit on some of those like more niche operators, like I said. Maestro being bent away, now it's meant to Capcan, the Kai, trying to make it problem solving here for D+. But they got Brava, right? They have EMPs on Capital. They lose Nears early again. This time on the Sophia. Again, another Vert operator. Can bring hard destruction. In fact, he brings the only hard destruction because Force on Capital is playing secondary EMPs. So the Kite's not going to be a problem at all any longer. They can't breach anything. So it's very much going to be a matter of plan B, which is going to be a classic border style. Go for kills. Mitty does exactly that. Finds Eclair. Have to keep this up. Since they cannot breach the walls or the hatches, they have no other choice but to simply play for as much map control they can and just walk down the staircase and force the fights.
Repulsion device.
Final edge jab placed by Musi. Hoping someone will walk into his line of sight, but it hasn't quite been that sort of game. Clearly what we've seen on border. Got to go searching. You got to go and force these fights. D+ at the moment are more than happy to go pretty horizontal. The pressure that they're applying again. We saw this back in the second round, where they kind of went for this split between the top floor and the first floor. Straight into Dallas. Ball's going to go for the plant. And I just saw him from bathroom. Wow. Holds it, throws it, and doesn't hit. That's going to be a successful plant, and they catch him through the window. That is a huge moment for D+ Kia.
That should just be the round. I mean, the poster is so strong right outside the building. They're gonna hold things down. Mid-team blue finds another one to Gatorada as well. And Kinotrope, they're standing still.
They're still top
They're not
floor.
even going for the push.
They're still
you
top
gotta
floor.
start moving, boys.
They're not even in the right side.
Come on now.
Guys, it's not
Gotta
like
shoot
you
the
can
defenders.
save. This is so strange to see. There's just a lack of urgency. There's a lack of urgency from Kinotrope. It's like they realize they can't win this round. Maybe expecting, of course, some kind of a retake towards that hatch, and maybe hoping that D+ would throw bodies there. Ayagator started Fountain. He will sit Fountain, and the round will go the way of D+ Kia. They didn't even try. They gave that up. As soon as the plant was successful, Nick, clearly Kinotrope knew that they were not winning this round.
So this is not the first time that we've seen this. When I first watched Kinotrope, I think they were playing Chalet. A very similar thing happened where if they were in a 1v2 or like a 2v4, something that's winnable but very difficult, they will kind of just sit outside the building if they're attacking and just like communicate, I guess, talk about the things that went wrong instead of trying to salvage the current round in front of them. And we had a moment where I think Kawa was 7-1. I think that wasn't there, but it was 7-1, and they had lost like every round because they were just like getting their couple of kills and just AFKing, and they keep getting exit frags essentially. Kinotrope were like, no, we lost this one, guys. They planted. That's C4 missed. Not good enough. Go again. And they will have one more shot here on the half to even it up 3-3. Which, to be honest, if you get 3 rounds on border defense, generally speaking, that's pretty damn good. But with how APL is so different from the norm and whatnot, and how Kinotrope is still a very new team with this iteration of the roster, I have no idea if I should expect them to do better on the attack or the defense.
Well, it's a small sample size. Border hasn't really been played much at this stage in APAC North, Nick, twice, but it does sit at a 68% attacker win rate, largely, though.
Okay.
I just never really paid too much mind, though, when it's such a small sample size. Like 9 rounds played of Armory and Archives for an whopping 90% attacker win rate. Like, we know that's a bit extreme. That's a little bit, okay, that doesn't seem right. 60% for Vent Workshop, and then 60% defensive win rate from Tellers. So that's the only data that we have for this stage. But I would agree with you in large that if Kinotrope can get a 3rd defensive round on border, that usually does bode quite well. Caillou, well, aggression here from D+, sees Nears make a bit of contact with the Yala. He's fortunate to still be alive because of that shield, and Caillou is fortunate that he probably had a shield up rather than a gun. Otherwise, Caillou may have copped a bullet to the head. Final round of this half. D+ have the chance to go 4 rounds up.
Gotta see Nears get in the action though. I like the fact that he's droning from spawn for such a long time, over a full minute here on border, just ensuring that he's not gonna get spawn beat, not gonna die early this time because he's instrumental in that Blackbeard pushing operator. Straight into armor, by the way, they're just keeping security.
That's the glass down,
This
though.
could just be a plant, maybe?
And now the
Oh
Blackbeard.
no. What?
This is great for Kinotrope. You've dealt with 2 very oppressive operators in the Glaz and the Blackbeard. They do lose a Caillou on the Ella to Musi. Does give a hope now for D+ still in this final round. And Midi to get rid of Kowal. The Fenrir falls. We're tied again. Falls and Eclair taking a big battle. Eclair wins it. Just though. Barely stays alive inside of Fountain. Now losing a Yagator. The pace in this 6th round, Nick, has ramped up massively.
Oh, C4. Oh, it has. Plant now being attempted. You see how Mitty's playing on the outside wall here in Armory for the post plant. Moose gonna be stuck in the deep corner, with Mitty being the one to clutch.
Looking for potential run outside. Midi can just hold over towards the balcony. Does want to deal with the BPC. Cam goes down, and Gadarada, though, captures him then from CCTV. 30 seconds now for Musi to just hold on and try and ward off both Gadarada and Declare. He can get pinched, had the reinforced wall, but goes for the right side swing. Loses it to the DMR of the Aruni. Kinotrope will barely hold on, but hold on they will. And no surprise, in this region that's been so close for so long, basically since the beginning, in this lower final first half, we're all tied.
Tied we are, my friend. And despite D+'s best efforts there, they can't get that final round. That would have been a massive attacking half for them and would have set them up very nicely.
It was still pretty good. 3 in a row is nothing to scoff at. I want to give Kino a lot of credit, man. They started so strong in classic Kinotrope fashion as well, man. There's nothing better than seeing a Caillou run that Maestro. He's
scary.
Like one of the only players in 2026 at a professional level that is still playing Maestro. He does it back-to-back rounds. It's a 3K. By the way, at the end, which was just him hosing down the final players, trying to enter the side at 0 seconds. And then it was a 1v1 clutch, which a little bit too close for comfort. But the fact that he can even win some gunfights when he's playing such a util-heavy operator and where he's a backline player and doesn't usually get a lot of the frags, top fragging for his team, by the way.
Crazy.
Speaks volumes. You can see why D+ banned it, and then 3 rounds in a row. Yeah, that's when I got a little bit worried. It's why I felt like we have a lot of 2-3 6th round score lines. And that 6th round becomes so important when you're at that 2-3 score line, because either you even it up, and now Kino going into their attack half, which should be favored from an even playing field, or they go down 4-2. That would have been very scary.
You know, one stat I'd actually like to look into in the future, I don't have it, so it's pretty much useless.
You hyped me up.
I know. No,
I jumped for a
that
second.
final rounds, because so many
round
times we see such strong early games from teams, and then it flips in the middle of that half. But so often I feel like that final round of the half is just so crucial. And as you said, it comes down to I think it was a 3 versus 5 in the M by T+, and then converts to a 2v2. For me, Kinotrope are that team that continue to surprise better teams than them on paper, because there's no doubt about it. Kinotrope, yes, they have some unbelievable players. Don't get that twisted by any means. But when you look at the likes of the CAGs, when you look at the likes of the D+, it's not alike. You can't go one for one with
very
that.
different teams. Like
Completely
very different ways of playing the game, which
Yep.
is so cool. It's why particularly I love Kinotrope. They have quite a different interpretation of the game a lot of the time compared to a lot of other teams. But we can say the same for D+. Obviously, being Brazilian players with a Brazilian coach, of course, they're going to be a little bit different. Border, though, a lot of it comes down to who can frag out. Even if you're in a 3v5, often rounds are going to end up in those 2v2s, those sticky situations. And usually I would favor D+ to play that way. But Kinotrope, this new look with Alligator Gadarada, man, you saw it in that 2v2. Gadarada on the Aruni, cool and collected in that retake. No stress whatsoever. That gives Kino the 3 rounds of defense they need to be favored. I'll be honest, my interpretation, this is favored for Kinotrope from here on out now that they're on the attacking side.
Well, that was going to be the question that I was going to pose to you, is about the attacking side. Do you think it's still favored in this meta?
I think so. And look, I'm seeing... Well, I think so. It depends on the maps. It depends on the teams. It depends on the matchup. I think we're at the pointy end of the stage finals right now, which means every team is really good at attacking. I think at the lower end, teams less confident on the attack.
Would agree.
Defense tends to be more favored. Both these teams confident on the attack. And looking at the operators on the attacking side, D+ went to ban. Grim and Ying, both really powerful, but Kino are so deadly on so many different cheese ops.
They are.
They're really good on all the shields. Notably, they're really good on Glaz. They have been for a very long time, and I won't be surprised if we see that come through. I'm quite hopeful that we will. But no, the crazy bit of cheese that we're seeing to start is the... Oh, never mind. I was going to say the Osa gets picked off of. But Kinotrope, I'm sure, will be able to flex around all the other power meta ops that are available.
The way that I would put it is Kinotrope are what CAG were 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah,
I think Kinotrope are that team, and especially in the APAC North region, they are so deadly. They are so good domestically. You can never count them out. And right now, I would agree with you. I think they're favored going into the second half. That final round for me, that's a linchpin for them to win this map. And well, if you're a Kinotrope fan, you're hoping that that comes true. Back to the boys.
And if you're a Kinotrope fan, you're probably not happy with the fact that Rob thinks you're going to do well in the second half, because you know what that means. It's D+ Kino, baby, on defense border. We'll see what they can do, though. Armory Archives, D+ bringing out the Tachanka smoke, a lot of denial, and Late game denial. The ploy. Newsy's had a very good half. 9 kills, now playing Diala over towards security. Interestingly, Nia's down below inside a workshop. Of course, does have a nitrocell. Kinatrep, though, I do agree. I mean, I think that they're the kind of team that can very much do some good things on their own attack now here on border. It's a difficult one to kind of assume where we're at here, Nick. Will this be attacker-sided? Will D+ do just as well on defense? I feel as if we're in the unknown here. Akayu, though, some very early pressure.
Yeah, bit of a smoke in there as well. Maybe trying to bait a plant attempt, force out some of those fires, a player rotation from D+, to give up some of that map control for free. They did hover the Oza earlier, which James kind of mentioned briefly, and that would have signified like an Archives direct attack most likely, but not to be. So they're playing gap finding, new era of Rainbow Six Siege, poke everywhere, see where they can find a kill, but instead they go down. Aegir on the IQ, taken off the board by Midi. Whenever you lose a player with this gap finding strategy, makes the rest of the round so much more challenging, because now you have less pressure points, but they're gonna start planting. It wasn't a fake.
There's no
They
denial.
can stick it. It's gonna go down.
Yeah, the Chanka Jamaica launcher was a little bit too late, and the nitrocell as well from Nias was also late in terms of getting the kill before the plant. He did actually get the kill with the nitrocell, but it was after the fact. Now 3v3 post-plant, and this is quite difficult actually to retake. Holding outside is usually quite comfortable for the attacking team and very tricky for the defense to make their way over. On top of the kit, Levy will stand and hopefully draw them out for Falls to then get the kills. He gets one. He's probably going to need another one. Where is everyone?
Guys?
Oh, Katarata! Big angle on the rotate, and Falls! He gets the headshot. He got them both! Falls will clutch up for D+ Kia by the slimmest of margins.
It's 1 HP. One more bullet, that would have been the difference maker. One more player outside the building in a strong post plant. Maybe that's gonna be enough for Kinatrop. They steal the plant, they get into what should have been a round victory, but it's gonna be a clutch for D+ instead. They waste no seconds. They spring into action, C4 goes out, takes down the first player, the fire's there from the Tashanka right after as well, and they push 3, 2, 1 together.
Interesting, though, the decision. I wonder, what are your thoughts there, Nick? Gutterada goes for a little bit unconventional. The general play is just directly outside, but he actually rotates out on the south side balcony, comes from east stairs down the hallway for what would have been actually, I think in my mind, a very surprise, and clearly Falls. You know, he's looking outside the window. He's looking outside the doorway. I don't think he's expecting Gutterada to push from, you know, beepers and top metal. Ultimately, it almost worked, but Falls just hit some really good shots at a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get very nitpicky, I think Kinatrop, you know, you send in one player, because when the time is so low, you send in one player, he denies the plant, he dies to Falls. Now Falls himself has to get on the defuser for a second attempt, and now he's sending the second and final player from Kinatrop, and Falls is in the middle of counter defusing himself. But I think because they were so stressed, knowing that the counter defuse is getting very close to being confirmed, they are both just fully sprinting in there, and they both get into that, I'm gonna deny the plant position, giving Falls 2 of the gunfights at the same time, and he wins both, miraculously, of course. So, this is the thing, when you start planting kind of offbeat, and it works out, you might have a player go, oh, I was not ready for this, I'm gonna sprint as fast as I can, without finding any enemies in the meantime. So again, I want to praise D+ for being so swift at communicating how to problem solve that, because had they been just a 2 seconds slower, those 2 kills on Falls would have been insignificant because there would be no time left.
And also means D+ retake the lead, and they get the opening kill on Aegir to start this 8th round pretty early on from Levy. They've started to equal up the opening kill margin just a little bit prior to the last 2 rounds. Previous one plus this was very much in favor of Kinatrop. But Aegir dead as well to begin 2 rounds straight. And, you know, you're looking at the operators like IQ and Buck, like they have a lot of value. And so when you're on the opening death, it's a big loss for Kinatrop. Now they lose Akayu. I mean, talk about value ops that are going out early. Now the Capitown, Nick. It's just looking really, really bad for Kinatrop. But again, they go for the quick plant. They're just putting all their eggs in this plant basket. The Kowal's going to eat. Nitrocell was from Falls, actually. I was wondering where that came from. I had to double check the little icon of the sentry, but he gets down to half HP, but he does stay alive. Oh, you got to get
and it does. Here goes the last shot, punished by Eclair again beautifully. But there's no second plant being attempted, so all these kills, this battle upstairs is all for nothing. Because Kawa's in the bomb site, completely solo. We got out on the armory balcony. He's gonna try and plant with no cover. What?
Yeah, right in front of Levy,
he's
by the
dead.
way, as well, by himself. I think at that point, it's almost just waving the white flag, understanding that they're just not going to be able to win this round. But you had to give Gatorada some time. If Uncowear, it's all about staying alive. Gatorada's still top floor. He can clear a couple of players, and there's a minute. There was no need to go for that plant.
Oh, I respect it, but 2 rounds in a row, it's not working out fully in either of those attempts. Gara will drop and try and reclaim that diffuser and apply a bit of pressure on the side, but there are 3 defenders waiting for him. They got the Val cams. They're watching them. They're inside a workshop, actually, so they should know roughly where Gatorada is going to be playing from. Everyone's low.
I think that was always going to happen. Falls eventually just catches the timing as Gatorada sits still. Falls is able to creep up to the hatch and find an angle. Spots the feet, gets the kill. 2 rounds straight for D+. Okay, so worrying now for Kinotrope here on their map picker border. Do they think about calling a timeout? Because this is probably the best time to do it. All right, they do. Because you've now lost. When you kind of look at the overall record here, Nick, it's 5 of the last 6 rounds. Like, that is actually quite significant. The form, the momentum is all with D+. They've done it both on their attack. Now 2 rounds on their defense. 5-3 lead. Kinotrope need to lock back in quickly.
Yeah. I mean, it's very evident that they came into this game of border with a predetermined strat on the attacking side, like the gap finding into a plant attempt where they're just kind of trying to sell that, hey, we're trying to attack you in CCTV, or wait, actually we're planting inside of archives or armory. And I like it. And you know, they planted the first time, they lost in the post, they tried planting the second time, but there was a Striker C4 that ended up being the difference maker, and it stopped them from getting that plant down. But now the question is, do they try and commit to this playstyle one more time here in Bathroom Tellers, or will they immediately shift around with Okumish calling that tactical timeout, the coach of Kinotrope? Because like you say, yeah, it's time to start flipping the script. If you lose one more round, you're looking at 6-3, it's match point against you, and border is probably gonna be over before you know it. But you just done these 2 kinds of rush rounds. I don't think you can do it a third, it's gonna be predictable. So now we gotta go back to basic, like roam clear, one end over, do a bit of vert, pop the hats, go for a default plant attempt. But D+ are so well versed in that sort of playstyle, because that's the thing. Kinotrope are the strongest when they play their own game.
Well, look at their
and when their
lineup.
own game isn't working, they gotta go away from it. Yeah, they still make up their minds at the minute, at least for Kinotrope's side.
Well, for D+, I think they're almost expecting Kinotrope to go into that roam game. So you bring the Oryx, you bring the Melusi, you've got the Pulse for intel gathering, you've got the Solars for intel gathering, the Allah can also, you know, throw out Griswold mines basically anywhere and roam around the map. And I think D+ are more than happy going into Bathroom Tellers here to understand we're going to play largely top floor. We've got the Oryx that can kind of switch between second and first floor pretty quickly. So I think Kinotrope maybe have seen enough and think, yeah, you know what, maybe it hasn't been working in terms of the Monty usage, but why not 3rd time's the charm?
When in doubt, double down, triple down, do it again, see what happens.
Well, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's the 3rd round with the Flores. They bring the Buck Monty again. They bring the Zofia. They bring the Twitch instead of the Capital. That's basically a very similar lineup to what we've seen from them.
Wouldn't mind Monty going for a roam clear though. I know there's an Oryx on the board here, but you can also try and bait him in, have a gun behind the Monty in close proximity. When you hear him go for the dash, you go for a counter swing. There are options. Another joining security and armory. Meanwhile, Gatorada is doing that phantom pressure out of the passport doors, saying, hey, worry about this area, look over here. So I like this more calm approach from Kinotrope. Question is, can the Kaio stay alive?
Musi spots out the fact that Akayu is very much on this top floor at the moment.
Oh, there's Oryx. He's coming for him.
He is.
It's
Niz
bait,
is
come on,
very,
it's a
very
bait.
patient with this though, because he's also going to be mindful, Nick, that he's not getting baited into the charge and that there's someone around the corner. And he's played that well.
Yes. But it's forcing back Akayo and the entirety of Kinotrope. Right? If Monty cannot walk forward, then no one else can either. So just near showing his presence is going to shift the entire attacking push right now. And if you can kind of follow the Monty 1-to-1 and kind of track his location, you can keep doing this. And look at the timer. There's 60 seconds left. Kinotrope don't have a single... Okay, they have one single player now inside the building ventilation. So it's so far away from any of the real action happening. In fact, they're back in spawn, watching for what essentially starts as spawn peaks here in CC window, in East window itself. And somehow, Akayo's in the bomb site now. Out of nowhere.
And then go for the plane inside of towers as well. Done that pretty rapidly. Nitrocell doesn't stop anything. Akayu, though, shot down by Levy. He gets that from above inside of office. 30 seconds as well. Now you got to go recapture this kit. You don't have the Monty, and you haven't got this top floor. Kawau will push from break. He may eventually have to be the one to get across the other side of this map and deal with Levy. He still has that hatch control. Vault in now as well. 17 seconds. Ayugate is the one that has to go for the kit. Kawau pushes up to Levy. He gets his third kill, and Falls will go down inside a bathroom. Huge round win for Kinotrope, and third time is the charm, Nick.
I do not understand what I just witnessed. That every attacker but one outside the building. The Monty did not get top floor control, didn't get to challenge the roamers whatsoever. He was AFK, I thought, but he dropped down the balcony, walked in passport, walked straight in the bomb site, gets a kill, starts planting, and that creates enough chaos in the server and forcing the rotations from D+ that the other members of Kinotrope can get a couple of kills, and that's enough. They get side control, get top floor pressure, and great job, honestly, the Bok and Twitch pushing together to get that hatch control leading into bathroom as well. Not the round I thought they were going to win, but it was a round nonetheless. Kinotrope, they lose the Monty, that's been banned away, but they target ban the Melusi themselves, again, furthering that gap-finding play style. This could actually be shifting the pace a bit. This could be Kinotrope going faster. But instead of going for a direct plant with the Monty who's a bit more safe, it's going to be about playing maybe the Blitz in this case or a Blackbeard and going for kills. And that could catch D+ by surprise. They're not ready for it.
Yeah, certainly could. That, to me, felt like map defining. Otherwise, it would have been 6-3. 3 opportunities. Eventually, D+ would have gone back top floor, and Armory Archives have probably closed this out. That was a huge must-win round for Kinotrope. Just gives them that belief as well that this is still a close game, that it's not a case of D+ just running away with it. Looks like they're going to switch up again. And also, banning away the Montang is quite intriguing to me when D+ have had success against it, and you've still got Blitz and Blackbeard both available, of which Akayu is going to now switch over to the Blitz. Clearly, Kinotrope wanted to double down onto this shield plate. Similar lineup again to what we've seen from D+ on this site. They'll bring the Tachanka, they'll bring the Smoke, they'll bring the Ella. They do swap out the Wamai and the Legion for the Solus and the Mute, so those are the 2 changes on Armory Archives. But the Blitz is intriguing here for Kinotrope because you can use it in multiple ways. A push through break door, push a double pinch in towards security. You can also use it over towards the actual site itself if you want to go really quickly. Otherwise, clearing out like Fountain or Office. So, as you said, I expect Kinotrope to pick up their pace because of it.
I am expecting the same thing.
Midi can't get the intel on the Blitz, though.
That's true. As long as the shield has, or the Blitz has a shield in their hands, you can track the gadget with the solar scanner the entire time. If you want to do the counterplay as the Blitz player, put it on your back. Now that will no longer be the case. It's one of those. Then again, are you going to know that they have a Solus? Probably not until it's too late, because the scanner radius is quite long. You see it right here. Passport drone, outside break room door, outside east stairs. Those are all air jabs, I believe. But it does kind of shape you a picture of where that attack is going to be coming from, because there's no tracks across the map.
Oh.
Hold up. I've seen this one before. There's no way to do this with a Blitz, by the way. Like, surely there's a piece of barbed wire right below the window frame as well.
But also, it's the lineup that D+
the
are bringing. Shamika Launcher, Gas Babes, Nitrocell, Impacts, Solus. This shouldn't be something Kinotrope should be able to be successful in. See if they actually go for it.
No, I think they're going to change the plan. He dropped the diffuser case on the balcony, then dropped down as the Blitz player, so he might be pushing east stairs for something else instead.
Oh, wow. Niers just finds the kill
Goes
anyway.
down,
East stairs.
sadly.
Yeah, that doesn't work out. Kinotrope go for a change-up. They leave the case just outside the window of sight. 3 calls eaten, by the way, for D+. So Getterite has gotten value out of the Jug of Payloads. He's now going to go call Levy, see if he'll answer this one. Midi goes down, so the Solus Funnily enough, now eliminated anyway. It says 4 versus 4, all tied up. Air jab placed, East airs control, looking to be established again for Kinotrope. 1-for-1 trade keeps things equal, heading into the last 35 seconds. No more call targets available for Gatorada. Gator downside, bottom waiting. 30 seconds, still got to remember that kit is outside archives.
It's ready for a plant, though. That's the big thing. But they got the Shanka for all the plant now in the world, to be fair. Default plant should not be possible. So they gotta go for kills. They find Moosey. And Nears is so low on health, playing that mutants out of offices, looking for a window jump out, but there's almost no time left.
Oh, big headshot from Levy. Top main stairs. Gets the ping information. He gets all 3 of them. It's the Tachanka 3K at the end of the round to now establish a map point scenario for D+ Kia. A lot of fumbling around in that round from Kinotrope, Nick, and I think it cost them in the end. The way they lost the blitz for nothing, didn't really get much value out of quite a lot of the team. A disappointing way to lose it, and now 2 rounds down.
Yeah, I think they had the blitz there or gotten the kill in the East stairs onto Nears. That changed the entire story. I will respect Kinotrope here though, like the way they're playing border is quite nice. Again, the gap finding, the rotating back and forth. It might not have been the cleanest game of Rainbow Six Siege, but it has been successful, you can't deny that. D+ are either winning a retake, they're clutching up in a 1v3, or they're finding some heroic moments individually in the server. It's not like Kinotrope are struggling at winning a round, or they never have a chance. They've had a chance every single time. It's just been that Nears has become that guy, Levy has been that guy. Moosey kind of stopped getting all the kills, and then other players took his spot instead. And now Nears, in a classic match point 6-4 lead here, goes onto the clash. Now that can stop any push from the attackers. Whether you're a shield or whether you're a gun, wherever the clash goes, they will have full information. It's going to be so hard to deal with. And they only have Sophia as sort of a soft counter. You can do the Sophia stuns if a teammate shoot their feet off the clash. And then if you get a couple of bullets and enough damage, then you can actually use the soft destruction here from Akayo and Sophia. And use all 3 towards the clash and maybe get the kill injure. That's a lot of things that gotta go right, and it's a big investment.
And Workshop for this first of 2 map point opportunities the way of D+ Kia. Reminder as well there. Map pick of bank is after this, which spells a little trouble for Kinotrope if they can't find a way to force overtime on border. Levy, bit of damage over the main lobby. Couple of counters here as well against the Valkyrie with both the Dockerby and the IQ. Can either eventually get cameras hacked, or you can, with the IQ scanner, deal with them as well. Balls, by the way, just so we don't get confused, it does have a nitrocell on the sentry. And I'm not too sure if Levy has used his or not, or if it's a pre-place, but at the very least for D+, we do still have 1 more available in pocket.
It's been used. Yeah. Small trick here, right? Top left you see a C4. There is 1 X and there's 1 circle. Because there's an X, it means that 1 is dead. So therefore we'll know it's not a pre-place C4. We can deduct it that way. That's the only way that I know how to figure that out, at least.
I've stopped trusting up. That's ever since they've not fixed the drone
So
counter.
that is a fair point.
I don't know anymore.
Yeah, no, fair point. That's maybe I shouldn't trust it actually.
You might be right. Maybe
Either
it's
way.
just drones. I don't know. But either way, a minute at the pace of Kinotrope, we thought we'd maybe pick up Nick after the Monty ban, but you look at these opening kills, 49 second at 104. We're into 109 for this one as Claire does at least find the pick onto Levy. Don't have to worry about the cameras, just deal with the Valkyrie like that. Headshot. Ayakayu, though, down courtesy of Falls. He's had a good game so far. Jugger payload call goes out onto Midi. He hasn't even got a chance to answer the call, because here comes Ayagator charging through with the skeleton key, and Kinotrope now with the extra player advantage.
Not gonna lie to you, I think if Nears can somehow find a way down this hatch and just share the information on the bomb side and make it work the verticality, that could win in the round. But the case is down the window frame of ventilation. So they're gonna rotate forward, cow on the Twitch. They got 1 spare, actually 3 smoke grenades total between them. So our plan is very much on the cards here for Kinotrope. So I think, again, it's down to Nears to get that information to his team of where that plan is happening, and then they can go for a smoke bang.
That's the final payload call from Gatorada.
Again, still that Nitrocell available, but over towards Lucas Default. I don't think it's going to have a play in this round, not especially since he's now dead. Nicely done from Ayagata and Gatarada. The old classic duo. Eclair did get off it, by the way, so he's going to have to now stick it here. Musi stuck inside of office, expecting to get pushed, which he is. It's actually a double push up from Kinotrope on this top floor. Musi will get the chance against Ayagata, but loses it out, and we need all rounds of regulation on Porter. 6-5. Kinotrope still fighting here.
Another job well done, I'm not gonna lie to you again. They find themselves in the middle of the bomb side. They get that kill, it causes some chaos, and had the IQ as well for the Solus counter. And they take it nice and slow. I really want to praise Kinotrope for not rushing into bad decisions when they're up against such an experienced enemy in D plus Kia. They took a good, 60 seconds to just kind of saying, oh guys, let's talk this through. Okay, IQ, you got the bomb site, hold the hatches, make sure that nobody can retake it. Oh, you saw a guy in bathroom, let's throw in a grenade and have Buck just sprint in and take that fight as well. We cannot waste any time. While that's happening, Kyle was outside the building, running around the whole area to pick up the diffuser and take a nice and safe approach back into the side. Going stock, customs into blue, then started planting. And he might have died to nearest to the smoke grenade on the verticality, but then they had that same Buck player that got a kill in bathroom. He had gone back up the east staircase and traded his teammate inside of archives. So nearest in archives gets the kill on towards Kawa planting, and then the Buck gets the kill right onto him shortly after. It's really well done, lots of layers and a ton of communication here from Kinotrope.
I've got two fun facts for you, Nick, which is the fact that we just broke a record. D plus Kia up to that round had a 100% map point conversion, which was 5 from 5 opportunities. They, of course, lose that round. That no longer is 100%. And for Kinotrope, they have an 80% round win rate when facing match point deficits.
No, you're kidding.
So they now make it 9 rounds won out of 11. It was previously 8-10. We'll see if they can do it again. But clearly, Kinotrope are just the kind of team that are very difficult to put away. They can just seemingly get themselves back into a series. One last chance, otherwise overtime required. We're going to triple down with the C4s for D plus Kia. Bathroom Tellers won last time as well by Kinotrope. Doesn't bode well for D plus Kia. They've not won this site defensively in this half, as Ayagata gets a lot of early position towards Office. This is really good. Early control for Kinotrope. Love this pacing.
It does feel a bit like D plus are afraid of losing a player early to those shenanigans of the gap find. So now they're playing just all on the same floor here, downstairs. They got the Kite Claw to fortify the hatches, Tuba to stall it down, to Shanka for plant denial, and Y to help them play in those few playable spots. So this is D plus trying to change the entire pacing of the rounds of playing a passive game of Siege. Kinotrope got a blitz, they got the solid snake, they got information. Kawa goes down injured. Mitzi and Nearest both taking a bit of damage from Duke be called. Ayagata goes down too.
This is not looking good though for Kinotrope. Well played. I love the adjustment from D plus Kia playing what many would probably consider scared or playing defensive. But if it worked, who cares? You can't criticize a win, and it looks like they may just win. Eclair and Gatarada, the last two left for Kinotrope. And when you still get a breakthrough, a 5-man bunker down defensive setup with a clutch shield in your face, this almost seems impossible. This seems frightening how difficult this really is. You needed a freebie onto Falls. He doesn't give it to you. He gets 3 in this round. D plus Kia are going to take Porter, the map pick of Kinotrope, to start this lower bracket final. They take it 7-5. All rounds of regulation were required. Bank is up next and now becomes must win for Kinotrope, or they are out of Stage 1 finals.
안녕하세요. 저는 레인보우 식시즈 프로게이머 하퍼고요. 에이펙 노스 지역에서 활동하고 있습니다. 제가 게임을 처음 시작하게 된 건 이제 가족의 영향이 제일 컸고요. 그 중에 특히 집에서 부모님 둘이서 이제 컴퓨터 2대를 가져다 놓고 같이 게임하는 걸 매우 좋아하셨고, 이제 집에도 플레이스테이션 2, 3, 1까지 다 있었어가지고 뭐 자연스럽게 그런 환경의 영향을 받은 것 같고요. 제가 제일 처음에 했던 게임은 메탈 기어 솔리드 2였고 제가 제일 좋아했고, 뭐 컴퓨터도 있었어가지고 뭐 RTS, FPS, TPS 정말 여러 장르를 하면서 이제 FPS 할 때가 제일 즐거웠던 것 같습니다. 근데 저한테는 8살 아래 남동생이 있고, 남동생한테도 레인보우식스를 추천을 해서 같이 해봤었는데 한 중학교인가 초등학교 6학년 때 생각보다 잘하고, 제가 게임 지식만 알려주고 뭐 에임은 저보다 반응 속도나 이런 건 좋더라고요. 피가 이어져 있는지 모르겠는데 그래가지고 생각보다 즐겁게 했었어요. 스트레스도 안 받고 좀 못해도 귀여우니까. 특히 저희 아빠가 클라우드9에서 제의가 왔다는 소식을 듣고 제가 어떻게 할지 고민하는 척 연락을 해봤는데, 오히려 부모님이 더 좋아하시면서 절대로 해라, 너 이거 안 하면 너 끝이다 하면서 무조건 하라고 등 떠밀어 주셨던 기억이 있습니다. 아직 국제전 우승은 없어가지고 막 그렇게 특별한 기억은 없는데, 그래도 막 국내 대회 우승하거나 해외 진출한다고 했을 때 막 부모님이 막 회사 사람들한테 자랑하거나, 그리고 막 제 프로필 사진을 메신저 프로필 사진으로 바꿔놓는다거나 막 그런 건 보였어. 민망하기도 한데 뭐 한켠으로는 좀 뿌듯하기도 하고 나쁘지 않은 것 같아요. 본인한테 들은 얘기로는 운동선수 쪽으로 간다고 하고, e스포츠 커리어는 뭐 저랑 같이 게임했다 정도밖에 없는 것 같아요. 좀 복합적인 것 같은데, 그래서 저는 레인보우 식스를 플레이하기 전까진 다른 게임에서 경쟁심이라는 걸 딱히 느껴본 적이 없었는데, 이제 이 게임을 시작하고 나고 이제 저보다 약하다고 생각하는 사람들한테 지거나 할 때부터 약간 막 가슴에서 좀 불이 나는 듯한 느낌이 들으면서, 이게 뭔가 계속 열심히 하는 게 이제 꾸준히 반복되다 보니까 이렇게 된 것 같네요.
Tell you what, they really had to pull out all the stops there. D+ looking good toward the latter end of that game. But Kinatrope, they won't let them go without a fight. Unfortunately, that fight was just not deep enough.
Yeah, look, I want to give a lot of credit to Kino. They're such a fun team to watch because they always bring different, unique stuff. We talked already about the Maestro in the halftime.
Yep.
Also saw Thunderbird, which we didn't mention. Bit of a weird one, especially Thunderbird with shotgun bearing 9.
Yep.
I like that they're tempted to try new things, but I was disappointed that they kind of stopped once they went into the attacking side. I said, Kino is so good with these power operators. Let's see the Glaz, let's see all this stuff. And yeah, they tried Monty a few times, tried to blitz a few times, but it was reasonably uninspired compared to what I expect to see out of Kino. A lot of 1vx's from both teams, and D+ just much better at digging their heels in.
Unfortunately so. You know, like it does suck for Kinatrope because they do have good ideas. They had really great intentions. I mean, like we were going through on the Telestrator looking constantly at all these rounds and how close they were, and it was coming down somewhat to utility usage in the later rounds. Some players not really stepping up when they should be. Some missed timing, some missed synergy. But I think ultimately this is still one of those maps where this could have gone 6-6. We well and truly could have gone to overtime here. It's not for a lack of trying. It's more for D+ locking in. As we say, digging heels in is pretty important in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And look, also it lends itself to the nature of the map, right? It's Border we're talking about, the most aggressive map in the pool. D+ really embrace that. It's the thing about like a really small, really aggressive map like this can be so hard to play against when you're defending because the attackers can play outside the building, they can get to the building really quickly, they can rotate a lot, which is something that Pengu mentioned Kinatrope are actually pretty good at, having a bit of perceived pressure, having a split push. Thing is, it's very hard to actually execute that playstyle on the attack when the defense is having a lot of success getting really aggro, and that's exactly what D+ did. They had their plant denial, they always understood the win conditions because Kino were going constantly for those plants, often in the smokes. D+ were always aware of how quick they were to get to the plant. Like if there was a plant coming down, they're always in position to go in and deny it. And they were also still constantly putting the pressure on Kinatrope. All green flags, all good. Thing is, with Kinatrope losing that, without even taking it to OT, next up we go to Bank.
Yeah.
D+ have picked that map. They haven't shown it. It's similar to Border in that as a defender, you can get really aggressive, but it's got this extra layer of problem solving you have to work into your attacks. I honestly think Kinatrope are going to be fine on defense here. I think they're pretty good.
They should be.
Attack is where I'm really worried about.
Yeah, which
is their attacks just haven't been up to snuff today.
It's so funny because coming into today, if you had asked me where I think Kinatrope thrive, it's on attack. It's on being able to dictate the pace. Like you were saying with those split pushes, I mean, there's so many rounds that you can kind of look at from Border. I'm thinking back to the first attacking round of Border where Kinatrope are throwing the Monty in to get a plant, and their split push is literally from 3 different areas of the map. Ultimately, it comes down to a Falls unbelievable 1v2 clutch, right? It's unreal, but the chaos that they cause inside the server, I don't know how D+ like consumed it. They absorbed it really well on a couple of those rounds, and that really scares the crap out of me because I'm no longer just talking about this series. I'm talking about next series. If I'm seeing D+ be able to absorb what Kinatrope are throwing at them on Border, if they have a really good bank, I mean, sky's the limit for what this roster can achieve.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, momentum comes into it. I think D+ were probably expecting a pretty tough fight against Kinatrope. We were expecting 3 maps, and I thought, while D+ were favored, this is like a 60-40. It's not like a 70-30, 80-20.
Not even
like,
close.
this is not as much of an upset. If Kinatrope beat D+ today, that's not as much an upset as Orchid beating Daystar yesterday.
I would agree with that, which is crazy to say, right?
I know, right? But Kinatrope have really shown a lot in Stage 1. And a reason that we are believing in them is because they have beaten D+ before. But now D+ have landed the first blow on Border, and we go to their map pick of Bang, and I'm scared for Kinatrope. I think D+ might be able to get it done in 2.
Well, this is to contextualize how close this series is in particular. Heading into today, it was a 2-2 map record. It was a 1-1 split in the series. D+ had them in a best of 3. Kinatrope had them in a best of 1. Ultimately, splitting these 2 teams comes down to a microscope. It really does, and it's on the day. It's what D+ are doing on that defensive side that I think is going to continue to throw Kinotrope out, which is why I'm actually a little bit worried that D+ do get to start on defense here, because what we just saw on Border was them consistently repelling back Kinotrope's attacks, no matter how well Kinotrope
Same
attacked.
bands.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Leaning into the same bands.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt there,
No, please,
Rob.
please,
I
please.
really agree with everything you're saying. I think D+
Whether you do or
starting, I think D+ really starting on defense is good for them, because when Kino get into defense, what are we going to see? We're going to see more Maestro. We're going to see classic Kinotrope stuff. But D+ on their defense, they just ban out the Grim again. They ban out the Ying again. Kinotrope haven't shown confidence using those shields successfully. They were pretty touch and go with the Monty and the Blitz, and the ability to lean into other power-ups has just been disappointing. Like, Kinotrope didn't play Glaz once on Border. I want to see that here in the first half, because they need to go big now. Like, there's no second chances. If you have pitiful half-on attack of Bank, then I don't care how many times you play Maestro, you're not getting more than 3 rounds of defense.
Well, let's lock in. There are some pretty critical operators being picked right now for Kinotrope. Let's not waste any more time. Let's leave you in the capable hands of Xenox and Pengu.
Thank you, boys. And yeah, it's not looking good for Kinotrope. I agree with the sentiment of James. It's looking like D+. If they look switched on, a very strong Border. Now they get to go to their map pick of Bank. They get to also start on defense as well, Nick. It's shaping up well for the Brazilians. And need I remind everyone, but the last time these two teams met, you kind of look at the series as a whole. Yes, it was a 2-1 like all the others in APAC North, but that included a 7-0 and a 7-3 in favor of D+ against Kinotrope, and the only map that Kinotrope won was an 8-7. So clearly, what we've seen from the 4 maps now played, D+ a 3-1 in the 4, and the only one they lost was an 8-7. It doesn't bode well for Kinotrope.
No, it doesn't. But to be honest, like the pocket stress they had on Border, if they bring that same kind of creativity to the likes of Bank, I think that could get them a good amount of rounds on the board. We're gonna get the Fuse in the mix in the very first round. The Twitch shotgun, by the way. Red flags, okay? Red alert here. Twitch shotgun solely to challenge the staircases here on main or server stairs. The issue is, even if you are successful in getting that one pick, you can't take any future fights. So the drone goes in, it's gonna pop the door. They're not gonna expect the Twitch shotty. That's why it's so genius. So I'm keen to see what the outcome will be. While this is happening, they're gonna be taking the rest of the map control, open area, around the main stairs, an elevator. Oh, down the hatch we go. That means full map control now, fully attack control, with a minute and 35 seconds to work with. That is actually really good. And to make it even easier, the defenders have fallen back from that server staircase, completely surrendered server control, so they can go for a default plant. I feel like now, you're in a spot where you have to send Gator on the Twitch after using the drone, of course. Either he's going to be fighting main staircase as a backstabber with that shotgun, or he's going to be on the... Cowards is in the site!
He's just in lockers, Nick!
How?
He's just in lockers!
How?
He gets 2 kills, and with that opens up, but he has been dealt with, and unfortunately no one else could really get in through server. Gator, though, was able to win his battle against Nears. That was from the admin hatch. Musi searching. This has gone horribly wrong for D+. A sneaky little Dokkaebi has infiltrated the site, and the rest have just completely capitulated because of it. They win the round because of it. That is a huge round from Kowal. I know he wasn't the only one, but he was the big factor. And I'm going to go back and have a look and see how he's even got there.
Yeah. I mean, he must have dropped the lobby hatch, just walked into red, right? Because his teammates were in server, there was Goyo Fire, the enemies at garage control, couldn't have gone there, and I don't think he walked down the main staircase, because they would have walked past like 2 different attackers, or defenders, rather.
He just dropped open.
So he must have dropped the lobby. He dropped open, he dropped the corner hatch, just walked in?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't have like the full camera of it, but other than that, I can see that he's gone open into hallway, into red, 2 kills, and that's enough. That's a ballsy move to do, Nick, because we don't usually see that, because with 5 players on site defensively, that really shouldn't be allowed.
Someone's bound to hold it. Yeah. I mean, like I said, they had a player on main stairs, they had a player in garage, they had a player in red. That's 3 people where any of them, if they're watching the hatch just for a short second, if they hear the sound drop, you should be a freebie. Maybe you do it for a 1-for-1 trade at most, but he found 2 kills and stayed alive for a good while after. That can literally win you the round. I was about to say the big question for me was whether Gator becomes the planter with that Twitch shotgun because he cannot take a gunfight, or if you send him to the main staircase to try and force a close quarter engagement. And as I was talking about that, he said, nope, that's not even going to happen at all. A sole player can do all the work there. Great job for Kinotrope. And like I said, pocket strats. If they have those one-offs that they did on Border and apply that to a map of Bank that is very execute heavy, I think that's really good. Now D+, what I think they should be doing differently is something that Border makes you do naturally. On Border, you're forced to fight, you're forced to take some gunfights, you're forced to disrupt the attackers before they reach the site itself. Bank, it can be very opposite. If you don't consciously make that effort to take early fight, you will often end up in a 5v5, 30 seconds left, often on basement, often on top floor. I think D+ needs to force some fights early, disrupt Kinotrope, because if you take away a couple of players or a couple of important operators, they can no longer execute those pocket strats that they've been cooking up for this game. So I want to see D+ fight early and not allow Kinotrope into that space.
Yeah, I agree. But if Kinotrope is smart, they can also go quick to try and circumnavigate that. They're immediately into top square. I like this. This is a little bit old school. Get the breach on this right side wall, top square. Open this up, then put pressure towards Janitor, and it gives you that kind of square control. A couple that with the repel game, it's an airlock later on. They've got the Capital to flame out Janitor, and the Clash right now is more worried about stock in this hallway position, but Kinotrope don't really need to fight for that. The fact that they were going to square opened up, you can get the Kali on the repel. And this is so far so good from Kinotrope. I'm liking what I'm seeing here on Bank. This is looking much better than Border. In fact, Gutterrider's got a really nice angle here. And Musi has immediately gone down because of it.
Sadly, they can't act upon it with a gun, so a fire goes out instead. But it doesn't confirm the kill, but they're going to start planning instead. Again, chaos in the server, but it's denied by the smoke.
No more gas babes though, so this is actually still something that Kinotrope can fight for. Here you go, got the pistol axe on the kill. Gatterada again with the Kali.
Still injured.
And Musi still injured means it's only Niers. Musi was injured at the start of the round. Everyone else is just falling around beside him. He is trying to clear out top main stairs, but he's going to get pushed on now in towards Janitor. It's a double stack of Ayugator and Declare. Niers is going to have to leave the shield behind, go for the kill. Declare pops up. This is a huge start from Kinotrope. A 2-0 statement here on Bank, the map pick of D+, and so far, Nick, they have actually set the tone on their attack. They are doing what they want to do. D+ can't get their defensive game going at all.
Oh, they have, and I really enjoy the off-pace player from Kinotrope. When you get an injure onto the DMR player, Musi on their Rooney, often you're going to be thinking, they got to get a grenade in there, the counter fire, send in the blades, try and confirm that kill, and kind of work through it logically, building the advantage bigger and bigger and bigger. Instead, they do fire, smoke, rabble in, start planting. When the defenders then throw out a toxic bait to deny that plant, okay, now we got to go for kills. We got to turn up the aggression, turn up that level, rappel down Lobby Scala with the sniper of Kali, get another kill, walk up the staircases, work together, isolate Niers on the Clash, make him useless. It's again really good shine of communication from Kinotrope and everyone understanding all the angles through the round. Who's holding the angle, who's watching the flank, who's the planter, who's the cover. There's not a ton of mistakes happening that D+ can actually punish very easily. And that's how these rounds they look so solid from Kinotrope. They don't make a ton of mistakes, but they're doing it in a round that is super chaotic and easy to make mistakes in. It's very high level, and it was a close game on Border, right? A 7-5 into D+, where a lot of rounds could have been Kinotrope's.
That's a very early death onto Levy, by the way. I was trying to get some stats ready for this third round. I was going to mention that this site, Nick, in APAC North is the most defender-sided. The other two are actually very attacker-sided for what is overall an attacker-sided map in APAC North at 63%. But you lose Levy, you lose the smoke. This is supposed to be the site you can find some success in. Kinotrope can now actually circumnavigate the fact they don't have to deal with some of that delay from the gas babes. That's really good for the Montang as well. It does still, of course, need to deal with 2 of these nitro cells, but Kinotrope so far have responded as well as you possibly can for a team that lost the opening map. Their bank so far currently has been pretty much flawless. They haven't done anything wrong. They've made a really good power play in the opening round, really good teamwork in the second round. And so far to start the third round, a very sharp 2-minute 49 opening kill. D+ at some point need to probably call a timeout. If they lose this round, I would take an immediate timeout with the next ban and double down on that, because then the next 3 rounds become must win.
Yeah. take down the smoke as early as they have. Plus, you got the Monty. That could actually change Kinotrope's attack. You know, when the round begins, they're gonna wanna do a certain attack. When they take down the smoke, they go, could we just cheese a plant walking in from bottom skylight in towards the bomb side and plant behind that half wall inside a kitchen? Maybe. And I think Kinotrope right now is just looking for what's gonna be the least path of resistance right now. Doing a bit of vert, getting the hatches, throwing the bomb side, taking the center here in Archives and Tellers. They are just pushing D plus Kia further in towards a small corner of the bomb side. Métis C4 takes down Eclair though, but Kawa trades right back. Again, Kinotrope always have a solution when a small problem arrives.
Yeah, they get rid of the Azami. Akayu though into open area, so this is now where they're going to have to fight this out. Akayu can be defensive with the shield up, not give away his position, but he can also go for the plant at any moment. No more Nitro Cells to contest him either. As Musi does actually find the angle. I don't think that's something that really should have been possible against the Monty. And it's not as if they had Vert against him either. He just gets a sideways swipe. Kowal's done it again. This is literally the second time now. He did it to Falls last time, Nick. He's done it to Midi. Every time D Plus kind of bring the round back to an equal advantage, for some reason they decide to go and peek and swing Kowal. And every single time he punishes them. Now, by the way, D Plus have kit. Keep that in mind with 20 seconds left. Musi finally shuts down Kowal, wins that battle. 1-for-1 trade and leaves it down to Musi and Ayagator. He can play Kit with 10 seconds left. Musi knows that Ayagator has to push directly towards him, so he will move away underneath the hatches stock and then pop up with a headshot. So well played by Musi, wins the round for D plus Kia.
Comes down to the very tiny details again. Ayagator, he messed up the reload animation twice. So when he had Musi dead to his right, proning on the floor, he didn't have any bullets. Goes for almost a full reload, cancels it last second by ADSing, and again is looking at Musi without bullets in the magazine, has to go for a second reload, and Musi will reposition and then get the round victory. Bit of a hard breaker if you're a fan of Kinotrope, but a well-needed clutch for D+. The bans come out. Dokkaebi actually banned away here on Bank. Not the most, I was going to say, a high presence rate usually, like in the server. You can pick it every single round, but it doesn't always lead to something. The Asami on the flip side, it's one you play almost on every single side, every single round. Always has a very high presence. You feel the power of that operator. And it does leave all the shields open for Kinotrope further, which, like you said, it has not really been successful for them on Border, nor here in Bank with Hakayu dying way too early in this round.
But the Azami and the Dokkaebi will be the bans. Dokkaebi played twice in the opening 2 rounds. Azami actually just the once there on staff and open area. That felt like it was really needed for D plus Kia though, after what's been a bit of a statement start here from Kinotrope. Clearly in this lower final, they don't want to be bowing out yet. They want that opportunity against CAG in the grand final later this evening. So Lockers and CCTV, 4th round. D plus will try it again. Basement. Admittedly though, Nick, I mean, everything in that opening round was kind of going to plan in terms of when you bring the smoke, the Tachanka, the Vulcan canisters, or the denial. In fact, they're bringing the exact same lineup, so it's exactly the same. Everything was working out. I think there was only about maybe 40 seconds, maybe 50 seconds left in the round, so Kinotrope had got server, but then they hadn't dealt with Vulcan canisters. They still needed to, there were still 3 gas babes, there were still nitro cells. All of the denial was still there for the defense until Kowal just drops open, gets a double kill, and completely unravels the round. This time, I imagine D+ will have someone watching that. In fact, they even start with Media over towards open area.
I'm just looking right now at all the various positions. You mentioned open area. If D+ can hold on to that for a bit and play server stairs, that can change a lot of things. When you play the Shanga and the smoke, commonly they will see that exact thing kind of happen. You'll play the server stairs with your life. Shanga then plays the side. You get time denial in both areas. But now, though, Kims are just slowly making good progress here. They're in lobby. They force back the mid-T from open area. Yep. D+ actually falling all the way back at both the smoke and the Tachanka. They, again, do not want to surrender any easy kills here on the staircase. So, timer is very accurate here. They're, of course, going to be the Goyo fire and whatnot when they get to the bomb site later on that they can clear from the hatches. But they don't got to worry about server. Like, I'm not sure they know about it just yet. They haven't opened the door or checked it with a drone, but Ayagator, maybe looking for a cheeky kill here on the main staircase, goes down very early to Levy, to Falls, just simply holding an angle.
Quao this time onto the Lion rather than the Dokkaebi, but it just doesn't create the same level of pressure with those Lion scans. Looks like it'll be a pretty standard default push through from server side for Kinatrope. Wow, this is basically what he did last time, Nick. But instead of sitting here and watching it, he just dropped, found a gap in the timing. Surely he doesn't go for it again. That would be asinine to do the same thing twice and not expect a D+ to, of course, rectify the issue. This time he switches over to Elevator. Oh, double Razor Bloom drop. He does avoid one of them, though. It felt like walking into a pit. He stays alive inside of Elevator and offers that pinch. Here towards the site. Eclair going for the plant. Muse is the only one left alive. Gatorada's found 3. Huge kill from Muse, but the plant will be successful. And there is a pinch in sight. Elevator being held by Kawau. Eclair immediately will go up blue stairs. Muse could go and get on this kit and stick it immediately. But no, opts to get off it. Flash thrown in. That's going to help Kawau push forward from lobby. Eclair then gets the kill. Kinatrope take basement again.
Beautiful. Again, the mini plays, understanding who's planting, who is covering, who is going to be that backstab of Kawa. And they actually invested 2 Razor Thorns, or Razor Blooms rather, and a Goyo Fire just to stop that Elevator hatch drop. He still gets down there. He still becomes valuable to the round, and he also takes away the distraction of 2 separate defenders. So a job well done. And it's the beauty of these basement attacks rather on maps like Bank and Clubhouse. We've seen so many roam clear, take server, plant default, and duke the C4 in the smoke, etc. We're starting to see from Kinatrope all the small details. Backstepping Red Hatch very quickly. Second time, backstepping Elevator very late. And it's those small, tiny switch-ups that I think are truly winning them the rounds because they're not predictable. Whenever D+ feel like they're in control, they aren't. Like, they got opening picked at a 5v4. They had good bit of plan denial. They had good bit of information. They still lose the round in a 2v1 fashion. And it's not the first time. And I would also argue that, again, if Akai could have stayed a bit more alive than the Monty for open area attack, this could have very easily been a 4-0. And, it might be the map pick of D+, but it's been the map performance from Kinatrope.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Nick. I think you've pretty much put it there perfectly, that what we also see from teams is they maybe try and do a little too much. So really for Kinatrope, it's largely default with a little adaptation. Other teams will be like, oh, let's go a 3-stack vault drop, and then we'll go double push down main stairs. And they try and just change it up a little too much. I think Kinatrope have kept it pretty defaulty, but also just that tiny little switch up. And that's been the difference. 3-1 up. But what I will say, I think this will be pretty attacker-sided based on what the statistics say for the region on this map. So D+ may only need 2 defensive rounds. We're going to go back to the top floor. Second time seeing this. Saw it back in the second round. That was, of course, the blitz play from Ayagata, but most importantly was the Kali play of Gatorada, and he'll bring that again.
We'll be on for 3 big booms right here. 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom! This is Levy on the smoke, dead first. Most of these rounds, 0-5 on the scoreboard. The only real plant denier for this top floor hold. Yes, they have a C4, but you can't throw it far enough unless you're inside a janitor's closet to actually get a plant denial going. So that is a huge pick again. And also from the mental side of things, Levy's gonna feel so frustrated. He knows right now that he's letting his team down by playing that important operator in the smoke and not finding any value with the gadgetry for this one. They breach the CEO walls. They set their eyes towards the bomb side pressure, but they cannot get baited into this. They don't have an easy way to go for plant, right? There's no coverage except for the 2 on the Kali, who's very far away right now, watching the flank on lobby basically, and there's no shield. So don't feel like you can just go for a cheeky plant. That's probably not gonna work. Kinatrope gotta keep up the pressure, but take it nice and slow. Try and look for one more kill. Clear a bit of that utility. Get rid of that shield, the now relays, etc. Really bleed D+ dry right now before you commit to the play.
You just feel the pressure for D+, the way that they're just trying to hold on to these more back-of-sight positions like Long Desk and Janitor. Kinatrope, 50 seconds left in this round, but they've been so precise and swift in their attacks. This is falls towards lobby. Are they prepared for it? They've got the ping information. It is taking some time, and it is forcing Gatorada to go deal with it. He pushes through ATMs. This is what you want, though, if you're D+, provided Falls can win the fight, and he does. Not only does he get the kill, Nick, but there's now only 27 seconds left, and they've just lost another 2 players. Kawau falls 2 to Musi. It's only Eclair towards CEO with the kit in hand and needs to think about the plant while Falls is still towards lobby. But Musi still holds position in the hallway, but he can't find the way to swing in. It will be a successful plant down from Eclair. You say get out. Does he even have the chance to get out? Challenge towards Square, trying to take the 1 versus 1 against the DMR of Musi, who ran out of bullets and thinks about the pistol swing. Oh, the balls on this man. 2-3, 1 more round to go in the half as D+ bite back on the top floor.
It's been Musi so many times on border. It's Musi again here, twice on bank, open area, and now CEO locking it around for his team. But what happened on borders when Musi started slowing down on side swap, the entire team started losing a couple of rounds. There's been such a huge dependency on this star player, the former world champion, to really rise to the occasion. Kinotrope, though, they keep showing us they can find the gap, they can make the play, and if Falls also not won that gunfight as a phone instead of lobby taking down the Kali, that would have been a huge man advantage execute there for Kinotrope.
Oh, man.
So Falls, as one of the captains, started off that push for D+.
It's been a big performance from Falls, massive from Musi. Falls, by the way, 15 kills, Musi 15 kills. They lead together for D+ in the series. 17 kills from Gatorada is the leader for Kinotrope. 1 round to go in this half. And the start of this game has just all been Kinotrope, but D+, 2 of the last 3 rounds, they've just found a way to keep themselves competitive, and that's all you need to do. And 2 defensive rounds on bank may end up being enough, but they would love a third as we go to staff an open area, of which they successfully defended back in the 3rd round. Look at the survivor rate of this map of bank. In the last 3 rounds, 1 alive, 2 alive, 2 alive. Multiple multi-kills. We've seen 2 plants. It's been close. It's been back and forth. Not a lot separating these 2 teams, as Border was quite similar. A 7-5 margin, suggesting just that.
Yeah.
Drone ready.
And what more could D+ ask for right now? Just gotta get Livy in the action, and they're gonna be playing at 100% again. He's back on smoke, back in Generous Closet, hopefully looking for a different outcome. Kinotrope are not showing us any kind of pocket-style operators, nothing that they can use to really get an advantage that we haven't seen before. Meanwhile, Nears is ratting inside of CEO, which might be good for a freebie here if the player were to rattle on in. Does he get rattled? That's the question, because sometimes when they open a window like that, you might think, oh my god, they know that I'm here. I can't sit still. But by breaching this wall, they're showing us they do not know he was just hiding inside of CEO office.
I don't think they've got the idea yet, but they will.
Yeah,
Okay, Pest gets a
spiders.
nice drone. Sneers is going to be able to collect himself a drone. Good information available for D+ if he does want to play, but the problem is he is in CEO, Nick. He doesn't have the time to go play with that drone. In fact, he just has time to just sit and tuck and hide.
He's gonna let them run past him.
Well, this is smart when you kind of...
And now, instead of being an early kill player, he's gonna become the flanker, right?
The Mozzie Pest have done their job. And, oh, Nears, trigger discipline.
Oh.
To the highest degree. Oh, but he's absolutely made a meal of it. No way!
Oh,
Nears would love to have that moment again. It's a travesty. The trigger discipline to begin with, then backfires on the misfire spray. Costs him, maybe, therefore his team. And it gives Kinotrope the extra player number heading into the last 50 seconds of this half.
Tough one. Either you stand up fast and get that freebie or try and play the backstab. News is a bit of both and doesn't find anything. Falls is on the clash though. The buys you a bit of space in the bombs that you don't normally have. Also the freedom to deny any real pushes in one single area. Levy finds one. His first kill on the board now. He's alive.
Oh, he's got no idea. Agata does not know he's getting backstabbed. He's going to get killed by Musi. Easy kill. Musi's not messing up with that one. D+ have been able to wrangle it back again from the likes of Musi and Falls. Levy's helped out too with 2 big kills. When he doesn't get Zoftek, look what he can do on that smoke. It's Kawhi now pushing through admin. Indeed, Levy with a 3K. You give the chance to Levy. He finds 3 kills. He doesn't die at the start of the round, and he is the impact player. All tied again at the half, 3-3. Oh, we're back. So, oh, it's just jamming out there.
So
Me and Nick
good.
were just jamming out. It is still lower bracket final map 2. D plus Kinotrope. Welcome back for the halftime vibe check. D plus are going to go onto the attack now, Nick, here on Bankers. They look to lock up this second map, therefore the series. A little bit of a comeback. 2 rounds straight to close the half. It was looking really, really good for Kinotrope, but credit to D plus. They find the form when needed most.
Kind of crazy the story has been comeback story for D plus here in Bang. It is not what I think anybody expected, but that's very much been the case. Moosey as an individual has won probably 2 of the 3 rounds so far, and they're in the final and third one they had in the half. Levy also came alive, having a really hard time playing the smoke. He was 0-5 going into that 6th round. Now he's 3-5 and really made up for the previous rounds. So we go into Kinotrope's defenses. We gotta see something from them, right? There hasn't been that Maestro pocket ban. There also hasn't been him being picked here in the very first round. I will say it can be tricky to fit Maestro on bank. There's not a ton of safe areas to go onto the cameras and actively use them, and that's kind of one of the issues of playing Maestro or the Echo, even the Valkyrie at times. Unless a defender dies early on, which usually is a bad thing, you can't really watch the cameras all that often. In the current meta of Siege, with the gap finding, faster pace, and seeking opportunities in the moment, it's so dangerous to not have your gun up ready for a fight. So Kinotrope play a bit more active utility here. The Razor Blooms, the Mirror Windows, but they still get the information with the Valkyrie for later usage. They're starting in the basement to no surprise. Let's see how D plus will pick this apart.
What is a surprise is in that opening half, 5 opening kills were not converted into round wins. Only 1, which is a very, very strange margin. Typically, it's the other way around. Oh, I just almost took the microphone out of the socket. I shouldn't be doing that. I got a little bit too high with the dancing before. Oh, Mitty, there is an opening kill. Well, we'll see if that's going to change things in terms of the conversion percentage. Onto Kowal. And the Solid Snake finding the opening kill is pretty much the job of the Snake with that radar to get the information to then play off it. They got an aggressive, flood-heavy lineup. Throw the Candelas in, activate the death mark. Get the Solid Snake into a close position. Gatorada. Oh, there is one on the other side of the wall. Ooh.
He's right there.
Gets pinged out though, so his position is known, and he just gets
he's so
swarmed. Falls, gets the kill onto the Wamai. Kinotrope running out of troops in this opening round of the half. That first Candela didn't even go into the elevator. That second one will. Forces out the swing of a Gator. Well played from Levy. Kinotrope, but we haven't, like, they're just falling apart.
Yep. One by one they fall, no trade whatsoever. That's a big switch up from their attacking side where they're so swift at helping each other in those dire moments. In fact, what Akayu is hiding beneath the desk. All his teammates are dying. And Claire's about to suffer that same exact fate. He's the last man in 1v5. He's prone beneath the desk.
Well, Akayu would
he'll be good for one, right?
We have seen a 1v5 from this position. His name was Wettables. It did happen in this stage, but this is a very different match against very different players, and there's a lot
minute left.
and there's a whole extra 50 seconds on the clock. So it's very, very different. Akayu's going to get at least one. Catches Niz, no more than that though. D plus are going to take the lead. They make it 3 straight rounds, Nick. They make it 4 of the last 5. I think they were the ones that were probably jamming out at halftime alongside us, as Kinotrope now look a little bit sorry for themselves, realizing maybe this is getting away from them. D plus now 3 rounds away from the grand final.
Oh man, big praise to Levy as well. I genuinely was a bit fearful about his performance. You know, if mentally he was gonna check out and just lose his confidence, but first on attack, he's onto the Ying, makes the interplay, gets the kills out of elevators, and just doesn't slow down at all. For Kinotrope, what you do in this kind of position is often exactly this. You just switch the bomb side, go somewhere else, basement wasn't working, you lost all your fights, strategically you didn't have an angle to play. But I'm looking at the defender lineup right now, and I'm not seeing like a ton of different win conditions. Okay, they're playing the Bandit. They can now deny the elevator walls from any ranged hard destruction, of which D plus currently have none of, so that's not going to matter necessarily. Then they have a single C4 and Smoke Babes on Akayu for plant denial, and a DMR Negator. It doesn't feel like there's a very clear win condition necessarily here for Kinotrope outside the usual, let's just fight and kind of see what happens. There is going to be a Hibana re-peek at the very end now, so we could actually see an interaction between Gatorada on the Bandit and Force on the Hibana, and then the question becomes, can they deny all those Xkyra pellets from that elevator wall? Or will they suffer, you know, maybe a death to a grenade while Bandit tricking? That's going to be the mini game that should matter the most.
That's even if D+ really want to play into that game. I feel like in the modern era of Siege, we don't really see Kanto get opened up all that much. Or at least not as much emphasis.
Not necessarily, no.
Doesn't help as well that you can actually just ban away, and we do see teams ban away the Hibana and the Ace, of which then you just can't literally open it up at all.
I was willingly in this corner, by the way, but there's no Amaya Jaeger, so bro could be cooked momentarily. We'll have to see.
Ooh. Oh, mate,
Oh,
you
he's-
just... Oh,
yep.
Nick, clairvoyant. He's looked into the crystal ball, and he's found Koal's death. You've timed that one perfectly.
Unlucky.
Don't you love
I
that
don't
feeling,
know
though, when you
about
give that...
staying
You
in
just
that
call it
corner.
out like that, and it just happens immediately.
I love it when it's something cool. It's just I just cast a Kurikawa basically. That's not cool at all. I'm trying to help my homies out here.
Well, who's dead next,
be
Nick?
their
Who's
enemy.
dead next?
I mean, it's gotta be Irrigator, right? He's gonna be fighting that quad window position, and either you're gonna get a kill or get killed because this is very much an active position to play. Gotta worry about the ATM repel, the Skylight repel, the bomb site window repels.
No, it's Gatorada.
I was wrong. Gatorada on Bandit dies, who was downstairs trying to help Irrigator, who is now next in line.
Ah, we'll see. They do bring a lot of bodies over towards front desk. They got the repel down, as you mentioned. And as well, plenty of time still available for D+ Kia. Their time game in the second half so far, 2 rounds in, has been really, really sharp. They're not wasting any time. They're pretty quick to converge close to site and deal with these more outward defenders.
They're back in the corner.
Claire goes down to Falls. Falls now up to 9 kills. He's had a tremendous series. Usually caught by Akayu. He's out of gas papes, by the way. Gator finally does die front desk. It took a little bit of time, but Midi found that kill pushing up lobby. And 40 seconds down, the 1 versus 4. Yeah. I feel like Kinotrope are about to call a tactical timeout. It may be quite literally after this round, because they're going to be 5-3 down, and D+ have looked really solid on their attacks. These 2 rounds, Nick, have not even looked close. This is scary now for Kinotrope.
Yeah, I'm not buying the setup though. I mean, from the very beginning, if you have like a top-down perspective, which we're very fortunate that we do, and I don't see the operator lineup, I don't see the player positions, I don't see a clear way for them to win the round. It's an FPS game. You can always hit 5 headshots and that's it. Congrats, you won it. But like from a strategical perspective, Kinotrope have not yet shown us on defense what their game plan actually is. And on their attacks, they have such a clear game plan, and they're so good at changing it around, adapting the play, finding the counters, finding the gaps. On their defenses on both border and bank, it seemed a bit almost like solo QE, where they kind of just do their own thing with 5 individuals, and maybe they win a gunfight, maybe they don't. Maybe D+ walk into a Capricorn trap, maybe they don't. I need to see a bit more foundation being laid out here from Kinotrope, saying, okay, that's how they want to play. You know, start top floor,
you look at D+,
C4 downstairs, fall back.
In the first half, and while they, in the first couple of rounds, it wasn't working, you could see the identity. So sometimes you can have the identity and it doesn't work, and sometimes you can not have the identity and it works. It's not as if there's a correlation between the success, but it's like, as you're kind of pointing out, you do at least want to be able to see some kind of game plan that is what we usually will see in the conventional sense. Now, from what we're gathering in this round 9 for Kinotrope, even this kind of lineup to me would suggest you bring in the mirror, you can hold janitor stock, try and hold that second floor staff open area. Based on the positioning though, I'm not feeling that.
I'm with you.
So it's the second mirror is going to go
not too
into
late,
staff. This is like, they're not going to do it. They're just going to play first floor and they're going to C4 max.
I like that.
I love that from Mint.
There is a strat here that Feral Jackal back in the IDK days, in early European League days, they would reinforce all the janitor walls right here, play a mute, put down a bunch of jammers. You cannot bait them in with the Maverick back then. That was the Maverick meta many years ago. And you C4 max downstairs. The thing is, right now Kinotrope is C4 maxing without having anyone luring them in, making them stand still, making them problem
they're gonna
solve,
hope to get
run
lucky.
around, do the vert. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're not having a clear way of this is how they're intending to get the kill. They're relying on D+ to make a mistake somewhere, or Kinotrip to get that timing. And that's not reliable enough to do against such a good opponent as in D+.
They don't even have a Pulse. They don't even have a Valkyrie. Like, if you had have added those in, you can
Nope.
actually get a little bit more
They don't even have
information
a
to play off with
Captain.
those Nitro Cells, and then that allows the Solid Snake to just push in, because Kinotrip's mindset is like, can we get lucky and try and deal with these who are on the second floor with these Nitro Cells? We're not looking up, we're not looking sideways. We're looking kind of up. Our mind is elsewhere. Well, the Solid Snake doesn't care what you're thinking. He's just going to push in. You're on the radar. There goes the cap can.
And with that, they lose the middle of the building. That gives them a long, nice line of sight into the entirety of the bomb site. They got the options over verticality. They can pop the hatches, the Hibana. Like, D+, they have every single area of map control they could ever desire. And now it comes down for Kinotrip to be stuck in a couple of different corners by the side, taking unfavorable gunfights with worse weapons and no zoom scopes, and hoping for the best once again. At least they have two ACOGs and Eclair and Kawa. But that just means that those TCHDs, they're going to have to hit their shots.
This is an awful feeling sight to be stuck in a corner when there's so many different
stuck.
ways in. They're just all sitting in corners.
Yep.
All those Nitro Cells as well, Nick, they're pretty much unusable now as well, because really for D+, they're playing long angle fights. Aegator gets one, but it's irrelevant. It's nothing. It's now 6-3. It's 3 match series points for D+ Kia.
Yeah.
But this feels harsh. But Kinotrope have just fumbled the bag here on Bank. They look lost.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. It's you have 3 C4s and no way to utilize them. Only one even gets thrown out of pocket before the round is over. So they do find 2 kills in the round, one of them to a C4 in a 1v4 position. Like, again, there's no way for them to get back into that round the moment it goes wrong. Had Solid Snake walked in and then died to the Capcan, we're talking about timing, individual gunfighting, that's fine. But strategically, we gotta see Kinotrip now in this upcoming round shows a bit more sign of life and a bit more brain play, if you will. Kinotrip called a tactical timeout. Surely with the support here of Orkomesh, this can turn around. Guys, let's go for this strat, number 24 ABC in the document. Let's try and think about how they're taking the map space vertically. We gotta see a plan.
Well, this is actually a really good example, Nick, of like when it comes to coaching, you've got many different ways in which you can have a coach be more strategic based, or sometimes it can be more about, you know, the vibes and the energy, and some of them are just there to basically book scripts and the players don't care what they have to say. I would say at this level that's not obviously going to be the case, but I think with this kind of timeout, Orkomesh cannot just use this as a, hey guys, you're playing bad, play better. That's just not going to work. This is a lower final, you're 3 rounds down, you need to lay out the plan of, we're not doing this right, this is what we need to do, this is what I'd like to see you guys do. Let's go to these sides, play these operators, play this way. And like you said, these guys have the documents. They have the ability to go and create these lines where they've got preset plays. They need to go into that. Lock a CCTV. You look at this lineup, but immediately there's far more of a plan in play. Nick, we finally see the Maestro. We were talking about it back on Border.
Yeah.
This is a good sight for Maestro. Add that in with the Mirror and the Smoke, the Wamai with the Nitro Cell now plus Catch. This is the best looking lineup they've brought in this entire second half, and it's no surprise it's after a tactical timeout.
I mean, if I'm gonna try and keep it like big brain, maybe Kinotrip were hiding the Maestro, waiting for that third operator ban, then they bring it out into action. But do you really want to do that when you're down a map in the BO3 series and struggling on the second map as well? Probably not. But now we're here. It's happening. Curious to see if there's gonna be a Brava, any sort of direct counter. D+ does not care too much about the Maestro and Border until they started clutching a couple of rounds with it. Then they simply banned it as the third operator ban. Of course, as I said, no longer possible. If the Maestro becomes a problem, you gotta start playing the counter ops. But they do have a fair bit of self-destruction. They got the Deimos on the board. They can get Twitch drones, which can technically destroy the Evil Eye if they can make them open up their little eye. And then Sibbity Sabbity.
Sibbity Zabbity.
Sibbity Sabbity.
This is going to be the waiting game, though, for Kinotrope.
This
This is the way they need to play it. It needs to be slow. They need to just 5-stack sight. They need to play into the lineup that they've clearly brought. Triple Nitro, Mirror Windows, you've got the Evil Eyes, you've got the Catch available, plus the Gas Babes.
Hold up.
But I like this from Muzi to go
This is
Garage
crazy.
side. Play the longer position angle, force someone to swing out and keep their eye on this. Love this drone as well, by the way, to get this yellow ping. He would have also seen the double push out. Kawhi's got to be careful. He needs to stay alive, Nick. He is the one that send him back, put him tucked into a position so he can still zippity zap.
He can just about Sibbity Sabbity. He's got a spare Evil Eye in pocket still, I believe. That's a bit of a shame, bit of a bummer. Maybe in case of a Brava, who knows, but either way, now Musi gets full garage control, which kind of cuts the bomb site in half. You can't see the red hallway, thankfully, because they've reinforced the wall leading from garage in towards the bomb site, but you can see through the B bomb site door and just kind of watch from garage, later on backstep and safely use his Tristan as well from that position. So there's a D+. While we saw Musi take garage control, they take an open area. They've cleared the entirety of the map except for server, where we do have AEG at play, has spent one Toxic Babe, now falling back towards the bomb site, saying, okay, 1 minute 20 seconds, 5v5. We feel like this is playable. But look, there's almost no playable area here on the side itself. You're once again stuck in some very tight corners. As a defender of Kinotrope, you need to ensure that you know who's watching what exact angle, who's watching the hatches, and who's in charge of plan denial. Are you going to smoke it? Are you going to see forward? Are you going to evil eye it? That's up to you guys to communicate ahead of time.
They've double stacked red because they reinforced off the garage wall. You can see there from Musi's position. So Musi can't actually get that angle just yet. But and with that double stack red, that's also 2 Nitro Cells, Nick, that are at range of being able to deny. So that's going to be the game plan here for Keenan. 40 seconds left. Throw these gas babes out, then look to deny with the Nitro Cells. Gator does get the kill onto Musi. He pushed up garage because of that reinforced wall. He needed to push through the doorway to create an angle where he could actually get involved for the attack at D+ Kia. 30 seconds, it doesn't leave a lot of time. They still have 2 more Nitro Cells available, plus a gas babe. D+ are going to have to push forward, try and get a little bit deeper in towards the site. They are doing just that now. Levy at the doorway in towards site. Straight through CCTV. They lose falls. AEG has been so impactful. 2 go down, and Gatorada and Declare 2 up for both teams now. Heading into red time. Still controlling the doorway is Levy out of Candelas. By the way, on cam this whole time in CCTV, courtesy of the Maestro, as Kinotrope will win the round in the 10th and stay alive here in the lower final.
Constant red ping information, the pre-fires come out, and they actually charged the mirror window on the bomb site leading into the red hallway, which meant there was no playable spot for the attackers to plant in. You cannot plant chassis, you cannot plant default because there's no good spots. You're getting red pinged the entire time, so you're in a kill box effectively, and Musi also wasn't successful in the garage flank. He might have gotten a kill, I'm not entirely certain, but he died, and that meant that there was more space now for Kinotrope to utilize on their side of things. And thankfully, the Maestro stayed alive for the entirety of that, didn't die early on in garage. So Kinotrope fight for one more round. Now they're sadly off the Maestro. They got the Castle, the Bandit, the 2-Brow, which again screams like time denial, play down the clock. But then they have Sentry, and they have Asami. It's not that they're doubling down with like a Goyu or Tashanka or a Smoke where they have more tools of doing the same kind of job. It feels a bit like Kinotrope trying to do everything. They are once again C4 maxing. Maybe this time they will have a bit more presence upstairs to enable that C4 from beneath.
But if they don't have the presence upstairs, Nick, isn't it just basically the same thing that we saw before, and they haven't really learned from what caused them an issue last time?
That's why they gotta have a presence.
Yeah,
they gotta have a presence, but how they're gonna do it, that's what I'm not sure about.
Barricade off some windows, but his archives at the moment still has 2 in pocket.
Yeah.
The early positioning is like kind of around main stairs. It doesn't look like they're wanting to play upstairs. They don't really have a lineup, to be honest, that like really contends with top 4 anyway. I feel like this is just a double down from Kinotrope. I think that, you know what they're going to do differently this time? They're going to throw the Nitro Cells early. Because remember last time, they didn't really throw them at all. Remember that push into site? They all tucked into the corners and they didn't use them. I feel like they'll just try and get a little bit more aggressive in this round. Throw them out earlier once stock control and long desk and janitor is taken. And try and get a bit fortunate. But the problem is, again, you're relying on a bit of luck.
Does feel that way once again. I was gonna say, I love the idea of a clash. You can just walk around with a shield, you know, in front of your face, bait the C4s, be like, hey, look at me, I'm a free kill. Not to be. Again, Kinotrope, not really a shield team on the attacks or the defense necessarily. Boogie drones are going out, getting that bit of verticality. They got the floors in the mix for a bit of soft destruction. They got a DMR of Livy and Lobby cutting off the main elevator hallway. They are again boxing Kinotrope in step by step.
They just start
the one upside to this bomb site is at least.
Like, this is the point.
I mean, you can also utilize the basement staircases.
Yeah. Information on the radar for Midi. It's the best time to catch the team on this second floor. It's like when these boogie auto breaches are going out and they, you know, there's a lot of noise and you're not quite fully set and holding an angle. Try and disrupt. They're not disrupting again. They're just sitting back, plain sight, all inside a Starfoot open. Gatorada actually almost losing his life in archives because, again, the floorboards are being completely ripped up. So much information into archives. Nears then gets rid of Gator. That's one of the Nitro Cells. Never even had to be played. I feel like this is deja vu. We've already played this round. It happened back in the 9th round, and we already saw the end result. They still haven't used these nitros. They're sitting in corners. They're stuck in sight on an open site, hence its name. With 60 seconds left, 5v3, this could be the moment for D+ to book their place in the grand final.
Wow. Just gotta hold on. Don't rush it, boys. You got so much time to work with. They'll peek you right there. News gets a free big again in a 5v2 rather.
Well, you're watching this right now, Nick, and wondering how Kinatropa are probably even in this position of a lower final, because Flawless, they absolutely gave it to D+ Kia on a silver platter. And on that platter is a grand final ticket to take on CAG for an all-time showdown between these two in the APAC North region. They've been the best two all stage long. It's time to see which is the best and who will be going to the Esports World Cup. We bid farewell to Kinatropa, 2-0 to D+ Kia.
That's the performance that we need from D+ if they are to go on and win EWC slot. That's the big talking point here, is that's the kind of performance that will propel you into a grand final against we're still considering them the best team in APAC North, being CAG, but still it does feel like there was so much missing for Kinatropa there. We wanted so badly to see them push this.
Yeah, I mean, me and Jake on the pre-show talked so much about what D+ are capable of at their best. Well, how about Kinatropa at their best? We didn't see that today at all. Look, we saw a few moments on border of that Maestro play. We saw one round of Maestro here. Not that it was incredible, let's be real. It was this basement defense that Kinatropa eventually managed to win, the only defense round that they did win. But they were straight up outclassed by D+ today, closing it with a flawless round. The first and only 2-0 thus far in the APAC North stage finals bracket. That speaks volumes to how much D+ really showed up today, and sadly how much Kinatropa didn't. And I don't want to make this all about, you know, D+ only won because Kinatropa played not to their regular level, but I think that is part of this conversation. Kinatropa, we expected greater things than what we saw from them in these last two maps, and D+, look, they hit their stride, and they needed that because they're gonna need to go even more on the next series, which is going to be our grand final and the EWC slot.
Well, that's just it. If you were to have two teams that could potentially go on to versus CAG, right now, if you had Kinatropa kind of limping through, that just wasn't convincing enough for me, for them. Like, we always see Kinatropa, they're always on the front foot, they're always aggressive, and they're always putting themselves into positions where they could potentially win, but sometimes based on individual performances. You know, you look to your Carwows and the Aya Gators for those kind of moments, you know, 2-3Ks in the round. Unfortunately, they could not find themselves in positions where they had the advantage. And I think one of the most damning stats about what we're looking at there is just the cost. Kinatropa struggled to get an impact in even 50% of the rounds, Dev.
Yeah, for sure. It was, from the get-go, a D+ looking map.
It was.
D+ picked border. Kinatropa are the ones that wanted to take us to bank. Coming into today, we knew the numbers didn't look good for Kino. I mean, they beat Double RX, which is a bottom-level team in this league, and they lost to Fear X, who didn't even make it to the top 4 in the end, missing out on that spot to Scars. Why did Kinatropa pick bank? That's what I want to know. You didn't have much info to go up against D+ for it. I'm not sure. But regardless, look, D+, they're going to be really happy with themselves right now.
For sure.
Not just for taking a win, but for taking the win in 2 maps. Now they've beaten in BO3s Kinatropa twice throughout this bracket.
Crazy.
After losing to them in the group stage. And yeah, while we did see D+ lose to CAG earlier, they now have a shot at revenge, and I think in potentially the best one that we've seen from them in quite some time.
I would totally agree. Like you were saying, you don't want to give credit to a team that's not really performing to their mark with Kinatropa. You don't want to try to make it about them, because what we saw from D+ there, and I meant what I said on border, especially in that second half, they looked really strong. They looked really good. And I think that ultimately this is the team that needs to go up against CAG. You cannot go into that game against CAG somewhat performing well in some rounds, not in others. You have to be on your best on the day. Speaking of the day, let's go ahead and have a look at this next matchup, because for me, I mean, with a 2-0 performance from D+, this now changes the script a little for me, Dev. I think that if that had been a close match, if those two teams had pushed it to 3 and it was a barn burner, as we love to say here on the APL, I think maybe it might have detracted from a grand final, at least the conversation. But this now, we go, What do we expect now?
I mean, it's a perfect amount of warm-up, I would say, for D+. You
Yep.
get a 2-0 over Kinotrope. You practice not only the aim, the communication, a little bit of your problem-solving skills. You get a little bit of confidence because your prep worked out. You know, those attacking bans were pretty well consistent as well. Grim
Yep.
and Ying consistently against Kinotrope. And now going up against CAG, you're going to be facing a team which has got more confidence in gunfights, plays a more aggressive type of siege than Kinotrope. And is a lot more just regimented and regulated. Like these guys, CAG right now, you know, they're approaching some of their peak form. They looked really good in the BO1s. BO3s, they also had a little bit of strife, but of course D+ still fell to them in that upper bracket. D+ might have got one map. It was in overtime. Then they got 7-0'd on the second map when CAG and D+ met last time around.
Yeah,
I think CAG, regardless, are going to be the favorites going into this, but
sure.
Not by a lot.
No,
There's very
the
much
margin.
a world where D+ could steal the spot away from CAG.
Yeah, the margin has definitely shrunk, and due to, you know, sometimes the overall team, but sometimes individual players step up, and right now Falls is going mental. Let's welcome him in for the interview, and I think, Falls, we always love talking to you. You give us a lot, and I love you for it. You're going to be feeling hot off the back of that series. You were going off.
Yo, hello guys. Yeah, it was a pretty crazy game. Like, you know, Trope is like have like a really aggressive play style, like just running around. It's kind of hard to understand, like strategically speaking, what they're doing in the map. So it makes kind of tough, you know, to counter, because like we are planning ourselves, let's do this, and just like there's someone might running around the map and get the kill and already gets the plan already. But yeah, always good to look to play against these guys, and now Siege.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you say that they're aggressive, but every now and then we see them do something very passive with the Maestro. One of the few teams in the world that we see want to run that Maestro, and Akai seems to do it all the time. He did it just the one round on Bank, but he did a lot on Border. What kind of prep goes into playing against Kinotrope specifically once you read their playstyle, once you see what kind of operators that they decide to pick and play a lot of? Does it come through in the bans? You know, I noticed that you banned Grim and Ying a lot today for the attacking halves, and then you did ban Maestro as your third ban on Border. Talk me through a bit about like what the prep was like coming into that match today.
Yeah, Maestro is kind of really different operator. I don't think I can say he's like meta, you know. If it was really good, a lot of teams would play it. But it's also kind of the way he plays is kind of really boring, because he uses actually Intel, and it's an Intel that can shoot. So actually we need to step things up. Like basically we just said we're not gonna bring some Brava or anything to destroy. We're just gonna like try maybe to like how's the word in English? I forgot the word in English, but like surround them, you know, like get them surrounded, so the guy cannot be on camps. So he needs to actually shoot, because if he doesn't, he's not gonna be able to play. So yeah, basically that's the idea.
Now, obviously, Falls, you have a pretty big game coming up next, and I don't want to hold you for too long, but I just want to know what your feelings are going into this one against CAG. Obviously, you two teams are, I mean, you're the best that the region has to offer right now. We know APAC North is close. We know this game's going to be close. What are your thoughts going into that one?
Yeah, like for me, individually, I think it is the moment we need to step up, you know, we need to prove themselves. Basically, we are struggling still a little bit in some points, some details. We definitely know we can beat CAG, so that's not the point. But basically, if we want the EWC spot, we need to beat them, and now is the moment. So yeah, pretty confident, man. To be honest, also like previous experience, also really hyped, because it's good to have these competitors, you know, like some hard task. Because if it is easy, it's like kind of doesn't have like emotion. No, it needs to be hard, so we can say that we actually earned the spot.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Earning a spot right now is pretty big. Obviously, we'll give you the final words here before we let you go, Falls. Anything you'd like to say?
Yeah, just like say thank you for fans and friends, especially a family also. And yeah, now prepare for a CG game.
Oh, believe me, we're going to do the exact same. Falls, best of luck, mate, and hope to see you on the other side. Perfect. Another great game from Falls, all things considered.
Top fragging. I was a little bit worried there in that one round. I noticed he was top fragging, and he was had the diffuser and he was attacking the basement and he drops down the hatch right after they'd breached open the only wall that he could have planted and hidden behind. But it's just moments like that where you're like, look, I'm back in forced to do anything. Like, even if he ends up in a bit of an awkward spot and he has a prone on the ground and hope that he doesn't get exposed, he's still going to go crazy. It's great to see even the supportive players on the team fragging out like crazy. It's just, you know, Falls is a hard player not to fall in love with when you hear him talk like that and you see him play the way he does.
And especially when he shit on Jake. The most important thing. We do have a grand final coming up, but before that, this one right here.
It's the real grand final.
That is the grand final we're after. It is the conclusion of Xenox Goes Pro. Will he beat Pengu? That is the big question. There's no chance. I mean, you know what? There's some allegations being thrown around right now. Obviously, yeah, he cheated, but the allegation I want to look into. Are we playing on OS servers or are we playing on fair servers here?
I hope that we're playing somewhere in the middle. Of course, it wouldn't be fair to play on OS servers. Also wouldn't be fair to play on European servers.
Yeah.
You know, Pengu's all the way over in Denmark. I don't know what is halfway between. I know that last time I played on Southeast Asia servers, I got maybe like 80 to 120 ping, depending on the routing on the day. I think maybe Pengu would get like 200 to those.
180, 200, I think.
Maybe that's a little bit fairer. I mean, it's fine if Jake has a little bit of a ping advantage.
No, not fine. He has to have
I
a
think
ping
he
advantage.
needs to. Look, honestly, he could have 9 ping. He could be inside the server
Yeah.
in Australia. He's still losing.
Yeah, I totally agree. Well, that's one you can't afford to miss. Obviously, CAG, yeah, it's a pretty important matchup against D+. But this one,
I want
this
to know
is
who
the
the
one.
teammates are, though. Like,
Well, that's the best part, Dev. Do you know when we find out?
when?
Right after this break.
You.
Here comes the
A grand final to behold, one of the greatest games that could ever happen. It's not CAG versus D+. No, it's Jake Xenox Venditti versus the great GOAT of all time. But for me, I'm more excited about one thing, gentlemen. Do you know what that is?
Got something to do with APL, man?
It does have something to do with APL, man. For everyone at home, before we get underway with this grand final, we have agreed on mutual terms to become friends again. I can't wait for this. And not only that, but for you at home, you get an exclusive look at who this is.
I'm
Let's
so
rip the
keen.
mask off. Are we ready, Jakey? I need you to count us in.
I will.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
You
All
ready?
right. Who did? I don't know who it is, but I can't wait. All right.
I want to know.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Breaking news, Jake Xenox Venditti has been caught cheating in his 1v1 match versus OS player Wedables. Keen-eyed viewers noticed his hands were off the keyboard while his operator was still moving in-game. Mr. Venditti did then reveal that he was actually in cahoots with a pro player.
I have to unveil the curtain for all the wrong reasons, but you weren't playing me wet.
Pengu, an acquaintance of Mr. Venditti, had this to say: "It just totally undermines the integrity of the Xenox Goes Pro segment. I'm absolutely heartbroken. We apologize for the interruption. Now back to regularly scheduled programming."
Thank you so much for taking the time. I can't, but can you believe
That was
that?
awesome,
believe it was
dude.
him.
I can't
It's-
believe
it
it
would
so
take
I
so
had
long.
a feeling
Yeah.
the first time I saw him,
Yeah.
but genuinely, I feel like everyone's gonna be like, "Oh
Maybe,
my god, how
like-
did we not realize?"
Yeah.
Maybe deep down all along, like it was there. The hints, like from the start,
Yeah.
there were clues. I
I'm
feel like
just so
I just
glad
hadn't been
that
paying attention.
It's been revealed.
Yeah,
Everyone
It's
now
done.
knows.
You don't have to worry about it anymore.
what he
It's a-
looks
It's a
like.
weight off our chest.
Oh,
like,
wow.
it's just unbelievable. I feel like everyone at home, nice bit of relief, nice sigh of relief going
We're all
into...
on the same team as well, right?
I know,
like now we're all on the
that's
same
it.
page.
You know, we know what he looks like. He knows what we look like. It's just this beautiful synergy, bringing everything back together. Speaking of bringing things back together, let's get this bloody band back together. It's time for the Xenox Goes Pro moment. But this time it's big. It's a 2 versus 2. However, how we got here, Jake, a little bit interesting. I won't lie, you performed absolutely horrifically.
Unfortunately, it's been a rough road in the Xenox Goes Pro series, and as we near the end of it now, it comes down to one final opportunity, 2 versus 2. Look, yesterday I lowered my
some
colours.
good moments,
I lowered my colours yesterday. I didn't
yeah.
need to cheat. Genuinely, I felt like going into that Wedables game, I should have just played it myself. I should have backed myself in.
That's the thing, like you look back to some of the first games you played,
this
like
one, yeah.
I9
You
and
did get
Turdston,
shit
you
on.
actually had a pretty solid performance. It was once you played Labyrinth that like we
All
got
the
to...
confidence just got sapped away.
And that's
Yeah.
why I'm disappointed. Like, man, you have to be able to pick yourself up from those moments without going low and cheating.
I know. I apologize. Look, I want to say this right now. I'm going to look down the camera. If we want to bring it here, zoom in, bring it in, baby. I apologize to everyone at home for poorly misrepresentation of the APL region. The Xenox Goes Pro segment has obviously been much loved.
Yep, it has.
And I've obviously ruined it for everyone. And hopefully I can get a win in this game, and hopefully everyone's still behind me in trying to get that win.
No, unfortunately, there's no amount of apologies that could make up for the fury that is Pengu. Let's welcome him in. Pengu, I need to mediate here before we start. Everyone look on the side. No, we're back. I need to talk to you, Pengu, because you got a little sideways over Jake's cheating allegations, but now you're back to normal. How do you actually feel about him?
I feel heartbroken. You know, I'm a big competitive integrity kind of guy, and I feel like you did it. You were trying your hardest. You were losing. We're making fun of you. You're having a great time, and you say, you know what? I'm gonna flip the script. I'm gonna start cheating on your second final. What actually should have been your final match.
I know. I'm sorry, Nick.
You've let down literally one of the greatest of all time.
I know, and someone that I share very fond memories with. Man, I can't speak.
You can't.
Hopefully, I can do better in the server.
Look, once upon a time, co-casters at one of the greatest grand finals ever to take place. Now in the grand final, going head to head, it feels poetic. But I mean, I'll be honest with you. Nothing would be as much poetry and emotion as you revealing who you're actually going to be bringing into this 2v2.
Well, it's time to lock in because this is happening. So I love you, Nick, but I do need to beat you. So I've gone and got the best in the region from Australia. I've already thrown him under the bus, and you know what? It's time for redemption. I'm going back to the well.
God.
I know what this man's capable of. I trust in him. I want Player on my team.
Player, how are you feeling after yesterday? I mean, we expected a lot from you.
He's using you, buddy.
I don't know. I was just like, Weddle was a pretty lucky guy, so he had to put me on a day off. But like Timo was Xenox here, I think all he needs is a voice behind him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look,
where he stands. No Demos below.
Player, look, I don't want you to feel like roped into, the controversy, because there's been a lot of drama recently. Me and Jake have been good friends for a long time, but like I was really heartbroken at what happened the other day. Like it's not on, and I don't blame you, Player. You were just getting wrapped up in the moment. Jake reaches out, he's like, hey mate, can you help me out with something? Like, I don't hold that against you, but I do feel like despite all of the the friction that this has caused, there's a way out. Like, you guys just need to stand up valiantly, play this 2v2, and look, if you can take down Pengu, I'd be genuinely impressed, and I think we can say that we can, water under the bridge. We can let bygones be bygones.
No, I don't want any water under the bridge. I think cheating allegations are the most disgusting kind of allegations. Pengu, I'm with you. Who do you have in your side of the ring?
Well, since you brought the good of O's, I brought the butcher. Cue the montage.
Who cannot make his way inside. Fountain is a fortress, but Noah's flick might bring him back. The plan starts to begin. Soul activates his gadgets, but the clash needs to go big. He finds the first one. Savage. The Eagle Whip. Champions at the Esports World Cup.
There he is.
Oh God.
Noah.
I need some help.
Oh, Noah. Welcome to the APL, mate. How are you feeling in this 2v2 instance? Do you feel like you're up against an evenly matched opponent, or are you well and truly above?
Well, I've never been on this side of the league, but I'll be excited to test the waters out. I've never played with this high of a ping ever in my life, so I'm gonna be testing. The first 2 rounds are gonna be some testers, and then hopefully we'll get into it.
I love the humility from you, man. But like, you don't need to hold back. No.
It's already.
This guy's pissed us all off. I want you to wipe the floor.
Hey, he's also going to beat Player.
Yeah, very true. Very true. He does have to beat Player. But Nick, why Noah? Why did you get this guy? Why did you have to get one of the greatest players in our game right now?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward, to be honest with you. I love food, as you know, and then Noah, he takes my McDonald's orders, so I was gonna, another delivery for him, basically. He's gonna get in here, serve me the food, and serve me a victory.
No.
Let's not bring that stuff into this. Let's keep this, on something else, okay? Let's just focus on the game. Let's focus on 2v2. Us, you and me taking out Xenox.
Okay.
That seems fair.
Well, I mean, this is a good warm-up for Player, isn't it? Chris, this is a great way for you to prepare for EWC.
Yeah, it's great. Middle opponent. It's going to be a really good matchup. Like, Pengu and Noah.
Hey mate, I'm
Shaking your bits,
on
man.
my A game today. I'm ready to go. This is it.
All right.
Locked in. No more
Get down
cheating.
there.
It's all on me, baby. I'm bringing it downstairs right now.
I don't think it's all on you, Jake. I'll be honest. I think it's literally all on players.
So, player,
shoulders.
how you feel about 1v2ing, one of the greatest European players of all time and one of the greatest European players right now?
Slack, please, can we go over service, please?
Any ping difference we can. I understand.
I don't know, like, with Pengu, like, I got Xenox, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if that's fair.
Hey, I'm watched, okay? It's fine. 2 watched players against 2 current pro players. I think it's pretty fair if you ask me, okay? We got 300 ping over here. I might play a shield for round or 2. No big deal. Don't worry about it. We'll see what happens.
Wait, Nick, did you just call Xenox a washed player?
You can't be washed if you were never good to
I mean,
begin
can
with.
you...
Yeah, come on, Nick.
My bad.
Come on, Nick. We
My
need
bad.
to lock in now, because guess what? For everyone at home, let's not waste any more time. Let's get underway with the greatest 2v2 matchup of APL history. Nay, the world's
Mate,
history.
we're going global, baby. This is
We are
EU
going
versus APAC
global.
right now.
Look at player. Player locked in. He locked in. Alrighty. Alrighty.
Alright, Xenox, what you got for
I'm
me, bro?
switching my gadgets and I can feel the delay.
I can't
this
say
is
anything because they can hear us, so this is a little bit tricky.
Look, guys,
Okay,
yes.
okay. I
we
see you, I see you, I see you. I see
We
you.
can hear
I see
all the
you.
Are we
comms.
just open comms?
Yeah, open comms.
I
I don't want
see.
you guys to hold back here.
Oh my god.
Coordinate as much
Open
as
comms?
you can, but it's open comms,
I
boys.
see you, Xenox. I see you, Jake.
Thank you.
That's spicy.
You do have team chats, and we won't be able to see team chats either, so it's fair. It's fair.
Thank you. It takes my bullets 30 seconds, by the way, to fly. So let's see how this works.
Okay.
No pred
Nice.
phase, by the way, Noah. Keep that in mind.
Make sure you get a crisp on the white staircase. No gaps, no gaps.
Wow, this is the
Got
first
that.
time I think we've seen people reinforce in this mode.
And it's beautiful.
Oh my god.
Attic?
Oh
my God.
Which
Jake,
servers are we
you
on,
ready?
by the way, guys? Can I have a ping check, please? Oh my god. All right. I feel bad for you two, Pengu and Noah. You guys have been dogged
Make window clear.
dirty by the
Hold on a
servers.
second. There's like 15 gigs flying in my
Okay,
ears.
why are all the settings different on this?
Oh,
Player!
oh
And
Pengu!
kits.
Come on, mate.
Try to smoke him, then I can rotate.
No pressure. Jake Xenox and Diddy in a 1 versus 2. Possibly the biggest moment of his career.
Okay, all my settings
Oh, I
are
killed him.
completely
Oh my god,
different.
it took 30 seconds to kill him.
That's crazy!
Look at Jake. He's not happy.
my God.
He's not happy.
Oh, am I on player
mean-
settings? Because he logged into this account. That's why.
Oh, account sharing on stream. Nice.
So are we
Excuses
blaming
of
the settings,
round
are
one.
we?
Hang on. It's all right. Quick check.
Tac pause. Is that what you're asking for, Jake? A tac pause?
Well, I mean, this is tech. This is tech.
pause?
That's their one tech pause, by the way. That's their one pause.
The
That is
upside
it.
stuff.
Jake.
I'm trolling.
Look at his toggle aim on, bro. He's gonna take that off.
You know what? I only just noticed the overlay.
Yeah, I love that. We got
No,
the team
don't go that.
logos.
Yo, Jake, do not go that.
No. Trust.
Don't go
Just trust.
Oh, okay. We're hiding some strats here, are we?
Can I
hide
get
on
your
screen?
2 cents? Noah, how's the ping feeling for you, mate?
That was probably the worst siege experience that I've ever felt in my life. I've never seen an Elamine fly 40 seconds after I pressed the button.
You're still gonna win this, bro. No doubt.
So, you're still gonna lose. I don't know about that one. I'll be honest.
Ping where you want.
Yeah,
Chris.
Pengu, we're like, I'm Kanto right now, and you're
You know what?
Fabian.
Screw
We're
it.
locked.
This is a decision from you, Xenox. I don't
I
know.
learned this one from Chef Jeff.
Oh, it's one of the
A shotgun,
decisions of
yeah?
all time. Oh no!
Hello.
Just in case.
Oh, don't mind it, player. Don't mind it.
It's fine, player. He's only one of the greatest shield players of all time.
Well, used to be.
It remains to be seen.
I'm not sure how the thorn traps work on this ping, by the way. We're gonna find out the hard way, I think.
Yeah, me neither.
All right, now
I'm
let's
not sure how
see
the
what you
peaks
got,
work in
man.
this ping. Oh my god,
Alright.
the nades are not flying like they're supposed to.
It's not flying.
Watch out
An
for
attic,
those.
right hand side. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do a little,
Wait, let me
little
scan- let me
smoke
scan
here.
real quick. Okay, one's attic, one's deep top white.
Yeah. Deep smoke. Yeah, top wide still.
Oh, on me, on
Oh,
me.
here we go, Jake. You got him. Come on.
Jake, I don't got you. I don't got you, Jake.
I'm trying to plant.
Whoa!
Oh my god, I can't.
No way.
Not to trade. I'm about to die to a healing trap here, by the way.
Jake, you killed an EWC
Sound,
champion,
audio?
by the way.
Run at him.
Come on, Chris.
Oh, I like this from you.
Oh!
Time.
Oh, I like
Good
this.
play, smart. Smart football from Pengu.
Is it, yeah?
Oh, no.
Oh, here we go, 1v1.
What happens when you win 2 SIs?
Okay. We gotta play the ping here, okay? We gotta not play the player.
I trust you.
Oh, you are playing the player right now. Oh, here we go. Watch out. That's a strat.
He's washed. Come on, Chris.
Oh, how do I get
Yes!
Shut
Go,
the soft one
player.
next to me!
That's one, Jake.
What
That's
is
one.
this
Oh
guy?
my God.
Let's go. We're on the
How do I
board.
get into that? Nah, there's no way. There's no way.
Oh my God. Nice carry.
We should have kept up the pace there. That's my bad.
That's one for
actually
OCE.
That's not
Um,
good, bro. That's the ping.
Jake, did you actually kill player? Did my eyes deceive me? You guys trade.
I killed Noah,
Yeah.
yes.
Sorry, I meant no.
Kill me.
That is actually insane. Wow.
Which is, not
Okay, what's
surprising
the
considering
next
their
cook-up?
EML stage, but yeah.
Oh, Noah, you're not going to take that.
Oh,
No.
really? Oh, okay. Okay.
Bro's
Oh,
about
that's
to
the
go
ping you want.
back-to-back
Sorry, no, I'm
EWC
sorry.
trophies
No,
to
no,
spite
no,
you,
no,
mate.
okay.
Hey, Jake, how many
Okay, I see
EWC
what type of
titles
game
do you
we're
have?
playing.
I have never won the Esports World Cup, no.
Okay, interesting.
I have cast the Esports World Cup Grand Final, though. That's close enough.
Oh, yeah, that's as close as you'll ever get, mate. Don't worry about
Absolutely.
That's not close enough.
Yeah, you tell him. So, look, if we end up seeing Chiefs Esports Club versus Team Secret at the Esports World Cup, this is a little bit of a taste tester of what we might end up seeing.
I don't think so.
Oh, this is definitely a taste.
Oh my
test.
god.
What are you thinking about, Jake?
I'm not thinking.
That's evident.
Oh, no
way,
way,
bro.
Holy
Pengu,
crap.
Big
crap,
window.
Jake,
Oh,
now,
me? Okay.
this is your opportunity
Yeah,
to show
to redeem.
everyone
I
at
gotta
home
find a comfy cozy corner here.
you deserve to be a pro, Jake.
No, I don't.
No, you absolutely don't.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, you know,
Oh no!
Oh yeah, Pengu, the chains are off.
Did you send it?
Window.
Oh. He felt the thing and he adapted to the
Nice shot,
thing.
Noah.
Yeah.
Nice shot. That was a nice shot.
We're locked in now.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we should
I've
hit you up.
adapted to my circumstances.
Noah, maybe we should hit you up for a
Nice.
1v2, not a 2v2.
Wait, is that shade at Nick?
Whoa!
That sounds like
I
Jake.
made it,
That's
made it
definitely sounds like
rotate.
Jake.
I put down my barbed wire. I was doing stuff.
It's
Hang
like
on.
back in the Penta G2 days, mate. You just sit on bomb site the whole time with smoke.
When you're in a really good team, that's all you need to do, okay? That's the benefit of being the best.
Okay, well, I'm on a really
That's
good
the
team
thing,
as
I have
well, and
a-
I can't do that. Come on, Chris, lock in. I need you to get 4 kills.
I've got some in there.
Oh, okay.
I have a 2-time
Coding,
world
checking.
champion in my team. I can do whatever.
Yeah, but
and
he
he'll
played
still
against
win,
plumbers.
so I trust him.
Oh,
that's
not
true.
this conversation
true.
again, man.
Dude,
Let's
he
have this
only-
conversation right now, actually, Pengu. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Well, I beat Bolo back in his prime, so there's that. And you're using his skin right now, so, you know, he's still famous.
You literally
That's gotta
got
count
one
for
of your
something.
world
Well-
championships against Canadian. It doesn't count.
It wasn't really his prime.
How many hammers has Canadian lifted?
A couple.
Yeah.
They're applying phantom pressure everywhere right now.
Oh my god. Speak about phantom pressure. I like
Hold
this
up,
strat
let me get
from
the
you,
big window
player.
as well. Oh, they got it for me, never mind.
Where they're at, Jake?
Alright, no,
Hold on,
when,
Pengu,
when,
I'm
you,
cooking
when you
something
know,
up.
you know. Yeah, when you know, you know.
Got it.
Alright, finger boost here.
What?
What the hell?
Oh yes, I traded. Nice.
Alright, here
Yeah,
we go.
you did.
This
Ah,
is
come
the
on.
moment.
Oh my god,
Thank
Bro, he's a snake, isn't it, bro?
Jake, what was your thought process
Oh my
here?
God,
You're on
I'm
the
loving
ground.
this.
I'm not gonna lie. So
Nice.
players' prone button is my crouch button, and I keep pressing. Every time I
I
press
thought
it,
we made a tag timeout for this.
I didn't fix it.
okay.
No.
Come on, man, lock in.
It's all right. It's all right. It's just excuses.
All
Any
right, 3-1.
spice here, Noah?
Is this
What
match
are you
point,
feeling
by the
here?
way, lads?
No, it's first to
Should
7 this
should
time.
we get a little,
Says match point.
No, it's
little
match
mixy?
point.
Well, looks like it's match point.
A mixy? Okay, what does that mean?
We're popping some stuff
Ooh, okay.
out. We're
Heard.
moving some stuff out.
Heard. Yeah. I
You
know
gotta test the
I know what
waters,
you're
bro. We
giving.
can't just.
Well, Jake,
I'll
like
do
we
this.
need a plan. Like this is just
Yeah.
chaotic. Like we don't have anything set. Like
Yeah, please tell us your plan.
All right.
Yeah, well,
Jake.
that's on you to set, not me.
Copy. We have confirmed for everyone at home.
It's first to 4,
The
boys.
WWE script has been thrown out. It is first to 4.
Ranked rule sets.
see,
Look, just a reminder, Player and Xenox, you guys have like 9 ping. They have 300.
But I absolutely can't hear anything right now.
Just a reminder here for you, lads.
Here's some audio.
Thank
bottom
you. I don't
right.
hear anything on my side.
Oh yeah, bottom wide. Oh ma. Maybe already up the staircase.
Love this from Player.
I love the comms from Pengu.
Shove it from shower hall.
One white stairs.
Xenos, you make some
Yeah,
noise.
that's you, buddy. That's you.
Yeah.
Can't believe they're playing the Clash here.
Oh, no.
Oh, Jake.
Thank you.
Medic?
Oh, mate,
Thank you, brother.
Oh, yeah, you got this. You got this.
Oh fuck.
I'm sorry, Player.
You got
Oh,
time.
no.
You can chill. You got
Oh,
40
for
seconds.
fuck.
Oh
got
no!
this, Noah.
Oh no! The tripwires.
Nice nade.
Beep, beep, beep.
Bro.
Come on, Player. You can play the ping. Play the
The
ping.
reign of terror from below.
Thank you. There's
I
a
got
lot
it,
coming
man.
out here.
You got this. You got it all.
Tell you what, Jake's redemption arc is not looking good.
Do you have the case? Oh, you do.
Oh, hold the phone. Player's
Yeah.
got a chance here.
I only have armor cam.
Oh my
There we go. There we go.
Oh, that's the butcher.
He's quick
Let's
on it.
finish the game right here.
Beautiful cook up.
So Noah, do you have
So I
somewhere
woke
to
up
be
at
or something?
10:30 a.m.
You decided
I
to
woke up at
speed run it.
10:30 a.m. for a 5-round match.
Wait, you can't say I wake up at 10:30 a.m. like that's
my
Hey,
goat.
he's on gamer hours, mate. We would be too if we didn't have to.
Hey,
work.
That is very true. That is very true. Noah, how are
I'm
you
supposed
feeling
to be
after that
snoozing
one?
right now. It was a lot of fun. It was good to see what Pengu could give right now. You know, have to see his form.
Has he lost it?
But yeah, it was
2
fun.
kills.
Yeah, a little bit.
So Noah, the whole
Admittedly
idea
so.
behind everything we've been doing is, you know, trying to see what it takes to go from like 0 to hero, right?
Yeah.
And we maybe didn't start at 0. Might have
Okay.
started at -1, -2.
Correct.
With Xenox
Yeah,
trying
that
to
was
go
pretty well.
pro. Yeah, I think he's about to come and join us on the couch, but I'd love to hear what you have to say about him. I don't know if you followed, but like he's played against a lot of different players in
Yep.
1v1s. This was meant to be, you know, his redemption, his chance to really, you know, have a little bit of help, have a bit of coaching. He's about to
Here he
walk on.
is.
Jake, I'm just asking Noah about. No,
Walk of
thanks for
shame.
coming. Come
He's
on.
coming. Yep, walk of
Here we
shame.
go.
Is he walking in slow motion?
Walk of
Oh, okay.
shame.
So, you know, as I was saying to Noah, I wanna ask, you know, what do you realistically think about this guy? You know, has he maybe got a chance if he keeps practicing?
Not against Labyrinth. I would say Labyrinth is better.
We were actually talking the other way around.
I was asking Noah his opinions of you, but now that you've thrown some shade his way, Noah, please. What do you reckon about this
Well,
guy?
you-
Miguel?
All of that.
Do you want me to be like full for
Dude,
real?
be
You know,
for-
everything
be
that
for real,
I
You
man.
can swear. You're allowed to swear on this broadcast. It's APL.
Okay, well, I'll just say I've never felt less aura from a singular player than I've just played against.
Yeah, and you died to that less aura.
Like,
That's kind of concerning.
There was no intimidation.
He traded.
It was like when you play one of those tier hunt bots where you like accidentally die and you're like, oh man, now I have to restart the game. But it's like it doesn't really matter.
Oh man, thank you, Noah. You don't know how
Thank you,
much I
Noah.
needed to hear that.
And player, after you were caught up in this cheating allegation scandal that we would call, it's not allegations anymore.
It was
It's
a
been-
scandal,
It's been
man.
confirmed. It's an absolute scandal. Like, do you still back in your I'm going to call him your colleague here? Do you actually give Xenox any props?
Honestly, like, nah, like, honestly, I'm done with Jake. Honestly,
You got cut off, brother.
What?
no, he's let me down
He let
today.
you down
Honestly,
twice.
like, what's with all those 1v1s for? Like, there's just no comms from you. Like, let me down today. You've tried to
I'm
tear down
sorry,
my
mate.
image.
I'm sorry,
It's
mate.
poor. It's poor. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not with you at all anymore.
Oh.
I despise you.
I think deserved.
I was going to buy him a beer at the next event, but
well, that's not going to happen now. All that we are going to get to
That's
do
gone.
is say thank you very much for joining us,
Thank
Noah
you,
and
boys.
Player. That was absolutely
Thanks
tremendous
so
of
much,
both of you to
Noah.
take your time. Noah, please go and get some sleep before whatever it is you've got to do later this afternoon.
See you in rank soon.
See you guys
Have
at
a great night.
UWC.
See ya, guys.
Oh,
Yes, yeah.
God. Absolute
what
legends.
fun though. Good fun.
Yeah, it was great fun for us. Was it fun for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I killed Noah. I mean, that's an
very
accomplishment.
true.
It was
Yeah.
a trade because of the 350 ping difference.
Do you reckon if there was like 200 ping, maybe 150, you just don't get your kill in that and he just deletes you?
I mean, there's a lot of things, James, that we could nitpick
A lot of
over.
moving parts. Like
Didn't
we
have my
can't.
mouse, keyboard, 60 FPS.
We could play
I was on the
hypotheticals
wrong
until the
key
cows come
blinds,
home.
Wrong
Yeah.
account, like
Yeah.
tiny little monitor. I don't even think that was 1920 by 1080.
No, it wasn't
No.
a 24-inch.
I thought we had him on the iMac 70mm screen down there.
No,
I
no.
think I would
don't.
have preferred it.
I
I
don't
got to
think
say
you would've.
though, props to you, Nick, as well for getting in the server and giving it a go. Looks like the old dog still got some tricks.
I got my 2 kills, you know,
You
and I
did.
think both of them. No, actually, I got Player one time and you one time, so I
Yeah.
got one of each.
Yeah,
That's all right.
yeah.
Yeah, you got a 1v2 clutch.
I got my moment.
Yeah.
Reminded me of Coastline 6 Invitational
Wow.
2019. Oof.
He was injured. Okay, not quite the same caliber. Okay, the 300 ping. I jiggle, pick the corner, and I start pre-fire. The guy doesn't die for like 5 seconds.
Yeah,
but yeah,
well, you know,
we do what we can.
speaking of not the same, Pengu, that grand final, hopefully it's not the same as what we're about to witness, because it is time for us to get underway with the APAC North Grand Final. We've been building to this moment for an entire stage. Some could say for almost a year now, between D+ Story and CAG's kind of back rise into dominance and continuation of what we used to know them to be, Jake. This is the best opportunity for both of these teams, and there's an EWC spot on the line.
It's a great way to end APL in general, let alone for APAC North, CAG, D+. Clearly, both of those two teams have had a very good stage. D+ maybe a little bit more shaky to begin with, whereas CAG up to this point have looked pretty much undefeated. James, they've been the best, but D+ Kia, they look switched on, especially on Bank, and I think that was kind of what the messaging we had in the pre-match discussion was, like, if on the day they're on their game, they can beat CAG, and so far from what we've seen today in the earlier match, they are on their game. The question is, will that translate to the grand final against CAG?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've said it, when they're on their game, D+ are capable of so much.
Yeah.
I said it earlier, but they took a map off of FaZe. They beat Black Dragons at 6 Invitational. They looked like a really solid team, ended up top 9 to 12. But it has been a hot minute since they managed to beat CAG. If you look back, it's been almost a year. September last year in Stage 2 of APAC North. But funnily enough, they actually beat them twice throughout that bracket. 2-0s both time around. Ever since Stage 2 last year, we had the APAC Major Qualifier. We had a bunch of different tournaments after that. Every single time, the last 4 in a row, CAG has had the better at D+. But there's certainly something to be said here for the Brazilians. It's been a miss for them, for Salt Lake City, unfortunately. They're still looking for a return to the international stage since Paris, and it would seem fitting in a way that they would get to go back to Paris this time for an EWC.
I think they just continue to take steps into where they need to be, and that's, for me, that's what happens when you give a roster longevity. And if we were talking about longevity, you can't look past CAG. I mean, they have been titans of this region for literally my entire existence in this community. It's always been CAG at the top of our talking points. Whenever it comes to APAC, Jake, this is the roster that we always look to and say, what are you going to show us now?
Yeah, but the problem is, once they actually go overseas, where does that go? You know, like
outside of Reload,
APAC North, their aura is whatever, max aura.
Similar to you?
No.
Outside of APAC North and then go to international,
I'm probably
they're similar?
I'm the opposite of CAG. Internally, no,
okay.
I struggle. But, you know, get me overseas, I'm going to frag out. I'm joking.
Oh, I'd love to see that.
But no, for CAG, clearly, that's been the storyline attached to them for how many years now? Like, they
Very
do
long
so
time.
well domestically. And it's funny you brought up that stat regarding D+. Here, I reckon you could put back-to-back SI final winners phase in APAC North, and CAG would beat them. But as soon as you step outside the APAC bubble, and CAG just wouldn't have a chance. That's like the kind of way I'm framing it. So, look, in the grand final such as this, I think CAG, clearly, you've got to give them respect, James, based on the stage they've had. They've been so good, so talented. DD has continued to just be a really solid performer for this roster. There's just no real slight on them where you can look to and say, well, you know, maybe this part of their game isn't working. Yeah, they did drop a map to D+, but ultimately, they're still the best team.
And one of the things that we always talk about with this roster, they are phenomenal. They can beat some of the greatest teams in the world, but the biggest hurdle in front of them is themselves.
Okay. I mean, looking at... No, I'm looking right now.
You're looking at the next game? That's exactly what I'm looking at.
No, not the next game. I'm gonna say, looking at yesterday's game against D+ and how you beat them 7-2 actually, who do you think is your biggest adversary now in the region? Who do you think, if it's not D+ because you beat them, who's it gonna be then?
Ourselves.
Okay. Makes sense based on yesterday's interview as well. Yeah.
Well, I'll say there's
Straight
nothing
from the horse's mouth.
Correct, and there's nothing. There's nothing. Just call him a horse.
He's
Jeez,
a
rough.
stallion.
He is an
Italian stallion is what he is.
give me that one. Yeah, big dog. That's what I'm talking about. But genuinely, Xenox, the number. Jake, the number one comment we always make, don't do that, that's not right. The number one comment we always make about CAG is their consistency. It's about getting over their own hurdle, and this time it feels like with Sparky, they're starting to do it. It feels like the dots are starting to connect. They've got DD Man in the server who can really take a much more leadership-based role, and it's slowly and surely looking real sharp.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, have analysed the approach of Sparky this stage. Back when we were doing those interviews during the group stage, spoke to him a couple of times, and how hands-off he was throughout the group stage. They go 7-0. Now he's hands-on in finals and 2-1, 2-1. But as we've seen, I don't really put that to CAG. It's clearly just been what the finals has been about. APAC North, all the games going to 3 maps until the lower final. So I think that for CAG, they've got a good, healthy mix. They're not overly reliant on Sparky or their coach. And clearly they've got their own weapons available as the core 5, but then he's like the, what do they say, the cream on the cake.
Yeah,
What I mean?
He's cherry on the cake.
The cherry on the top. And so when he comes in, he's going to be able to add that little bit extra, but the team don't need him, but clearly he just adds a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, look, CAG are in great form right now within this region. Chibisu, the best player, 1.74 KD, by the way. Shuri, not too far behind him. Arculi also in the top 10. And let's never forget about mentioning Anaton and DD, man. Even if they aren't popping off on the stats, you can never undervalue the value of the support players, especially, Anaton as well, as such an aggressive and unique shield operator, a disruptive player on the team. But if you look back at CAG, if they are to qualify for the Esports World Cup, that would be the 15th international S-tier tournament that this team has gone to. And they haven't won a map on the international stage since Rio over a year ago.
Not a map?
You mean
not a single
Reload,
map.
Rio?
Yeah, Rio.
Yeah, so if you discount that, when was the other time?
The last time was at the Six Invitational in Boston, which was
Wow.
shortly prior to that.
Well, it's not too bad.
What? Well, you look at
2 years.
Yeah, it's been 2 years, man. The Munich Major, they got grouped 0-3. Salt Lake City, they got grouped 0-3. Of course, they failed to qualify for the Six Invitational in Paris. So the last time they had a big international performance was Reload, all the way back over a year ago.
Yeah, and like right now, the storyline for them, great domestically, somewhat. No, you know what? We can just call
sometimes maybe good.
We can call it tough years. Sometimes maybe good, and when we say sometimes, it's always domestically, and then sometimes maybe the other word, that's always internationally.
Well, we go to the vetoes.
Jokes aside, mate. Jokes aside. This is where this is where real teams are defined. We always talk about good and great teams. The separation is about when it matters, and CAG, when it matters, they turn up, Jake, domestically.
Interesting. So with the vetoes, 2 of the 3 maps that D+ had in the pool for the lower final against Kinatrope, Border, of course, won that 7-5. Clubhouse, we didn't get to see it, which was the decider. Ultimately, it will be the decider again. So Nighthaven Labs comes in to this game, Rob. Now, this is where it gets a little bit intriguing with Nighthaven Labs. D+, Kia, and CAG have got good history on this map. You want to know the last 2 times they played it? These are the score lines. The last time was 3 days ago. They got 7-0. CAG 7-0 D+ on this map. That was 3 days ago. 3 months ago, though, D+ won it in an 8-6 barn burner. So which one are we going to get tonight? I can't imagine we're going to get a 7-0. You know what happened the last time a team in the APAC region got 7-0, played the same map again a couple of days later? You remember which one it was?
As in bank, like literally 2 nights ago.
Yep.
Sure did.
There's a good example. So I think D+ will come back into this. And one thing the Brazilians do really well, their work prep, their attitude to responding to defeat, etc.
Yep.
3 days ago, they got given the blueprint of how CAG want to play this map.
Yep.
They're not scared to go back and try it again. And then if all goes wrong, then they get to go to a map themselves in Border that they quite literally just played, just won, warmed up, and ready to go.
Well, I can tell you right now, there is no better opportunity for D+ Kia than right now. Coming into this match, they had an unbelievable lower bracket final against a team that is constantly on their heels, constantly nipping at them, trying to take a chunk out of what is the D+ armor, and they held so strong. They looked so good. They denied, they deterred, and at this point in time, they're going to have to do one a hell of a lot better. This is the mountain that they must climb as we go to Dev and Pengu to decide who will be going to EWC.
Thank you, Rob. So much on the line for both of these teams. At the very top of APAC North, there's only place for one to progress onto the international stage. CAG had to watch D+ go to the Invitational without them. And then D+ had to watch CAG go to Salt Lake City without them. And I have no doubt whatsoever that both of these teams will be desperate to go to the Esports World Cup in Paris. Pengu, do you have an inkling either way? Of course, coming into today, I think most people would have said CAG by Varel are the favorites, but after D+'s performance earlier, it's potentially, there may be a bit more of a chance here for the Brazilians.
I actually would still favor CAG, but not necessarily by like, oh, they're gonna beat them 7-1, 7-2 fashion. But like, you know, like the 7-5, the 7-4 is maybe an occasional overtime in one of the 3 maps if we get to go the distance. I also think CAG are just, they've been playing a different style of Siege this stage. I think Spark has been a big part of that. All the interviews we had with him, you know, him mentioning during the desk there that they're their own biggest enemy, how they use the group stage to get practice on adaptation and not doing external analysis. All of that has been leading to this very moment, the final challenge, D+ Kia. And I think CAG themselves were expecting that opponent from the very beginning, and they're well prepared. Shiri on an early kill to Levy. Levy, who was struggling earlier against Kinotrop in the exact same fashion, playing the smoke and dying early, way too many rounds to count. And he starts off the exact same way here against CAG.
Especially in the late round with Anaton on that Monty. You don't want to be lacking your smoke. D+, we're not going to see fully the ramifications of that loss until the late round comes by. CAG, though, they don't need to over-accelerate, slowly take map control, make sure that they can breach a lot of the walls, somewhat impeded by the fact that this Bandit is brought to the table.
Yeah. The Maverick. We spoke about this a while ago, how teams can bring out the Maverick, don't even ban the Kaid or Bandit, and just kind of get through it regardless. Now, they have banned one of those 2 operators because there's a hatch enablement for the basement. That's the Kaid, of course. But DDman has made quick work of the IT wall, the con wall as well here, now being cleared from any of the Bandit batteries from meeting. And this is CAG taking their sweet, sweet time for a good reason. They've already dealt with the smoke. That buys you a good 30 seconds on the clock with those Toxic Babes no longer being active in the round. Plus, you got a man advantage that also counts for something. So the number one thing with CAG is they just shouldn't throw this one away. And the best way to ensure you don't do that is to just take the time that you need to get the right pieces together. But as I say that, DD goes down on IT Breach from Nears. A great swing there to even back the score 4-4.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like CAG didn't capitalize on that early advantage. They've been very slow. Okay, in theory. Oh, hello. That's a Montaigne. Nears has a great way of slowing him down, but Chibisu says, you're not going to escape without me getting my word in. And now CAG have completely pivoted. They're going for a Rafters take. They have full control, and this is the advantage of having Annie on that Montaigne.
They just move forward. Good trade there. Force gets injured. It's worth it for CAG again. They got the Monty thing. Keep taking control. And there's no real plan to now. A single Lasif from Midi, who's now dead. Leaving just Moose in 1v3. But no, as I said, he goes down as well. CAG, they don't plan. They don't go for that passive play of win the round. They swing out with confidence and take their first round.
Yeah, wow. Very fast pivot there from CAG. Credit to D+, fighting back after losing the opening kill, but to be honest, I didn't know where CAG were going for their push for a lot of that round. They just pivoted out of nowhere. They're like, all right, let's take Rafters. Anaton jumps in. Easy peasy. Bada bing, bada boom. Round is theirs. D+ immediately say, okay, not ideal. Let's change things up. Go to the control room bomb site. Usually a tertiary for most teams. It's always a bit of a gamble here for D+. Like when you're playing against CAG by Varel, do you get rid of the Monty, yes or no? It's kind of like we talk about against Weibo when we casted them yesterday, Pengu.
Yeah.
You kind of said you just have to ban that Montaigne against Speakeasy. Do you feel the
think so,
same
yeah.
way against Anaton when he's so happy to pivot onto literally any other shield?
Oh, this one is tougher. I do think if you're to rank all the one-off pocket strats, or pocket operators rather from CAG, I would rather say that the Clash might be a must ban. I think that's where it gets very tricky to go up against Anaton. Monty is probably going to be second or third in that priority list. It's definitely a case of the map. When you play Nighthaven, I think Monty is very high in value. When you're playing a map like Clubhouse, I think Monty can also be very high in value. But then there are also certain maps where maybe it's not going to be the end of the world if you leave it open, like let's say a lair, perhaps.
Yeah.
So, depends. But they left it open like you said. But even if they would have banned that away, you got the Blackbeard, you got the Blade, you got everything else, James. And that's the thing about Anaton. He is a huge kind of flex player. The Ying, the Glass, all the sorts of shields. He does not care what you're going to ban away. He's going to just play whatever you leave open.
Yeah, it's one of the scariest things about Anaton. His ability to change things up,
and his
not
biceps.
just and his quads, man. Have you seen those quads? Bro could probably squat Blackbeard and Montaigne at the same time.
He squats insane amounts of weight. I'm just gonna look up his new PR that he said right before they played D+ last time. I got it right here. 230 kilogram squat, personal best the day before they beat D1 Kia last time. Jesus.
Guy's a machine.
There's you and I combined and more.
Yeah.
And almost double it.
Yeah. Wow, that's insane from him. We need to see some Anaton gym content at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe
down for that
at a future event. We'll see. Nice early pick though from Niz with the Reaper, and Chibi goes down. It's funny. Oh, okay. Reaper's just in the building, and he's found a double.
Yep.
Wow. I don't know how D+ managed to let him slip inside. Of course, he's playing that Solid Snake. He can take a lot of ground for free, but yeah, big problem there for D+. Losing their pulse while he had his scanner on, and then losing Midi, who was pushing for that refrag.
And popping all the smokes, maybe a bit of panic here, fearing that the push is going to come, but CG just flipping the script, going for a full rotate, bomb side window. They can scan from the outside, and if it's clear, they could just jump on in.
He goes for it, and DD will fall. Muzi takes him down. Anaton tempted to go for a plant, but he sees two players. Needs to protect his feet, so he looks down. But guess what? Zaka able to make sure that Muzi will go down. Plant needs to be denied here as Levy marches on close. My God, he gets very close. Anaton takes the fight with the shield on his back. This is so messy. From D+ Kia falls as the last one. Completely picked apart. Shuri, phenomenal round with that Solid Snake. Anaton on the Blackbeard. They are a devilish duo, and CAG by Varel seem in lockstep with each other.
Such a well-played 3 versus 2. I know, like, on paper, that looks like such an easy round to win if you're CAG, but if you look at the player positions, it's actually very challenging. There's so much that can go wrong. The player who was a floor above the bombs with the verticality had a very limited amount of self-destruction, so it couldn't really watch all the angles. Anaton is planting with the Blackbeard shield, but very importantly, put the shield on his back first, so that he could hop off the defuse and go for a fight if you had to, which actually did net him a kill. Plus, the last player's outside the window with almost no line of sight to help Anaton. It was pretty much any fighting alone, having to win his gunfight, and the guy in the vert could not risk dying by overcommitting to a swing. Very well communicated by CAG, very good problem solving, and it started off with them recognizing, hey guys, we can just rotate over, use the Solid Scanner, the Solid Snake Scanner, and if it's clear, immediately jump on in. So, really well done, good read. D+ in the back foot to bring out False now on the Clash. That's going to be their operator. That's going to be a huge counter. Go to stop Shuri maybe for the gap finding downstairs or wherever anything goes with the Monty that's currently being locked in.
Now, we talked a little bit about that Clash from CAG. It's being brought now by D+. They're a team that does quite like that Clash, and they share it around a little bit as well on their defensive side. It's Falls bringing it this time as Anaton goes back onto that Montaigne. Monty a little bit safer compared to the Blackbeard going against that Clash, but still the Clash a little bit of a hindrance regardless. question for me is how would CAG end up dealing with the clash in the late round? The only real util they have to do so is that Nomad. Arguably that sledge. It's not an interaction we see very often, but if you can hit the clash with your sledgehammer, you will knock her down.
True.
I don't know if I've ever seen that in pro play. I would love to.
Oh, it's happened once. I've seen it. I'm not sure if I cast it, but I have witnessed it. It's quite a rarity. Bit of trouble here for Midi. He's doing his best at fighting back and taking different angles, but it's being hunted down by two separate attackers. A good mind gives him information, slows down Shurip. They're not gonna take the fight.
Oh, Annie is not alone up here. He sees two players. Tons of info now as DD is on the retreat as well, waiting to catch these players, but actually loses his own life. Nears gets aggressive, takes down the support player there from CAG. Anderson wants to go for that ADS, but he thinks better of it. Smart move, but great job from Chibisu. He was watching the flank the whole time.
Oh my.
The hammer of Anderson into the anvil of Chibisu as CAG out of nowhere steal the show. It just comes down to falls. What good is a clash when she's the last one standing? Not very much. She'll retreat back towards that bomb site. But there's a whole minute left. CAG are not going to let this one slip by them, not whatsoever. The only kill that D+ found was the first in the round.
When Shurip is having this kind of performance, finding all the gaps, getting all the gunfights, I mean, that is the scariest version of him as an individual player. But on the other side of CAG, there is the teamwork. They did the good old hammer and anvil strat. What that means is that you're going to have a hammer kind of shoving away the defenders, or you're pushing them in a specific direction to then connect with the anvil in the middle. The anvil was Chibisu, the flank watcher. They only ran in towards his location because Eniton was shoving them in that direction by choice with the Monty. And we saw Eniton there thinking, do I go for the ADS peak? Do I maybe try and get the Asami? But what if I die? Then we lose the hammer anvil because I'm not going to be scared of my ace behind me. He's not a Monty, he's not a shield. So he stays alive, and it looks like it might have been a bad play because they need to get a kill. But it was so well communicated once again because Chibisu was literally just waiting for them to get the freebies. Solid Snake banned away. That's a specific ban towards Shurip, who's 7-1. I think that's justifiable. And CAG banning out the Wamai to then enable maybe more utility now. Not better like a Cavatal, maybe a Glass, maybe a Game, those kinds of operators. Because they love to bring them out, but only when the time is right.
Sometimes I forget how beautiful this map is. Just the vistas surrounding Nighthaven Labs. Love it. So many good opportunities to just soak up the scenery. It's like when we had Coastline in pro play, man. Just really giving Ibiza vibes. Love it. Just a moment of peace and quiet between these teams brutally murdering each other. As we go back to the top floor now.
Change any of the operators.
Yeah, well, funnily enough, that's kind of where I was heading with that. D+ going back to the top floor. After losing 3 rounds. We've had the operator bans come out, and D+ are sadly, like, not really... I don't know. I'm just a bit scared for them. Like, this momentum is really starting to brew here for CAG.
Ooh. Imagine you've been the one to hunt, and now you're getting hunted. Can you win on both sides of that coin? Drone being tossed out is risky, but I think Mitty has an inkling that, they probably have a flank drone as well. It's so scary because if Mitty thinks that they know that he's down there, he could be fearing a flank happening. Again, he doesn't have almost any intel in the server. I don't think anybody can comfortably sit in the bomb site right now, checking all the default cameras and trying to help him with the information. And D+ are playing so far back, they're popping the Goya canister without any pressure in the server. I think they're running this round completely blind on the defense.
And he can just reach this wall with the Blackbeard. Easy as you like. Love seeing the Maverick brought out by DD. You just know Anderson knows exactly where every little piece of util is brought. They're doing such a good job of getting in there with their drones, calling out for that info. We're in a bit of a trap meta at the moment. D+ trying to lean into that Fenrir, but somewhat nullified. Anderson just as scary with that Blackbeard as he is with the Monty. You know what else is scary? Is seeing Shurip on the Sophia down below. He wants to find those 3 big booms. He's actually very close to Nears.
Right there.
Oh, he didn't quite have the info, unfortunately for him. But Nears hears those explosions and thinks, oh crap, I didn't realize I was vulnerable to that. And Churib actually finds a kill down below onto Midi regardless.
Trying to flank him. There is a world where Churib actually went for the big booms, wanting Midi to go for the flank push. There's a different team was holding cam for him. Not entirely certain. Now they got 50 seconds and a Blackbeard on Anaton here on Aqua, looking for that spearhead of a backstab. Musi takes Saka down elsewhere on the ace, not the end of the world. But Levy is stalling out the round here and slowing down the push from CAG.
Now patience here from Shuri. You can get those concussions out as well. No more smoke means that Anaton has a lot more free reign. He'll actually throw the nade to give him space to rotate back. It looks like CAG are pivoting. Oh my god! Oh. What a shot there from Nears! A quick flick onto Anaton's head. That might be the round in favor of D+. Indeed, it seems to be out of nowhere. CAG by Varel collapse. The first round on the board for the Brazilians.
It very much felt like CAG just had a very different style of approach into that round. They weren't doing a whole lot on the server, maybe thinking that D+ are going to be acting out and trying to go for some desperate plays, but they were holding on pretty strong despite having no information. They never surrendered catwalk control, Nears kept retaking it, didn't die to the vert of Shurib, and Blackbeard was shot out by the Toxic Babes off Levy. So there was no real push there that came to fruition for CAG. But I think that's just one of many approaches that they have up in their sleeve. So I'm not too worried about them, to be fair. And D+ will go to tertiary once again. This might just be the biggest challenge in the first half. Because D+, ideally, they want the 3-3 half. And winning the next bomb site after this, going back to basement maybe, might be a little bit easier. But the tertiary can often be tricky for the defense. I mean, you look at the current defending lineup, they're just trying to make the fighting a little bit easier. The Lesion Mines, the Thorn Traps, that's going to help you in the fights. The smoke can stall out the plant, and the Solus can make you play vertically with more accurate information. So they're trying to say, hey, if CG are going to go for a plant rush, we sort of have that covered. If they go for the fighting of the roam play upstairs, we sort of have that covered as well. They're not excellent in one particular area, but they're pretty decent across the board. But I see a Thatcher. And a Thatcher often means a simple, direct take.
I love a Thatcher. Definitely, like, by far, my most underrated attacking operator in the current meta. I just love it. It lends itself to creativity. It lends itself to teams that have a good plan. And yet, it's actually quite versatile, right? Like, you've talked before about how you can use Thatcher like a budget IQ to just check for things like gadgets. For example, Thorn Traps, electronic gadgets. You can check for them. Also, just shout out Anaton. He's just doing what we know and love. He's playing a third different shield operator in 5 rounds.
We might see a few next round as well. It's completely possible with its basement. We'll keep our eyes peeled for it. But Nears, looking to be the playmaker on the Solus in the middle of the building, can kind of scan where the blitz is going because you can constantly see the shield whenever you have that in your hands. You're gonna go Kako window with a grenade. I think this is the distraction play while they push Aqua instead. Yeah, they're just covering sound. Oh.
Wow,
they all die.
Okay. Before you know it, Midi has just erupted. And CAG letting this half slip away from them. They were 3-0 up. D+ looked very rough. But quickly, they get back into it, especially a big 3K for a Midi there. Didi and Zaka should not be able to win this. Shotgun in close range from Nears. Great shot from Didi. And he was on camera as well. Just maybe there's a chance.
Technically winnable. As long as they keep making steady progress, because they don't want to get locked out by the Toxic Babes in the final seconds of this one, right? Right, for now, timer's completely fine. And they're taking out Solus. I can see where the plant is going down, so yes, super playable. Ideally, they find one more pick or just go for a rush plant.
Yeah, hard to plant though when you have no control above the bomb site or below the bomb site.
There was a small hole in the floor.
Round is done. Yeah, nice little vert there from the defense. Levy looking happy, waiting for his fist bump as he gets it. D+ are now within touching distance to catch up with CAG. Now, I really thought 3 rounds of attack in a row was pretty much a done deal. I did not see D+ bring it back. But look, if they can get to a 3-3 here, that's a dream. Then we go to Border, where D+ already looked so good against Kinatrope earlier today. Yeah, I don't know. it's a strange thing to see CAG leave a gap in their attack like that.
I'm not sure what the exact train of thought was. Again, they naded in the cargo window, springed up, went into Aqua, and then they're going to go into Garrett's catwalk at the same time, but I think there was a small mistiming.
Yeah.
Because they never opened up the bottom Garrett's door, so anyone was exposed to the window and gets shot in the back. Mitty was 0-5, then got 3 kills in the... I think he was 0-4 at that point, but he's got 3 kills. Really having a huge moment. Levy's still not found the scoreboard as of yet. And since that Solid Snake ban onto Shurip, it has really weakened the entry capabilities from CAG. I mean, Shurip's been on Sophia every single round since. Now on the Deimos in the final second. That's maybe a little bit better. Because think about it, those first 3 attacking rounds, if Shurip doesn't drop 8 kills and just gets in, gets 2 entries every single time, that's not going to be as easy as they were. So maybe there was a lot of reliance here on Shurip more than we realized. Holy Nears, that's a spawn run out and a half. Getting
not unexpected from Nears. Look, if there's anyone on D+ Kia that plays like they have and he goes the size of the elephant, it is Nears. He talks a lot of smack. He loves it. He loves to play aggressive. He loves to get in their face. And look, he does have the chops to back it up. I will give him credit. So much so that Shurip is targeting him with that Deimos to make sure that it suppresses any form of aggression.
Got a fair bit of self-destruction here with the Bach. Makes quick work of the soft walls upstairs, and that's the difficulty of being a roamer. You don't have a ton of reinforcements to work with usually. So when you're up against an operator like a Sophia, a Bach, an Ash, that soft wall that gives you a little bit of cover gets popped immediately. And you're seeing Mitty being a bit ants in his pantsy, just rotating around, doesn't get stuck in a bad position. And as the pressure is mounting upon them, Moosey sticks around, but Mitty falls back towards Cattle Rafters. Moosey's gonna choose to stay on the corner of IT, actually, just risk the biscuit.
Yeah, this is aggro. Yeah, look, unsurprising from Moosey, he's been one of the best players in the league. And certainly a standout since he joined D+ after that 6 Invitational. But he is a long way from home, all the way on that top floor of IT. D+ still roaming very aggressively. I think Nears is hoping he'll meet Anaton on that Blackbeard, but look, even if he does, I don't think the Oryx is going to be enough to take him down in a 1v1. Anaton is smarter than that. Hang on a second, look at this from CAG. They're sending it. Doesn't seem to work though. Zaka will find one. It's just Nears though, who is one of the roamers. That means the side is still well fortified. Falls trapped in the corner, but Mitty wins his fight against Zaka. CAG struggling to sink their teeth into this bomb site, and there are still defenders off-site. With Moosey falling, that's one of the roamers. Maybe it is possible after all. Still one roamer upstairs, that's Levy, and now Mitty has fallen on the bomb site, leaving Falls to be the last line of defense for D+.
He almost tried as well, plus a Blackbeard has to go for the knife, doesn't land it though, now he's in trouble.
Oh,
and he's injured by his
hang on a
teammate,
second!
and he dies too!
Through the wall, I think that was, from Falls. Shurip goes down, now it's all up to DD Man, and he will go down! Big clutch up from Falls on the bomb site. Levy on the smoke up above. D+, lock in a 3rd round at the end of the half.
They're looking so much stronger, so much better than they did to begin with. We were a little bit worried for them.
I was very worried.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 straight attacking rounds or laps. You don't see that. That's unprecedented. And then 3 straight defensive rounds gives them hope. And honestly, even if it had got to 4-2 there at the end in favor of CAG, which it was almost looking like credit to Falls and D+ were able to hold on and obviously get what was a much needed round. I think if it had been a 4th attack for CAG, this map was just completely done. And I don't think the second half is going to change it. Even still, at 3-3, I prefer the position of CAG by Varel going into that second half. I think for D+, they left their run just too late. You can't give up the first 3 rounds like that.
They certainly did, and I think as well, one of the talking points that we had, actually it might have been in the best of 3 before this for CAG, was around their opening round conversion rate. They were absolutely honking in the very first round of nearly every map that they played throughout Stage 1. They've now gone in and locked that in, but now this is where things get a little bit tricky, right? CAG are not used to letting rounds slip round after round after round. In fact, I do have a statistic here, which I think is a really fantastic statistic. 78% of the rounds where they've lost the first 2 rounds, or they've just lost 2 rounds anywhere, the third round, 78% chance likely to actually win that, meaning that no teams can really get on a roll quick enough. They can't find momentum in a mental game. They can't get on a roll. And for me, right now, D+ is bucking that trend, and they're starting to look more dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually quite intriguing. I mean, again, you have to also factor external factors, which is the fact they're playing defense labs. So at some point, it has to kick in that they're going to get round wins.
Yep.
And that happened as soon as they went back top floor round 4, and then the flow-on effect that happened after that. I think that also getting rid of the Solid Snake probably helped. So
Sure.
you think about the opening 3 rounds, 3 round wins for CAG. Sharif playing the Solid Snake, 8 and 4 half. Well, you take that away from him. He doesn't have the radar anymore, and so a little bit less ability to, he had 2 opening kills in the first couple of rounds. Clearly, there is maybe a correlation there. Not completely, entirely on just that, but I would imagine had some kind of an impact. Also intriguing, it wasn't until the very last round that we actually got a close round between these 2 teams. I mean, every single round in the first 5 rounds was very one-sided for the most part, 3 and 4 alive. So we didn't really get to see any kind of clutches. So there was no clutches in the half. There was no plants in the half by CAG either, although it didn't really need to get any plants, certainly in the first 3 rounds, so dominant on the attack. And only 2 multi-kills too in Sharif and Midi. A strange way to kind of start the grand final, but I think right now, as I said, heading into this second half, much prefer the position of CAG by Varel.
Given the fact that they're going to be going in with a lot of confidence, I am curious to see what D+ do with this momentum. I will be honest with you. Yes, I do agree CAG probably looking the more likely to close this out right now, but I don't... Look, me as a non-analytical kind of person, when it comes to momentum, when it comes to swinging like that, it is such a pivotal moment for D+ to be able to take this, gain that momentum into the second half, and ensure that there is not a flat line per se, but there is consistency. And right now, they're looking pretty good for it.
Pivotable, capable of turning on or as if on a pivot.
Is that pivotable or pivot table?
No, that's pivotable.
Oh, okay, I read the pivot table right next to it. Oh, take it away from us, please. Get it away from us.
Yeah, let's pivot straight away from that. Thank you very much, Rob and Jake. I think Jake is a little bit lost in the sauce after fumbling that 2v2 to you. Thank you.
I don't know what's going on that couch, man. It's, you never know what you're going to get, and that's the beauty of the APL desk.
That couch does things to a man. I can say that firsthand. But
Hold up. I'm hearing a lot of voices in my head.
Look, one thing I can...
Are you hearing that too?
No, I'm not actually. That's just you, man. Look, sometimes the insanity sets in.
Okay, let me sort this.
Look, I feel like this game has really delivered a lot more than the first 3 rounds promised. CAG looked like they were just going to dominate. D+ have now brought it back. They found their 3 defenses. Now they move on to the attacking side. Now, we've seen them ban out...
I'm so back.
You're so back. They ban out the double Electro Bros. CAG got rid of the Monty and the Grim. Does mean that CAG have Mira, they have Azami, they have so many powerful defenders. I like the Denari. But D+ are cooking something with
I'm a big
this
fan.
Glaz, though. I want to know what the idea is with Falls.
I brought the Denari out in the 2v2 earlier, and while I did just get destroyed by a player in a gunfight, 3 of my laser tripwires did go off to slow him down for like 20 seconds combined. So oh my days, goodbye, Saka, boom, 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 from downstairs from Mitty. That's the Sophia tech right there. There is no counterplay. You are not going to survive it. If they know where you are dead.
Can I get 3 big booms in the chat? Ready, Pengu? Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh man,
that's my new favorite meme.
Yeah, this is my new favorite meme ever since that Sophia pop. I'm loving it. I'm all here for it.
It's very smart though. Like the way they did it was like Mears just walks in a BB and just pings the rotate and says, "Now, do it now." So no like drone needed, no reliance. C4 goes out. Beautiful shotgun as well. DD, huge play. Brings CG back into the round.
Oh my goat right there. DD aggro inside of Electrical. Looking hungry for more. SMG-11 in hand. Falls goes down to GB. Levy, look mate, your team was looking rock solid at the start of this round. But now he's gone a little bit limp. 1v4. Don't think it's going to happen with 45 seconds left. And DD, man, here to close it with one more big boom. There it is from DD. A little shake of the head. And a sip of whatever he's drinking.
It's water. Don't worry about it.
I think it would
That's
be
something
so
we've gotten
hardcore
very
if it was
good
like
at.
sake or something.
I was thinking about it. I was like, should I make a joke about a player drinking on a job? I'm not sure. I'll just say it's water, but I was thinking the same thing.
Look, I'm just getting, I'm getting
I feel
geared
like-
up for the Osaka Major, mate. Sake for everybody. Lemon sours all right.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being used by attackers.
Oh, that would be a vibe. I'm not sure exactly what shifted, but obviously the conversation about the health and longevity in esports has been a very big talking point for, I don't know, let's say the last 5 years, give or take, right? People working out, eating healthier, drinking water. We're seeing a lot more hydration during the games across all the regions. We got the little nose breathing strips as well. Trying to look more towards like conventional sports, perhaps.
Yeah.
The lifestyle of an esports athlete is extremely unhealthy in nature. You're sitting down all day. And because it's not a physically requiring a demanding job,
Sure.
you can sit down and play your game of choice for like 12 hours in a row, no issue, because it's all mental. Whereas in a physical sport, your muscles will give out before your brain, therefore you just naturally take a break.
That's so true.
So
Yeah.
it can be hard to find that balance.
So true. What's funny though is genuinely like the most jacked people I know are all esports players. There's something about being a competitor that really drives people to better themselves. Like we see that obviously with Addison. He's one of the most jacked people I've ever seen.
Crying.
Yeah, and Crying is the other one. You know, Crying is just a professional bodybuilder now. Like that's it. Like I follow him on Instagram still, and I just see his posts every day.
He's not just. He is a professional bodybuilder.
Sorry, well, I mean, just is like that. That is his thing. Like he's not an esports athlete
Like,
anymore.
that's all
He's
he's got.
decided. No, he's got a lot, man. I'm not gonna smack talk that guy.
No, I'm
He could
just
eat me
messing
for
with
breakfast and still have room for seconds. But look, he is huge, man. He is like that is his thing, man. He owns it.
Uh-oh.
Nah, don't
Swing
fear
off a
here.
flashbang.
They
I
have
think
no
he
idea.
knows. He doesn't know.
Nah, no clue. Shuri.
Unlucky for Levy. He's had a hard time today.
True. But look, Shuri, that's just the name of the game for him. 10 kills so far in these 8 rounds that we've played.
Looks like they're coming out to play.
Good info from the Solid Snake.
Not quite the same value as Shuri was getting when he was playing that operator, but, you know, it's a start. Still early days with D+ on the attack.
Be on guard. Target acquired.
Wait, they don't know.
Uh-oh.
Misses it.
Wow. A complete exodus here from
ghosts.
CAG on the ground floor. You're right, they all fall back down the exo stairs. I don't know if D+ have confirmation of that. Midi was trying to get as much information as he could with the Solid Snake. I think it's safe to assume at this point that most of CAG has fallen back. But critically, the one operator that D+ lost early was the vertical operator in the Ram.
Hey, they double down. They got the buggy and the Rammy, so they can still do that destruction, but it will take a little bit more time, and Nears will be a bit more exposed to this 1C4 from Shuri.
Boom.
And if that C4 lands, lose all the verticality, it does do a little bit of damage, but the tiniest bit does not do any sort of real threat towards Nears. We're gonna try and fight back, because mind you, with this 4 breaking apart, like wallbang from Mitzi, there's less and less playable spots here from CAG. They're super limited in where they can play from.
Yeah, this comes down to the fights now. But look at the way CAG have fallen all the way back deep, but they even have a castle barricade fortifying their position. Falls, tries to breach that castle now. Once he does so, that'll be another player exposed. It's now up to Zaka and Anaton, somewhat separated as D+ need to look for a plan. That Kiba barrier from Anaton might actually slow them down. There's no planned position, and the kill comes through for Annie. Trade from Mitzi is now up to Zaka. He needs to take the 1v1 with Midi, but the F2 serves him well. Big round for D+ to tie the score back again.
So close to talking like less than a second on the clock, and it was very smart there from D+ because they had 2 players in that small hatch room where there was a Goyify and the Kiba barrier, and Falls did not go first. Nears dropped the hatch behind him, and Nears walked in, tanked the bullets, then you had the Solid Snake swing from the side and get the kill. And it's very important that that's the order of the sequence. Because if Falls goes first with the diffuser and he dies, even if they win the gunfight after, now they gotta turn around, sprint towards the diffuser, pick it up, and go for a plant. And there wasn't enough time on the clock to do so. So it's really well done there. Falls having the ego play in a correct sense, saying, I am too important to take the fight. Please, Nears, do it for me.
Yeah, D+. Credit to him. They really didn't have a lot of right to win that round after they lost the initial pick, after CAG wasted as much time as they did on that roam, but they very quickly converted it. And there's also, we get to see the value of having redundancy in your operator roles, right? Yeah, we had Ram, but we also had Buck. Just in case one of those operators was too busy or gets picked off early, you have somebody else to help out with the vertical game. And if it wasn't for the verticality that round, D+ wouldn't have won it. That's a very nice drone spot, by the way. Deep upstairs. Good info in the late round. Even the mid round when it comes to that roam clear. Bomb site is on the ground floor, control room. Which typically means you need to clear out the top floor and the basement below before you go for an execute.
Now it's Nears' turn on the shields. He's on the blitz. Paul showed us a little bit of a clash earlier. We've seen, of course, Annie have his different shield operators. Played 3 of the 4. Not entirely sure what the plan is going to be, but with double vert operator of the Sledge and the Ram, it could be a similar fashion of D+ going step 1, step 2, step 3. And that's going to start here with the top floor, trying to attack it. Oh, perfect read! He knew that the run was about to happen. It just stays there, takes down Sharib, the top fragger from CAG. Similar play now on the Aqua door, popped by the Ash Breach in charge. There's a blitz walking on in, so you can't take the fight with Chibisu. You're just a thorn with a shotgun. That's not going to be a winnable fight.
There's a crossfire here at the bottom of the stairs, however. Nears will rotate back upstairs, grab that defuse off of his teammate. Exothermic charge for Vert. Does open up a lot of the floor, and Annie's gone down. That's your Pulse. Mitty on the hunt down in the basement. DD Man tries to find him in response, and does so. Nitro Cell comes in as well, quickly detonates. It does pop that Vulcan canister. As DD finishes off the kill, Nears has made his way into the bomb site. He's tempting to go for a plant here. I don't think there's info here for CAG. I don't think there's a good bulletproof hallway, bulletproof camera. Just one in the lounge hallway, but that is not close enough to get info on where that plant might go down. D+ should be able to force this.
Just waiting for the rotation. Nears needs cover. If he starts planning and no one necessarily dies, that could be the entire round, but now they're watching from the vertical angle. Halfway to the defuse, CAG has to stop it.
Well, they could go for a retake here, but it's going to be harder now that DD's gone down, especially now that Chibisu's gone down. 1v3 with the blitz still alive. Zachar obliterated, falls, has a massive round. And before you know it, D+ from 0-3 down at the start of this game have taken the lead 5 rounds to 4.
They're doing it in a very stable fashion, right? They're not doing anything like super crazy, nothing really out of the norm. It's just a solid, consistent style of siege. Step 1, get the top floor control. Step 2, get the vert, and then get down to the bomb site. And again, like I said, the patience from Nears waiting for his teammates that are saying, we're not ready, please wait for us. He has that play in mind. Okay, I have to respect that call. I'm just going to sit here and wait for the right moment, then go for a plant and guarantee that round victory. CAG called their technical time, but we know Sparky, he can get a bit lippy with the players and saying, guys, we had a plan, you're not following it, here, listen up.
Yeah, this is time for Sparky to really spark up, get in the ears of Cag by Varel, let him know what's going wrong. It's 2 defenses in a row, they have fumbled. 2 big 3Ks from D+ players. Top floor bomb site is now unlocked again. CAG will likely go back to it. They defended it successfully last time, only lost a single player. But now D+ have a chance themselves to discuss what went wrong just 2 rounds ago and what they can do better this time. CAG can't afford to lose another round, otherwise it's map point for D+ on CAG's pick.
I do think that CAG are in a good position, all things considered, because the things that are going wrong in the round is that D+ are executing. And there's two things you can do about this. Either you disrupt them, so you go for early aggression, which, to be fair, they tried in that previous round. Shurip impacting the top Garrett's door for a run out. He was shut down, but he was attempting to go for it. Or you play the denial of the execute. We're talking about, you know, your smoke, your Tashanka, your plant denial, your Goyo. It can also be about, you know, a bit of a wall denial. If it all wasn't banned away by D+, Bandicite and Mira. They also have the Clash, I think, up their sleeve, still being saved for a rainy day. Right now, they're hiding the Fenrir of all operators, while also playing your Denari. So this may be a CAG saying, hey, let's get them closer towards the bomb site, right around the Denari lasers, right around the Fenrir traps, and then take the fights to them while they're weakened. Or they can toss them also outside the building, of course, like we see sometimes, and go for some more early swings, if you will.
Yeah, I don't know if the Fenrir is going to be the difference maker this round.
I'm not sure about it either. But I'm all for it.
Yeah, especially because the Twitch from Levy. Like, D+ are a big Twitch team. Not unusual to see that. Between the Twitch and the Flores, it's a lot of ability here for D+ to clear out stonks of util. When it comes to clearing positions as well, we've got the Capitao and the Glaz. It's a bit of a dream here for D+. The only thing going for CAG is something that I know you love talking about, Pengu, which is the value of any pick here. Any kill that CAG get takes with it a lot of utility away from D+.
It's true, but I do think there's a bit of an asterisk here. That value goes down with every second that we're waiting for, right? Once Twitch has done the droning, which they're doing right now, you're just a gun for hire. Once Thermite has popped the 2 external walls, you're just a gun for hire. Once Flores finishes doing his self-destruction, same exact story. So right now, there's a lot of high value. In about 30 seconds or so, you're only gonna have Glass and the Capitao still with stuff in pocket. And this is giving D+ a really adaptable way of playing the game. Because right now, they all have an important job to do, and they can do it. They're setting up for the late stage. And then when they get there, they're going to have people that are important and people that are just bodies you can throw at the opponent. And we're getting to that moment right here. Falls with his first smoke grenade, look towards IT for a deep angle. They want CAG to go out for a lash, but they're not. And now they're denying the Fenrir mines, or they're still on the ceiling actually, but now they've gotten them all. That means they have a free access to IT. That's the first point of a 3-headed spear that they're trying to build here on top 4.
Yeah, and CAG are just letting these layers of defense be peeled away from them. Flashbang can be withstood by DD, but he needs to win this fight. I don't know if I favor him to win it, as Niers has taken down Zaka.
Oh.
Goodbye to the Denari.
Disagrees.
Niers is hungry for more. Good lash out from Shuri with the MP5K. The recently buffed Wamai stands tall. Mitzi also standing a little bit of bullets from DD deep on the bomb site with that SMG-12. It's a much better close-range weapon, however. And now it's up to the Glaz of Falls to take the fight onto him.
Yeah. Now they got 2 points of that spear. They got Garrett's connector and IT. They're just missing that backstep between the Aqua or Me team, but they get a kill here. Falls long angle towards DD. Just down the Warden. Jump out, punished as well.
Yeah, so well read here from Levy. Anaton shut down on the aggression. Now it's time for D+ to just restabilize. 20 seconds to play, and they punish Chibisu.
There's a third.
Shurip in a 1v4, he finds absolutely nothing. D+ dominate after the CAG tactical timeout. It's 3 in a row from D+. Now 1 round away from taking the map pick of their opposition.
And again, they win the round the exact same way. Step 1, step 2, step 3. And they get that triple spearhead, right? The first one is you get IT control. That's the Glass. That's False. Also found the pick. Then they had the Capitao rotate to Cal Rafters to use his secondary heart breach to open up the Rafters wall for a deeper angle. That's the second point of the spear. And the third is what we see in the very end. It's gonna be the backstep from meeting / connector where Chibisu dies right here to Mitty. When you have all those 3 areas in your control as an attacker, there is nowhere you can exist as a defender. Nothing is safe. You have no way to win it back into the round unless you're hitting a nasty shot. And this is CAG kind of giving the space up early, thinking that they can figure out the problem on the fly. I think CAG needs to take that strat book right now and put it down and start challenging D+. Because like you said, high value attack and operators. If you kill the Capitao, you kill the Thermite, you kill the Glass before they use their primary gadgets fully, super high value pick. And CAG, they must realize by now how strong D+ they've been at the execute in the late stage of a round. Don't let it go there. lose or win the round in the first minute 30 seconds.
I think you're right. You got to embrace that aggression. You've got to play disruptive, especially when D+ is
so.
setting up for execute. Like, look at this. You've got Thermite and Flores to open up the walls and clear util on site, and then it's just free real estate for Blitz, Ying, and Glaz. It's the trifecta of smoke and flash ability. CAG are in for a world of pain if they don't take the fight to D+ early. But I gotta be honest, D+ have been pretty good at reading when CAG are going for these jump outs, for these aggressive peaks. They've been punishing a lot of them. Anaton died last round jumping out the electrical window. Now he's on the pulse. He's upstairs. He's going to be trying to call for these positions. But I don't know if he's going to be able to capitalize on much of it for actually going for kills. I feel like, you know, at best he might find a vertical C4 in the late round, by which point it'll be too late.
Yeah, no early contest. Also, I gotta say, I actually love how D+ have banned all the hard wall denial operators here on towards defense, and then just playing a very slow and steady game. We often see teams ban, you know, the Bandit playing too fast and dying early, but maybe the curse is real. I see how slow they've been playing, how disciplined, and Nears goes down to a C4. Great toss there from CAG. But they still got the glass and the blitz. They still got those power operators available.
Yeah, I'm loving the way that Anaton is using that pulse. I said before, I don't know how he'll get a kill. He's not necessarily getting kills, he's just feeding info to the team. And now he can, from relative safety, continue saying, guys, it's okay, there's no one pushing IT. Or, there's one pushing IT. We see that smoke, it's probably the Glaz. We can just sit back, we don't need to challenge him.
Smokes are running out. There's still another set here in the pocket of Levi on the blitz. He's on the rooftop right now. Not really in an area to help the glass push further. Let me see here. Oh, the guy IT, guys, be careful. There's a guy in alcohol way. Help me. There's no help at all, though.
Levy should not be able to win that fight in a 1v1. DD Man takes down Midi, but Muzi finally comes back from the other side. It's now all up to Muzi. Hello and goodbye to Anaton. DD must save the day. 3 kills so far. As the former coach hits double digits, Muzi's got the defuse. Is there info? The CAG to feed to their teammate of DD Man. Plant going down. Does Muzi fake it? No. He commits to the bit. And now he's got the superior weaponry. And he's got the shots to match. Big kill for Muzi. A 1v2 clutch. And D+ steal the show on Nighthaven Labs. They take CAG's map pick and are now just 1 map away from the Esports World Cup.
처음에 공개됐을 때 트레일러를 보고 이게 진짠가 하고 좀 현실 부정도 했었고, 그리고 진짜인 걸 알았을 때 엄청 기뻤고, 이제 옛날에 제 정감이 가던 캐릭터 중 하나니까 막 주변 사람들한테 얘기도 하고 했는데, 이게 제가 5살 때 즐겨하던 거다 보니까 이게 최근에 그 저보다 어린 선수들한테는 약간 그 모르는 이야기더라고요. 그래서 좀 씁쓸하면서도 저 혼자 재밌어하는 그런 상황입니다. 지금 팀은 살짝 자유로운 분위기가 좀 더 강한 것 같고요. 제 역할도 뭐 그냥 OP 캐릭터? 좋은 캐릭터 그냥 아무거나 골라서 하는 거고, 지금 팀의 분위기가 뭐 서로 훨씬 친하기도 하고, 이제 언어도 한국어로 소통해서 편하기도 하고, 환경 자체는 좋은 것 같아요. 사실상 형 역할을 하는 건 저희 지금 헤드코치 맡고 있는 동욱이 하고 있고요. 그 저보다 나이 높은 선수는 이제 데믹, 저는 아직 24이라 한 중간 정도인 것 같아요. 지금 클라우드9과 비교를 하면 지금 많이 메타도 바뀌고 시대도 변하고 해서 뭐 그때는 되게 체계적이고 살짝 딱딱한 느낌으로 우직하게 이긴다고 하면 지금은 약간 자유자재한 플레이 스타일이랑 픽도 자유자재로 바꾸고 전 팀에 있을 때는 많이 했었던 것 같은데 뭐 이번 팀에는 다 그래도 경력 있고 다 게임 이해도 높은 멤버들이라서 뭐 다 알아서 잘해가지고 괜찮은 것 같아요 지금. 이번 스테이지에서 제일 이기고 싶은 팀은 아무래도 D 플러스 기아인 것 같아요. 그리고 사실상 제일 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 걔네만 이기면 지역 1위 또는 뭐 브라질과 맞먹는 수준으로 갈 수 있다고 생각해가지고 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
God damn, the warm-up is real. That buff. There's no two ways about it. They looked undeniable there, James. CAG were they were like headless
You
chicken.
remember what happened in the first 3 rounds, by the way?
Yeah.
CAG wiped the floor with D+. Out of nowhere, D+, straight back to it. Even at the end of the first half, moving into the second, yeah, I really didn't expect D+ to be the more creative and more aggressive and more in control team on the attacking side.
How often have we seen a team win it? Attack Labs 3 rounds straight to begin with and go on to lose the map?
Yeah.
Very rare.
Yeah, very well, because I feel like most teams, yes, the attack can have its place on Labs, but I feel like most teams struggle to get their mojo on the attacking side. To go 3 in a row and then still lose the map, especially, losing 3 in a row after your 3 streak, and then to move into the second half and see a much more inspired attack from D+. Like, I'm talking about, we're seeing, like, Glaz.
Yep.
Yeah, we saw Anderson play a million different shield operators, but that's cool and all, but where's the depth outside of that?
Look, one thing we talked about in the half was a fun little stat that I threw absolutely horrifically. Okay, I put my hand up and say that stat, I did not outline it well. Look, when CAG, yeah, I know, when CAG are facing 3 rounds in a row, losses,
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. But specifically against D+ Kia, they win 80% of their rounds on that 3rd round where they're losing. So
if they win 2 in a row, they're going to win 3 in a row, is what you're telling me.
No. If they lost
lose
2,
if they lose 2, they're going to lose the 3rd one.
No, they're going to win the 3rd one 80% of the time. Guess what? Both times that happened this game, they lost it. Both times the momentum continued in D+'s way. So for me, CAG, who are usually great at what we were talking about earlier, kind of absorbing that pressure and that kind of forward momentum, it's not there today. And that's really unfortunate, because what's on the line right now is an EWC spot. Paris is just around the corner. This is one that they cannot afford to miss. CAG have not won a map in, how long was it, James? 2 years?
On the international stage, not since Rio, which is over a year ago.
My God, well, you know what? I say it's time for change. D+ are going to Paris. Not just yet, we'll have to wait and see. R6S15 to 15% off at checkout. And of course, that is running pretty much from, I think, the 3rd or 4th of August all the way through to the 15th. We got a lot of action to get through, but...
If CAG lose today, then that is the 2nd time in a space of 6 months they've
I've
failed
got
to
good
go to an
news for
event in
CAG
Paris.
fans.
Oh, please, hit me with it, Jake.
Let's do it, Jake.
Are you desperate?
I'm huffing the
Get on the
copium
copium.
right now.
So, in the finals thus far, it hasn't been quite flawless for CAG as it was in the group stage, where they quite literally went flawless 7-0.
Yep.
In their series against Scars, they dropped the opening map. In their series against D+, they dropped the opening map. In their series against D+, they dropped the opening
Are we
map.
seeing a-
Also, apparently, Liquipedia says we're casting, by the way. I don't know how to screw that.
Nice to be with you.
Did they
mate.
get this one right? Oh, yeah, they did.
I want to see what's happened in this one. In the okay, so yeah, CAG lost the opening map in every game so far of the stage finals.
What is it with them in opening matches, opening rounds? They just don't seem to convert, Dev.
Yeah, I don't know. Also, I don't have my laptop in front of me at the moment, but when I did check before, Nighthaven Labs was the last time that we saw CAG and D+ play on Nighthaven Labs.
7-0.
D+, no, really? Oh crap! That's not what I thought.
We completely. That was
I was
very
looking
quickly.
I was looking further back. The time before that, D+ won it in overtime. You kidding me? It was 7. That was the upper final.
That was upper final.
Holy
Don't
crap!
ever let this desk ever exist ever again.
CAG's cooked, man. That's not good. You go.
I just told you they're not cooked. They dropped the opening maps.
Yeah.
And they've done it again.
But they go from 7-0ing D+ to losing it pretty convincingly. I'm a little bit worried for them.
That is
next up
one
is
element I
Border.
left out, was that the maps they did lose, Rob, in those other 2 games were very close.
D+ were very good on Border earlier today.
They
against
were
Kindred.
phenomenal.
And one I wanted to highlight as well quickly before we get into the game is Falls. What a day he's had, I said, because in the lower final, he was sensational.
Yep.
Sensational again on Labs. If we were to right now crown an MVP, I'm going Falls. And the thing is, James, as well, as you go for a walk and you can answer me when you get to the desk, is Falls was statistically, Rob, the lowest rated player on D+ coming into today.
Yep.
He's been their best player today. Huge turnaround. We spoke about it at the very beginning of the day. D+ are on their A game. Going to be hard to beat. And evidently so. They're not only on their A game today, but they're on their probably S+ game. They're at the top of the ramen ranking.
We're creating a new category for them, which is S+. But this is what we continue to say for the teams that are in. It's typically in APL. You look at Chiefs. You look at Team Orchid. you look at D+, and right now there's only one team that's doing it. You have to be on your very best, and not best behavior, best performance going into these matches, because at the top end of all of these regions sits quite a very strong, well-experienced roster. If you don't bring everything that you have to offer on that given day, you are going to fall short. And right now, it is actually CAG with their backs against the wall. But Jake, how many times in a row is it that they've lost the opening map? Twice. So this...
Well, 3 now, actually, I guess.
This could well and truly be, well, no, but they went on to win the last 2, so this could be third time lucky for D+.
Well, third time unlucky for CAG.
Well, let's hope it's not third time unlucky. I want to see a third map. I demand a third map. It is time for us to get into Border with an EWC spot on the line for D+ Kia.
Sounds like we're pretty split between us about which team is favored. D+ are looking good today. I can't deny it. I'm always going to be huffing a little bit of that copium, though, for CAG. Where does your heart lie, and where does your head lie on this game, Pengu?
It's hard, man. It's, you know, I'm gonna get a peek behind the curtain, okay? I saw a Twitch chat message from production. Somebody, 73TR4, said, I feel bad for CAG, but DK seems to be better at winning international matches, so I hope DK goes to EWC, wins it, and increases the Osaka major slot for APAC North.
Bro.
I feel like that's the real win, because then they get 2 spots. Then DK qualifies now, but CAG will qualify then for a major in their home country. That will be a huge win.
I think people forget that in order to increase the number of slots that your sub-region gets, you have to do better than the other sub-region. So in this case, whichever of these 2 teams from North goes through to the major, they'll have to do better at EWC than Weibo, EP, and Chiefs. And they have to do so much better that then the aggregate of the last couple of... Oh, bang!
Yikes.
The aggregate performance of that region over the last couple of events exceeds vastly both of the other sub-regions. Right now, APAC North is looking like the weakest of the 3 sub-regions. If you just look head-to-head between EP, Weibo, and whoever the best team out of this region is, I think that they would sit behind EP and Weibo at the moment. And it's up to CAG and D+ to prove me wrong.
Well, the fan in the Twitch chat did say win the whole event, and I feel like that would be outperforming the previous sub-regions and whatnot, but fair enough, fair enough.
I didn't say that.
I am with you. I will agree that I do think APAC North is going to be the weaker of the sub-regions. I think Weibo is the strongest by far, and then I think it could be O second, maybe APAC North here third, but also domestic play versus international play is a whole different beast, and one thing that CAG actually have above any of those teams is they have more experience. Right, yes, they've had DD Man come in from coach to playing position, but the core of CAG has so much international experience and history over the last many years. Went to the Reload Grand Finals as well and got clapped by Furia. Not many teams get to get clapped by them in a Grand Final, but they are one of them.
But of course,
that gives you a lot of experience.
Then they did beat Wildcard in that semi-final, right? So that's credit.
Yeah.
Credit where credit is due.
When Wildcard won the Rise, CG was able to stop them. So far, I was going to see a 1-for-1 trade early, but Anakin finds Levy on that ace from a faraway angle with SMG11. So now CG might be in the driver's seat. They got one smoke grenade and the injured to falls, and D+ are not progressing the map, but DD gives a free PO by swinging out unnecessarily on the window, maybe fearing the verticality from downstairs on Mitzi on the Demos.
And here comes the Jago payload from Muzi. Wants to go deep. Anakin is going to tank the damage, and, well, he won't even get a chance to. He will fall. Chibisu quick to trade, thankfully, for CAG. Just up to midi now. 1v2 winnable, but not when Zaka is swinging him like that. Great start there from CAG. Recomposing after a rough Nighthaven Labs. Border defense, they're looking a lot more gun up.
Obviously, very different pace here between Nighthaven Labs and Border, and then later on Clubhouse, which means there is a pretty good chance that we're going to see very different outcomes, you know? Yeah, not the strongest Nighthaven earlier from CAG. And the only thing that I would point my finger at was something that you mentioned, James. There wasn't a ton of depth when CAG won the attacking side in terms of their operator pool and their win conditions, right? Anderson played 2 different shields. That was the end of the conversation. It was D+ Kia playing Ying, playing Shield, playing Glass. So when we do get that side swap, I do want to see a bit more of that creative flow there from CAG. But now on defense, they gotta just do what they do best. set things up, create a maze of problems, and have that coordination together and picking the fights in their favor.
Yeah.
Because Border's a map where you're gonna have, you know, SMGs against ARs, holoscope versus ACOGs. If you swing the wrong angle, you're gonna have such a low chance of winning your gunfight. But if you pick your fights in the right area, at the right moments, together, that is how you can win more rounds than you're supposed to on this defensive half on a very attacker-favored map.
It's true, but if you look earlier today when D+ played Kinatrope here, they won 3 of their attacks and then 4 of their defenses. So D+ actually seemed to exceed expectations on that defensive side, which maybe means that the pressure's a little bit off now that they're on the attack. You win maybe 3 rounds, and I think they'd be pretty confident moving into the second half.
Look at this. Speaking of crazy swings, Zaka with the Yellow Scorpion swinging the tower outside and spawn.
That's a Noah.
Nears with the
move
blitz
right
looking
there.
for that push. That is the Noah special. He was the king of CCTV, both at SI and at the EWC when they were victorious. He is one of those guys.
He's damn good at it. Wow, Nears actually getting around it with the smoke. He wants to try and take the 1v1. Straight into Armory. Goes for a flash bit premature, but Falls is there to help out with the shotgun on the sledge. Reaper comes in for a bit of suppressive fire. Deep on in to try and take the top floor with some explosivity. And Zaka has decided not to overextend. He could have gone for a flank. I think they're somewhat aware of it. And yeah, now he's been droned on out. Shurip, though, does eventually put that shield to rest, and as Zaka gets tracked by the Deimos, he will fall back as well. Oh, never mind. He then goes back forward again, and everyone from D+ is dying.
What?
That was a very strange way to lose the advantage for D+, and it's just going to go from bad to worse. Levy caught in a crossfire. Zaka eventually goes down. Falls now with shotgun and Reaper on sledge in a 1v2.
Great start for D+, but this round was not to be. Another crossfire, not necessary. DDM with shotgun v shotgun will be the winner. He has been pretty good so far. He's sure be getting fired up. There was a great hold by CHG, denying them that aggressive push straight into Armory.
Yeah, love to see that. Oh, Sparky, man. Bro's on his phone.
Oh,
just organizing his flights
like,
to EWC, I reckon.
Okay, sure.
Maybe he's like, you know what, I think I'll take the train.
I can't believe these guys lost Nighthaven Labs. I picked this map and did all the right calculations, and they somehow just didn't play, you know? He's like the Fabian approach. I know you've seen the Fabian went on the Fresh and Friends podcast, Fresh, the EU analyst.
Really?
And he had a lot of words to speak about his PhD talent team at the time, when he was still coaching them.
What did he say?
It caused a little bit of a controversy that a coach could be that hard and hot-headed towards a current roster. But I mean, it was like a justifiable, like, upsetty spaghetti, but it's still like most players and most coaches wouldn't speak up and want to cause any, you know, tough feelings.
10 seconds left.
It's never easy when you work 24/7 together, and language barrier and culture differences, and you know, a performance that's not living up to expectations. And that is ultimately what all these high-level teams are playing for. It's about meeting expectations and agreeing to a certain game plan, agreeing to a culture within the team that everyone has to obey and respect each other's boundaries. But when you're spending this much time together in a highly competitive environment, that can be tricky.
That's right. Team culture means everything, especially when things get dicey. Yeah, especially if you're in a position like D+, where you felt like you're on the top of the world, went to the 6 Invitational, managed top 9 to 12. By the way, people forget, but D+, you remember what team D+ were eliminated by? I'll give you 3 guesses.
Don't. Oh no.
I'm not
going to guess. You can give me a few options. Okay, Furia, Liquid, or Face?
It was Weibo.
Yeah, okay, I would have never guessed that.
Yeah. Look, D+ looking to try and take Customs control. It's a 2-for-2 trade. But good operators from the defense that get shut down there. I could say good operators on both sides that get shut down. This is just classic border, an early skirmish from both sides. A 5v5 plant no longer possible. This will be a late and messy execute here from D+. But they're about to find there are a couple of players on that bomb site, preventing them from doing so.
Ooh. Just trying to think about the playable spots here. I don't think this is so easy for CAG. I mean, with the Demos tracker being active. With the,
What
hold
are
up.
you
They still
doing,
got entered
Muzi?
upstairs, getting a complete freebie onto the Demos. That changes everything. Now they can stay beneath the verticality. Don't gotta worry about standing on top of a mute jammer. They are safe. Yes, they could be can call their phones, but they can just tank that, take the 40 damage, and live on.
Yeah, plan's near impossible now here for D+. They don't need to contest upstairs to CAG. As you say, there's no verticality. Still, Levy does have some Jago payloads in pocket, but keep in mind that with the new patch, the cooldown is independent for every target. So he's now activated it for Anaton.
Yeah.
He could immediately activate it for Zaka and then Shurib, assuming he has scanned those operators. But he can't now spam Anaton after his phone has
team
been
flash.
picked up. Flashbang's coming. Oh, hello and goodbye! An absolutely nuclear C4 comes from way downtown. CAG are looking a lot better on border than they did on the first map.
C4 piece, and yep, that's it. Very nicely done. CAG playing the peeling back strat while still having Anderson flanking up above to take down that Demos operator that could have been so instrumental at finding those few kills all down to the vert. Operator bends? Question mark. I don't actually know what I would go for here on either side. So let's see what they choose to go for. Valkyrie and Demos. Okay.
Interesting.
Not bad.
Yeah, Demos band's good.
Yeah.
Give CAG a bit more freedom. You can see they have a lot more confidence now. But will that be a little bit less now without the Valk? I don't know. They had information from Pulse in the first round. They only played Valk at round number 3.
Yeah.
Still got Solus up if they want to play that. You know, you can always run bulletproof cameras. Could even go for something crazy like an Echo if you feel like it. People forget, but, you know, you don't have to play Echo in that traditional way these days. You know, you've got so many Yokai drones. You just treat them like Valkyrie cameras. Just put them around the map. If you never actually get a chance to go and use them and go for stuns, then that's fine. Just put them somewhere and then play like a Valkyrie. Go for a roam.
I mean, D+, all I need is one good moment in the round and swing that momentum back in their favor. And if I'm looking towards one individual, it's probably going to be Muzi. This guy's been on fire today, also in the earliest series against Kinotrope. He was finding so many 1vx clutches, often last alive and making that magic happen. Levy has been the one guy that's been on the opposite side, though. I mean, he still has not really found himself today. He had a very, very poor start against Kinotrope, had a pretty rough start to bank against CAG, and he's now 1-3 on border, and D+ is a team. They're losing right now down 0-3 in round score. But still, it has felt a bit like how much more can Levy's mental handle before it's going to be breaking point. The guy's not going to have much fun on the server for the last couple of hours, that's for damn sure.
Well, now that the operator bans have come out, it's time for D+ to repeat what they did on Nighthaven Labs. They lost the first 3 rounds, and then they flipped into gear. Earlier today, D+ managed 3 on the attack against Kinotrope. Wow, that's a nice Electric Claw. That'll be hard to clear. Yeah, don't often see a lot of Kaid here on border, but I quite like it. Really fortifying
There's a time and a
positions.
place for it.
Yeah. I like.
It's been read into well, right? You got Falls and Thatcher.
True, but I don't know what the idea was, but I heard the EMP come out, didn't get it. Oh, wow, they're going for the hatch.
Oh, the hatch.
Here's an idea. The tuber
that's
out
always a
very
deal
quick
with
from
it.
Chimisu. They really want to hold on to this position from Shuri for as long as possible.
Time to lash out. He knows he's going to be cooked in about 12 seconds of time. C4 goes up. He's on top of the freeze, so it actually EMPs him. He can't pop it early enough.
Oh my god. I can't
Oh, is he
believe-
out?
Somehow he gets out alive just as Nears on the Blackbeard makes his way inside. Finally, we see that hatch detonate, but it is way too late to get that kill. The one-eye from Shuri, fresh into the meta, and already CAG are using it very well.
Next step, I'm not really sure here for D+. You gotta find a kill somewhere. They almost do so on the main staircase with Mitzi downstairs, but not to be. Nearest in the Atlantic hallway pushing solo. That could be quite dangerous. And Muzi falls behind him apparently. So no more Grim Beast, no more intel, and Nearest goes down too. Great elevation spot there from And Saka, who finds 3 kills in the round.
That Nitro self from Chibi. Wow. Very quick close for Kag. As Falls is the last one left. Hyped up on the desk by Jake. Yeah, he's had a pretty good day. He fragged out a lot, but you're not going to win a 1v5. DD Man finishes it up. What a great strat from CAG. So rarely do we see full anchor strategies on this map. But no, CAG said, hey, we're going to pick the entire top floor except for East Stairs, and we are going to hard hold all of it.
I think Jake's been having a pretty good day. This guy's been spot on. You know, they lose the first map and then they win the second one.
Yeah.
And talking about momentum and everything else. You know, Jake's one of those guys where he shoots a lot of shots and you're bound to hit one dead in the center eventually, right? And I feel like that's today. Grand finals, he had the 2v2 where he couldn't hit a single one, but then on the desk afterwards, he's locked in.
Time for Hell to get right in the ear of the D+ core. You can see he's clearly got a few words to say.
That's a couple of hand waves here, yeah. Ooh.
Final chance to muster up a redeemable half here. Even 2 in a row might not be enough to take the map. You know, D+ are good on their own defense, so when we swap halves, it's not the end of the world, but how many rounds will they have when they do swap halves? 1? Maybe 2?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
D+ are having to contend with a couple of different
I
play
was never given
styles.
the trophy, by the way.
Oh, true.
For the 2v2, I remember because I was gonna be handed a trophy from Rob, and I brought a prop, and we never did the bid because he never gave me a trophy.
I think that when we go back to the desk at the end of the day, maybe when we're closing thoughts, maybe you should ask him.
We'll see. Okay. I'll bring it to the boss.
Do you feel like you earned your trophy?
I won, didn't I?
You did win.
I did win. I got my 2 kills and I won.
Oh man.
Nobody has ever looked at an Olympic gold medalist and say, do you think you deserved your victory?
I disagree.
You know?
Have you heard of the story of the famous Australian speed skater? I believe his name was Stephen Bradbury, famous Australian speed skater. I would highly recommend typing Stephen Bradbury gold medal.
Is it when the people all crashed in front of him? Is that the one?
Yeah. So he knew that he was never gonna win on pure speed, but he knew that the entire everyone else he was competing with were really gonna push hard and might stack. He goes for 5 laps, just skating behind everyone else by 10 meters. And then on the final lap, half a lap from the finish line, everyone stacks it and he gets gold. Iconic. A little bit of Australian history right there.
That's brain play. He deserves that. He was a smart individual. Come on, no?
No, I agree with you. Yeah, one of Australia's great pride and joy at that moment.
Hey, we'll take what we can get. Okay, a win is a win. Sometimes you'll remember how you won, but usually most people just say, yeah, we did that. That's all us. And at CAG right now, they've been doing a great job in the server 4-0. And if this being a very one-sided affair on border, no one's gonna remember, oh my god, CAG only won because E+ didn't or did do this, whatever. No, CAG they won. End of story. That's it. Right now, it's gonna be sure a ton of pressure here. Beneath East Stairs and on the passport door as well. And so just peel on back and give up that space and get shut down right before it gets back to safety.
Yeah, well done. Very well done from D+. Takes a lot of time, a lot of utility, a lot of coordination, but they do get in and they manage to take down one player. However, Zaka, who's been unbelievable on the L. Guy has only died twice, by the way, in these 5 rounds, and he's hit double-digit kills. Monster of a man here on border today. D+ have slowed down. Losing the ace is a massive detriment. Now they need Falls the tin can openers to breach open the site, but it's not safe likely to do so. Instead, he's snuck inside the objective. But CAG know about it. Out comes that Brava. Nitro doesn't really find anything. Falls might be able to go for a plant.
I think it's very likely he's going to start it down right now. The cover has to be good, but there's no C4.
No, Zaka finally put to rest. Falls has to fake out the plant. Good eye from him. Good spidey sense. It's all up to Chipasu now to flank. In the 1v3, he'll only find a single kill. D+ finally on the board and a bit of energy from the Brazilians. They took their tactical timeout. After 4 rounds in deficit, they finally get their first.
Hold on strong. I mean, if that C4 was to land from CAG, that could be a different conversation. But as I said, no one remembers the small details after the fact. So D+ are on the board, yes. So nice and steady, but this is attack on border. I mean, ideally, this is where you're going to pick out the majority of your rounds. We'll have to see what happens at the sideswell, but I'm still very much favoring CAG in this one. Then, I mean, if we gotta go there, it's Clubhouse, which, to be honest, I think is anybody's map. Even before the series started, it's very much favoring both teams' strengths and weaknesses, I would argue. So, I would love to go there.
Yeah, I think Clubhouse is so iconic as well, right?
It is.
Doesn't get much more iconic than Clubhouse in the modern era of Rainbow Six. It's just, it's the bread and butter of Siege. Like, you've got hard breach, you've got power positions. Somehow we still have new metas and changes to the way that sites are set up and played, even this deep, even though Clubhouse hasn't really changed since it had its like map buff in, when was that? Was that like 2018 or 2019, I'm going to say? Clubhouse has always been in the pool, right? Like even old Club was in the pool back in the day. It's never not been in the map pool. There's a bit of...
Yeah, that's true.
There's a bit of trivia for you. Is that one of the only maps, maybe Club and Cafe, the only maps that have always been in the map pool?
Cafe was out of the Pro League map pool when it was getting reworked, I'm pretty sure.
Really?
I wanna say it. It was out of ranked. So I am to ooh.
Old Cafe was very bad.
For whatever reason, I wanna say Cafe was out for a singular season, but I have no proof to back it up. I was like, look back in the history books.
Chat,
from
fact
memory,
check this.
Clubhouse was always in. Yeah, that's Twitch chat in here. I do think Clubhouse was always there because back in the day, we just got everything shipped to Pro League Media. There's no quarantine for operators. There's no ban system. There was every map got instantly shipped in. We had Favela and Pro League. Yeah,
Operation Chimera. Good times.
Operation Chimera changed a lot of things for the future. Lion did generational damage to the balancing of Rainbow Six Siege and how we handled the quarantine.
To recover from that. Even Blood Orchid, when we got Ying, Legion, and Ella in the same season, by the way, how insane is that? Yeah. Peak Legion, peak Ella, and peak Ying in the same bloody season.
Oh, that's true. Oh man, good old times. Border is also been there for a very, very long time. A lot of experience to be had on this map and not many changes, so if you've been here since the beginning as a pro player, it must feel kind of funny to still be around on an old school style map in newer modern Siege. Anaton is good for another swing there. Shutting out D+, who this entire attack has looked kind of, I don't know, fangless.
Yeah.
Not a lot of pushing power happening.
Very uninspired from D+, a little bit overthinky here. And finally, they find a kill. Desperate to find one. Nears wants to swing inside. DD goes down. Maybe there is a chance after all. Zaka covers his sound, but he doesn't realize that Levy is watching his position. This was a 3v5 for D+. They've brought it back to a 3v2. I wonder if Chibisu is able to find the kill here. The timing is not on. He doesn't realize D+ have actually sent it deep just at the perfect time to dodge his position. I think the D+ might be able to form up a plant here.
I don't have the diffuser though, it's on the ground, I think kind of far away from most of the attackers, so it might be a matter of going for kills, unless somebody has to make a big rotation.
Oh my god, he knows!
Outside the Sinner's window, and Shurib knows about it actually. He could be on for a freebie here.
Does Nears know that he's being watched? Indeed he does! Oh. So smart there from Nears. Now it's all up to Chibisu. Gets the injure onto Levy. Not sure he's aware of it. Nears now has the diffuser. There's not a lot of time on the clock. He finds Midi. Oh, 1v1 now. Down from the 1v3 to the #1 player in APAC North.
They go upstairs.
And he does go on the verticality. He knows exactly where Nears is. He can get the info. He can deny the plant. Oh. Hang on a second.
Wait,
it looked the wrong way.
Oh my god.
But thankfully still recomposes. It's a dominant half for CAG. 5-1 on a defensive border.
Yeah, he was laughing almost as much as we were then. We were a little bit worried for him.
We were a little bit like, oh, hang on. What a half, CAG. I mean, I said before, they dropped the first map.
Yep.
They like to do that, and then they respond. And boy, in the same vein that I said to James on the couch before, I said, how often do you see a team get 3 attacking rounds on labs and go on and lose it? How often do you see a team get 4 straight defensive rounds on border and lose it? We're about to find out.
We are
If they
very
lose
much
this,
gonna
it's an
find out.
all-time grand final throw from CAG. We should is the keyword, be getting 3 maps here and going to Clubhouse. But for all intents and purposes, across the entire series, I genuinely believe CAG's been the better team outside of some minor issues. But overall, the bigger body picture is they've just clearly been better, but they've just got to be cleaner.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed for D+, actually. I think on the back of their lower bracket final playing on border, I expected a lot more on this map. I won't lie to you. After watching the way that they kind of dismantled Kinotrope on those attacks, I thought, hang on a second. D+ are on here. They've got it figured out. Obviously, yes, it's a different side, but it still felt as though the attacks that we saw versus Kinotrope, just completely different outcomes. And yeah, different caliber of team. We're not denying
absolutely.
that.
I mean, that's the problem, really, is it? Like, for D+, you're playing border against Kinotrope. Now you've got to play against CAG. Just because you've played the map already today, you're playing a whole different team with a whole different set of strategy and playing it far better in terms of CAG versus Kinotrope. That makes it very difficult. And also, I was having a look before as well during the game. The last time these two teams played on border as well, D+ ended up, CAG ended up winning 7-2. So I'm pretty sure CAG has beaten them on all 3 of the maps. Like,
Scary.
This is a case of D+ just can't seem to get over this hurdle of CAG. It's happening again here on border. Labs ends up being maybe the anomaly. And if we do go to Clubhouse, I mean, it's a way in which it shapes up to be quite a decider. When you look at their records, 4-2, 4-1, both clearly having some very good time on club. I think we get there. I'd be very surprised now if D+ are able to bring this back and it ends up being like the most defender-sided border I've ever seen. I just don't think they have that in them. But I would at least like to see D+ keep it close, just so it's not a total blowout. But I'm fully expecting we get to Clubhouse.
Yeah, I would love to see that D+ can kind of come back in this series and really show us what they showed us earlier against Kinotrope on border. They are a phenomenal team. Right now, it's like the wind's been taken out from underneath them. Like, it's not the rug. It is absolutely the wind. They look breathless. They do not look like the same team that we saw. And again, it's super important to keep the context here. They're not versing the same team. They're versing a CAG that used to be like the Kinotropes of the world. They used to be really aggressive and chaotic. And since the addition of DD Man at the end of last year, since Sparky's come on, there is a real element to CAG that we've never seen before. They're far more structured. They're far more dangerous. I mean, I can't think of a single close round from that first half that wasn't converted outside of that 1v3 from Chibisu, which I think is going to prove to be absolutely pivotal. I got it that time, Jake. But it is time, unless you have something else to say.
No, I haven't got any pivot tables, no.
No pivot tables this time around?
No. But I do think CAG will win this.
Well, D+, look, they're not on the ropes by any means, but they are down. They need to get back on their feet here. I said it yesterday in one of the series that we had. If you're D+, this is such a massive matchup for you. This series contextualizes really the last 18 months. I don't want to put that much pressure on this game for them, but it really does. It's been 18 months of building slowly, getting better, getting more consistent to a point where they could beat CAG and could really look like the team that takes control of this region. But they have to do it here. They have to do it now. They've got to bounce back. They've got to look like the D+ Kia that we know.
Indeed they do. But, of course, CAG
I
are
got
on.
an update for you, James.
Oh, hit me with it.
So, would you believe this? Sprabuni was in Twitch chat and said, yeah, Clubhouse is the only map to have always been in the competitive map pool. This guy is always watching, always listening, always got the boost that to us. Thank you much, Sprabuni.
Bro knows what's up. But hey, that's a good vibe check from me, huh? I'm going to give myself a little pat on the back for that.
What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? You said Cafe was also in the map pool. I said it wasn't. It's on the Clubhouse.
Look,
it's me who gets
again, great team effort from Dev and Pengu. I mean, what
Oh,
can't this
okay,
duo do? Honestly, like, we've got
did
two
that.
6 Invitational championships between us, however many Pro League finals, like show match victories.
You should know by now. You should know by now.
I just think, you know, what can we do? Nothing can stop us when we're together, Pengu.
That's it. Next time I'm gonna get you instead of Noah for the 2v2 against Xenox. Unless,
Look,
of course, his
I'm
power
confident.
is
I'm not
over.
confident against player. I'm confident against Xenox, though.
Yo, you take on Xenox, I'll take on player. We'll see what happens.
yeah.
And I'll get to Melbourne for the less ping as well.
Oh, mate, we need a
It'll be an even
rematch.
game.
Absolutely, we need to see that. Look, diving back into this game for a moment, as that is what we're here for. Look, it does seem to be a little bit of a trend between these two teams. CAG, they really know how to take the fire even after they lose that first map. Of course, when these teams met in the upper bracket, CAG won 7-0 on the map that they took D+ down on. You can never count them out. They are a force to be reckoned with, even when they lose the first map. The second map tends to be much more in their wheelhouse. However, as we flip the halves, D+, okay, Nears.
What?
How do you win that fight? Shurip shot first. He had the Peeker's advantage, and he still gets shut down. Nears, though, forced to answer his phone. Otherwise, the Jago payload would deliver a killing blow. Muzi, though, is the one who suffers as such. DD Man hunting him down with the XK23. 3 versus 3 now. D+ holding on. It's Nears yet again. So deadly and falls. Big Q with the FMG9. DD Man 1v2. And Levy, the real Levy, will stand up in Fountain and rain down upon CAG. D+, not quite out of this yet.
No, not just yet. Gotta hold on, because just every single round that goes against you will also sway the momentum, the confidence, and you're getting D+, or giving them rather a chance back into the game. It was a round where CAG, they wanted to make it a convincing and quick round victory, right? They were straight into armory balcony, into the door, wanted to get a plan down as quickly as they possibly could, and then just got smoke banged by Falls, losing 2 members. They could have arguably slowed down, done something differently, but they want to end this as fast as they can. Also, mind you, longevity-wise, so yeah, it's 4-7, 5-2 right now. It's not going to be the longest UF3 of all time, but there is always going to be the aspect of how long can your star player play the best for? How long can you stay at 110% focus? Because even Shuri, who was so hot on Nighthaven Labs' attacking side, he's been kind of cold since defense on Nighthaven and all the way into border.
Yeah, I mean, and he was the player that lost the free kill against Nears that round. He was swinging his stairs. He gets damage to Nears first, and then Shurif gets 90-degree flicked onto. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about CAG in terms of like momentum, fatigue. Like, this isn't the longest series, like you said. It's D+ who are playing their second series of the day. I can't really comment much on CAG, but I feel like I know Brazilians well enough. And we saw the reaction from D+ when they got 1 round on the board here on Border. And we know that they're all playing in the exact same room in that boot camp facility in South Korea as well. And I know for sure that these guys will not be fatiguing at any point, even though they've come off of taking down Kinotrope in the lower final. There's just something about that Brazilian blood. It pumps so hard when teams are playing Siege. But hey, you never know what'll happen on map 3, even if CAG win convincingly here. We saw it in the upper final. CAG and D+ had a very long and grueling first map, which D+ won in overtime. Second map, CAG won 7-0. Third map, CAG won 7-5. So even if this ends up being a quick affair and D+ fumble it, I won't count them out on club. However, at the moment, the only fumbling is happening by the top fragger from CAG. It's Zaka to go down early on that Twitch. However, a quick response. Nears a little bit too aggressive. Look at that spray through the wall from Levy. No info whatsoever. But a refrag for the ages. Quick onto the 3v3. This has been a bloodbath.
So quick to respond right now. D+ covering each other excellently in the server. And right now, fighting is sort of all they have. I mean, yeah, they got 2 C4s, but it's not going to be about the verticality right now. It's about taking the horizontal fight, try to stall for as much time as possible, only fall down those hatches when you absolutely have to. Now, they do have Musi on the Orange, who can also get back up for a flank later on, but it's going to be a high risk, high reward sort of play. If they hear that, CG might get a free kill. But now it's DD Man walking down that 90 hallway, getting info on 1 player. It's going to be Levy. Whenever you see that Monty, you gotta get on our way. And then the wallbang almost takes on Anderton as well. So much pressure applied upon CAG.
Oh, and that kill might be the killing blow here for CAG. D+ just dealing with that Monty. Great kill from DD. Gets picked again! DD on the Monty, embodying his teammate of Anderton. And it's all up to Falls now, 1v2.
And now he's spotted. Quick pre-fire through the wall out of nowhere. 2v3. And it's a pop from DD and then a finish with the boot on the throat from Anaton. It's match point for CAG.
What the hell? This DD going crazy on bottom main staircase with 2 huge picks and a wallbang from enemy before the yellow ping even comes out. Such a good read on the situation. And it was D+, maybe a little bit overly eager, a little bit over-egoing CAG in that fight. You had Oryx right out of the corner, the perfect multi-counter. You had a crossfire, you could fall back towards Customs and just play safe. But no, they wanted to fight the 1v1 pistol gunfight against the Monty, and they lose it. But look at the chain reaction here. A kill downstairs, a wall penetrated back, we go upstairs, see DD man turn around. So many back and forth moments. Oh.
Damn. The read there. The energy. I love how DD is just never surprised. He's like that old sensei sitting back. He spent plenty of time watching the game from the coaching stand, and now he's... Look, he was called on about a year ago, right after he coached his team to a grand final in Rio at Reload, and then he was forced to jump in, play for the team, after not playing since the days that he was on the good old Donuts Varel roster way back in the day. He went to Copenhagen with them. He spent a long time coaching. He jumps back in the server as an emergency sub, and he never left. I think CAG realized, hang on a second, I kind of like having a dedicated support player on our team and getting the rest of the squad to be more aggressive. I mean, it's enabled Chibisu to just become a killing machine, Shurip to take every risk he wants, and Anaton to have the freedom to not have to be a support player. Anaton, he's a great support, but he's even better when he has the freedom to play however he wants, to flex between 100 different operators. Few players are as flexible as Anaton, and it's the secret weapon for CAG. It's all enabled because of DD standing on the back line. And yet he can still frag the hell out. We've seen that more and more from him.
There's even more to it. It also gives CAG more structure, more ways of playing the game in general. Like even DD playing the Monty versus Anderson playing the Monty. 2 very different play styles. It also has a player on the server who wants to play the game a bit more slow-paced at times. And you can kind of reel the players and say, guys, slow down, step 1, step 2. Chibi goes down. And this is D+ going hunting with Nears on the Clash, looking for these opening duels. DD man playing the Monty as a response has to be careful because if Clash finds him, he too will get stunned and guard broken, and that could lead to DD's early death.
Ooh. Almost a freebie there from Shuri. Yeah, a little bit too hot from Chibisu. I don't know how he got caught off guard by Midi, but now D+. Oh, they're just going to send it inside. Look at this. Shuri going deep, surely going to find a freebie. He does take down Falls. Worried though because the Clash is coming his way. He needs to get out of dodge. Full reinforcements come to support. But with DD falling, yeah, it looks like CAG may be falling as well. Midi traded by Shurip. Maybe we're just having a Shurip round. If him and Zaka can piece this together, defuse not been taken here. Problem is, how on earth do they deal with the Clash? No more nades there for Zaka. But if Shurip can come to support, ooh, Shurip almost finds Levy's head and does take down Nears. Way too aggressive from the Clash. He leaves his shield behind and gives Shurip a chance to find 4. Make it an ace. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, and make it 7 rounds for CAG. Wrap it up, boys. We're going to Clubhouse.
그때 팀에 새로 합류했던 저랑 그 샤일이 일단 성장 팀의 수준에 맞추는 게 제일 급선무였었고 그때 이제 점차 몇 개월씩 하면서 이제 실력이 어느 정도 괜찮아졌고 이제 팀과 잘 어우러지면서 로컬 대회 지역 리그는 다 이겼고 인비테이셔널 딱 진출을 결정 지었을 때는 다들 엄청 좋아하긴 했는데 막 그렇게 놀라진 않았어요. 막 우연에 의해서 진출되거나 그런 게 아니었기 때문에 꽤 자신도 있는 상태였고 그리고 인비테이션을 가서도 이제 플레이오프까지 진출은 했었어가지고 다들 뭐 기뻐는 했는데 막 엄청 놀라진 않았다. 그런 것 같아. 인비테이셔널 파리에 도착해가지고 연습실에 가서 스크림을 하는데 이제 보통 아시아 같은 경우에는 티어 2, 티어 3까지 가면 이제 너무 실력의 차이가 많이 나거나 크게 도움이 되지 않는 경우가 많은데 일단 티어 2, 티어 3 스크림을 유럽에서 해봤는데 저희보다 잘하거나 너무 다들 잘하는 거예요. 그래가지고 일단 그게 처음에 놀랐고 그리고 이제 저희 반대 그룹 대회에서 이제 그 팀과도 스크림을 해봤는데 이게 딱 처음에 느꼈던 건 진짜 보이지 않는 벽이 있는 느낌이었고 그래서 되게 흥미롭고 재밌게 했던 것 같아요. 일단 플레이오프 진출했을 때 그때 이게 저희 손에 달린 문제가 아니었어가지고 그때 아마 BDS가 CAG를 이기면 저희가 진출을 하는 그런 상황이었던 걸로 기억을 하는데 그때 다들 모여가지고 그러니까 호텔 방 좁은 데에서 한 5-6명 모여가지고 다들 기도하면서 봤고 그리고 진출됐을 때 다들 막 소리 지르고 되게 좋아했었고 그리고 이제 플레이오프 당일날 이게 메인 스테이지가 되게 멋지게 잘 꾸며져 있었거든요. 그래가지고 되게 설레는 마음으로 입장했던 것 같아요. 일단 스크림을 했을 때는 막 되게 갑갑하고 이길 수 있나 이런 생각이 들었는데 이게 저만 그런 걸 수도 있는데 대회만 들어가면 제가 뭐 하려던 것만 계속 잘하면 뭐 이길 수 있다 뭐 이런 느낌이 있었어가지고 생각보다 긴장 없이 대회 때는 잘 했던 것 같아요. 한국에 남아있는 막 친구나 가족이 다 지켜보고 있다고 열심히 하라고 막 응원해줬던 기억은 있는데 제가 애초에 제가 지금 리그가 어떻게 되고 있는지 설명을 잘 안 해줘가지고 아마 크게 막 엄청 뭐라 해야 될까 제가 잘 설명을 안 해준 것도 있고 해가지고 막 부모님이나 친한 친구 아니면은 그렇게 막 메시지가 오거나 그러진 않았던 것 같아요. 다들 엄청 고맙다고 생각하고 있고 솔직히 부모님 특히 부모님 같은 경우에는 게임 막 잘 모를 텐데 저 나온다고 계속 막 집에서 TV로 봐주고 하는 게 저한테 위안이 됐던 것 같아요. 일단 그룹 스테이지에서 플레이오프 간 거로도 되게 다들 기뻐했고 근데 이제 플레이오프 스테이지에서 첫 상대였던 메이커스였는데 그때 좀 이제 실력 차이를 많이 느끼게 됐고 이제 그걸 계기로 한국에 돌아와서 진짜 그 경험을 토대로 이것저것 연구하고 다들 더 열정이 많아진 모습이었어요. 제일 아쉬웠던 경기는 그룹 스테이지 때 그 다크제로 상대로 먼저 5점인가 따냈었나 그랬는데 이제 8대6으로 아마 졌었던 걸로 기억하는데 그 경기가 제일 아쉬웠고요. 특히 제가 조금 활약했던 경기이기도 해서 더 그렇게 생각이 드는 건지도 모르겠는데 그거랑 같은 그룹 스테이지 경기 때 G2랑 했었는데 제가 클러치 한번 못한 것도 아쉽다고 생각하고 있고 좋았던 기억은 아마 클럽하우스에서 7대4로 페이지를 한번 이겼었던 것 같아요. 그게 좋았던 기억.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. And talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kit goes cold, that would be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs. Cyber, wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun. Darius Sevens they cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation. He's going back. He's not quite sure. He
Nesk, you gotta go.
A few seconds. Stick it, Nesk. Stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ela. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down BC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
We're out of time. Let's put them in the ground.
Fall back!
Team 1.
Report.
Alive and well safe. We lost comms with the other team.
They have their orders. We need to go for Nyx. Dokubi, be my eyes. Mute, cover her.
On it. Hostile. Sending a payload.
You're cornered, Nyx. Surrender. I see one old man. One old man about to die.
I see your runner 7. 3 rows down.
Hack my phone.
Huh? What if
Do it now.
Quick thinking there, Sig.
We trusted each other, and it paid off. Rendezvous for extraction, Team 1.
Well, we kind of expected that, although the Jake Xenox and Diddy is the one that actually
Somebody
expected
called it.
Someone
I hate
did
to
call
admit it.
Someone called it.
It pains me
And
to
you know,
see you being correct.
The worst part is there was such a great storyline for D+. Can they be the ones to disrupt this? Jake, is the answer?
Well, look, a broken clock can be right twice a day. And I don't want to take all of the credit for this. Clearly, a lot of other people have put the work in. So I'd like to thank Des for making our STP. And Wikipedia.
Shout out
Wikipedia.
No, but obviously, I think it's important that CAG had to have at least got back and made it competitive on border and considering a grand final and what's at stake, they needed to win. And I don't think not qualifying for the Esports World Cup for either of these two is acceptable. One is going to be bitterly disappointed at the end of Clubhouse, and that's the way it needs to be.
Yeah, I feel like that's the one thing that sets apart APAC North from the other two sub-regions. OS very much in its own case because we get 2 spots and we've got 2 teams with the obvious picks for it. Asia, you've got 1 team that's an obvious pick for it and only 1 spot. In APAC North, even though we would have expected CAG to be that team to make it because they've been dominant with SLC and also at the end of last year they were more dominant, only 1 spot. Both of these teams have that expectation, right? Like,
they do.
Hate to say it, but we start talking, like if Weibo, for example, didn't qualify for this, you'd probably be talking about roster changes. You'd be talking about why. Like if EP didn't
they did make roster changes.
Yeah, sure. But I mean into the future. If either of these 2 teams, or one of them isn't going to make it, right? And what does it mean for that team that doesn't make it? Like if CAG fails to make it, then they start sweating and thinking, okay, Osaka Major coming out, we better make it.
They don't make that.
Yeah, that's GG,
they
right?
almost need a direct invite.
These guys just got picked up by Varel as well, like huge investment into the organization. On the flip side of that, D+, 9 to 12 position at 6 Invitational, great performance. Don't make it to Salt Lake City. If they don't make it for a second event in a row,
it's the whole reason they're here.
Exactly.
Literally the whole reason they're here. In this region, because it's an easier pathway. Because clearly it hasn't been that easy.
Got 4 chances in SAL. I mean, it's very competitive, but you have 4 chances.
Yeah.
Only 1 chance here in APAC North. Look, if APAC North always got 2 spots, I could say, yeah, it's a little bit freer.
And they can get that. Whoever wins this and goes to the Esports World Cup,
they can earn it.
Can they earn it? Because I'm going to be honest, I look at this region and I think, boy, they almost deserve 2.
Yeah.
And only 2.
Historically,
provided it's these 2.
Historically, we didn't have 3 sub-regions. We had 4, right? We had OS, SEA, Japan, and Korea. We combined Japan and Korea because they can play on the same servers. They do anyway, right?
Yep.
And also, Korea maybe doesn't warrant having its own region at the moment, unless you import some Brazilians.
Drive by.
But once you combine them, right, you only give them 1 slot. Yeah, it does feel a little hard done by, especially with how good Kinotrope and Scars and even Furex to some degree.
Whereas when you look at Asia, at least right now, as great as Daystar have been, Weibo's the 1 clear standout.
Yeah.
And then in OS, we've got the 2 slots, and it's the 2 teams that warrant it.
Yeah.
So really, APAC North is, and beauty that we closed on this, 3rd final map, 2 teams that both need it, both deserve it, only one's going to get it.
And that's the thing, like when you look at, when you compare it to OS right now, right? I'll be honest, I didn't expect Chiefs to be as competitive as they were in the series that they played. Right, they pushed EP, they beat EP,
them in the upper final.
and then they pushed them to 15 rounds on both maps. I didn't expect that. However, in this kind of series, I won't lie, I do expect that from D+. I do expect CAG and D+ to be going to a 3rd, and I expect, like we just saw on border then, for individual performances to make the difference in certain rounds. And I mean, like you look at the 3 rounds in particular, realistically, this should not be 7-2. This should have been 5-4 in favor for D+. If it weren't for Chibisu in round 6, if it weren't for DD Man with the shield, the 2 kills he got with the shield, and then if it wasn't for Shoe Reap going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
7.
but ultimately though, like this is the difference maker in games like this, because yes, holistically we look at both teams, we know that both teams aren't going to be the greatest technically speaking in terms of their strategical knowledge, but by God, we know that their individuals can perform, James. And right now, going into a 3rd map, I mean, I really don't know what to expect. Clubhouse is just, for me, it's up in the air. It's left with the gods.
I mean, Clubhouse is just the most classic Siege in 2026. You've got hard breach mini games, you've got trap mini games, you've got roam clearing, you've got mini executes, all of the meta power operators on attack and defense are relevant on this map. It's open season. However you want to play the game. You want to run shields, you want to run glads, you want to go for a Wamai strat, or you want to do the opposite. You want to ban some of those operators, lean into something different. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Wamai bans here. He is so powerful for holding rafters, especially now that he's got that Nitro cell or that shield as well. There's just so many options here on Club, but like it comes back to another thing for me, which is
it's a rare Sparky sighting. He's usually not on camera.
Did you see that he was on his phone earlier when we cut to him as well? That was a good
He
one.
looked stressed.
Well,
I mean, wouldn't you?
He has reason
Well,
to be. Both of these teams so dearly need this. I mean, going to a third map, both of these teams have such high expectations out of themselves. But I really think, like, on a map like this, it comes down to individual players having their moment. Like, obviously, you'll have some guys who are on, like, 10, 15 or more kills. I care more about DD getting that 1v2 like he did at the end of that last one. I care more about Chibisu going big on a round when it matters.
Yeah.
It's not just about the stats, not just about the kills. It's about the impact plays.
It certainly is. And look, as far as impact plays go, I know we haven't seen impact plays from Zaka, and I'll kind of flip the script a little bit there. But talk about consistency. Talk about a player that just through and through has been there for CAG over the last 2 years, continues to perform in moments where he's really needed to. Like, I must say, I think that he has stood up in a region of phenomenal players. Don't get it twisted. APAC North is full of unbelievable gunners. And Zaka seems to find consistency, Xenox, when it's most needed.
Yeah, I mean, I think that clearly when it comes to CAG, they've always been the kind of team that's had quite a lot of talent, quite a lot of quality. And Zaka's no different to that. Of course, formerly Arcali, just as a reference point for those a little bit unfamiliar when it does come to Zaka. But he, you know, I think that what he can actually offer is he doesn't need to be the main man.
No.
He doesn't need to be Chibisu. He doesn't need to be Sharif. But what he does need to be, James, is there as that third foil. And you look at the previous map, Chibisu goes 10-6, Sharif goes 10-5, Zaka goes 10-6. That's a good little even spread. He's helping out just as much as the top guys.
Yeah. And Zaka's a very smart player. He's happy to sit on the more back line. Sharif's the guy who's making the plays, taking the risks.
Yep.
Chibisu has a little bit of a license to do that as well, but sometimes he gets reeled in. Zaka much more reeled in, much closer to DD and Anaton with the main push a lot of the time. He's got some hard breach responsibilities. He's also clearly like such a big communicator, such a big personality on the team as well. He knows how to be consistent, which is what CAG need to deviate from that CAG of old where they just threw anything at the wall and see what stuck. No, now they have like a real backline. They have a real team that can achieve great things.
And the only thing that stands in front of them right now is not just D+, it's themselves.
No.
We talked about it a lot. We've talked about it extensively. CAG, it's always been about that mental conversation. I think for a lot of APAC North teams it has been, Jake. I think a lot of the conversation around these teams domestically, but more so internationally, is they're phenomenal teams. They're champion-beating teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I'm excited for this one. Clubhouse, talk about a classic map in terms of what we've got in the pool right now. It's not quite Oregon. Not quite coming down to, you know, kids' dorms, but it's still, you know, Clubhouse is a really good old-timer map and a good way to close out a grand final. Some would say there's something on our hands, Rob. What is it?
What?
Are you holding it? Hang on. Can we bring it back quickly to Rob?
Production say no.
Okay, never mind.
But Jacob, the point still stands.
Oh, the point stands. We have a series in our hands.
We have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Throw
You
it
better
over.
strap in.
Throw the series.
Why don't you do it?
Oh, you've got it in your hands.
I do. James, catch. Hit.
Got it. It's time to take this one and run away with it. Pengu,
You guys.
it goes down to a third map. CAG by Varel and D+, bringing out all the stops. And the stakes couldn't be higher. For CAG, they know that the Osaka Major is not long away. Before then, EWC in Paris. After failing to make it to Paris for the 6th Invitational, CAG will be desperate to not miss out this time around. As for D+, well, they were put down, kicked down in kickoff and failed to make it to Salt Lake City. If they go 6 months without qualifying for an event, that's disastrous. Both of these teams so dearly need this qualification to the Esports World Cup.
Two teams in desperate need, only one spot. That's a brutal position to be in, but at the same time, a game of high-level competition where you go into the third and final map. I mean, that is what any great player would like to achieve and go to. It should be a game that matters. It should be a game that takes a while to get there. And you can also get through all those nerves and all that adrenaline in the server, going through the various plays, the options, the strats, the counters. And if you reach that Zen-like state, you can start, seeing all the plays happening in front of you. You remember the talk with your coach before the game started. Oh, they like to go for this kind of push. You share that with your teammates. You go for a counterplay. It's beautiful when it all comes together. CAG maybe trying to take down D+ in a way that Kinotrope tried to as well. Maestro on the board here. It's always Kinotrope that tends to play this operator. Now it's Annie. It's CAG.
Love
It's
that.
going to be a bit of a bunker down here in the basement of Crop House. Start things off. With the hatches being soft. Wait, as a matter of fact, have they only spent 5 reinforcements? Is the top left tally correct? There's no way they haven't reinforced anything, right?
They mustn't have reinforced.
Is everything soft?
They mustn't have reinforced
There's-
a lot of offside. Wow. Very strange, very risky.
Oh, they're doing
here
it now.
for CAG.
Two more just went down. I think they're just late reinforcements.
Oh
Yeah,
my
they're doing
God,
bottom
dude.
main right now. And blue hatch was soft. Dirt was soft. The entirety of the B wall is completely open. Okay.
A little bit of a weird
so they
one.
reinforced basically nothing.
Well, thankfully for D+, they have plenty of soft breach, particularly in the shotgun from Muzi, so they can open up a lot of that. But right now, we're in the early phase of the round for D+. It's roam clear, take map control, start to push into dirt, apparently, but Midi's taking a hell of a lot of damage. DD detonates the fire to keep the Blackbeard at bay. Nitro Cell prepared. He wants to keep taking the fight against the F2. It's a dangerous game, but he has the HP advantage. Pre-ripped C4, just waiting for Niers to run towards him.
I'm not sure if he has a second canister or not, but that C4 is only saving grace after his fire vanishes because this Blackbeard of Niers can just push on in, take the space, C4 on out, does a little bit of damage, but doesn't stop the push entirely.
He's going to have to fall back from this Blackbeard. Wow, tries to take the fight with Midi and loses it as well. Levy from above will find Zaka. This is now a very dire position for CAG as D+ pounds on the gap. They go deep inside. Niers finding so much ground. It's up to Anderton now in a 1v4. Makes it a 1v3. Might even be able to take down the Blackbeard. Surely not.
No way.
Into the 1v2. Plant down from Falls. Uzi's already low on HP. Should be information here.
Long reload.
Oraniton. It is a very long reload. But now he's got 80 bullets in this hose to mow down D+. And Falls is trapped alone on the bomb site. Uzi reveals his position up above. And it's a 1v1.
He knows.
Not like this. 1 HP now for Aniton. Muzi has to clutch up. He will be forced to drop down. Aniton! He is the king from Japan. And he's made an ace happen in the opening rounds. 1 versus 5. He flexes his muscles on D+.
Holy hell. From stuck in the corner of Church Triple to being on the Maestro Evil Eyes, watching his teammate die one by one as D+, they rush the bomb site, and he comes off it with a single magazine, finds 3 kills, 1 reload, finds the final 2. The spacing, forcing the 1v1 gunfights. Just look at how he played that by the tall box. He's shooting towards AKs. Making his position known. He flicks behind him, looking towards the kitchen hatch. He knows the play that's about to happen. It clicked for him in that very moment. And Anakin, he doesn't waste any time. He gets the kill towards AKs, immediately hops onto the defuse, knowing that Musi's only choice here is to drop down the hatch, and I can catch him mid-animation. He has literally 1 point of health left in this very moment, yet he still goes in the swing. Pros do fake.
Oh man, I need a translation of what the hell he is saying in that moment. Was that a 1v5?
This almost never happens. It was effectively a 1v5, yes.
I can't
He
believe
got all
it.
5 kills, and the first kill happened when all his teammates were dead, and he was stuck in the basement. Like, yeah, that's a 1v5 clutch for the Aegis.
Up against a Blackbeard, no less. And even at the end, a 1 versus 2, Muzi made the call to go all the way upstairs, leave his teammate alone on the bomb site. I can't believe it. I mean, with a play like that in the opening round for CAG, how goddamn do you bring this back for D+?
I mean, to be honest, the only saving grace about this is that it's the very opening round. Imagine it's like, you know, approaching overtime or in OT, or it's CAG stealing a round that puts into a huge advantage. This is the beginning of Clubhouse. But on the flip side, imagine what kind of map this could become if we're starting off on such a high note. Now, the only thing for Anderton is that adrenaline, that's going to be soaring through his veins for a bit longer, and he just has to like relax down or kind of reset the mentality because he's no longer in that fight or flight mode. He has to just kind of watch Camps' Maestro once again here, communicate with his teammates and try to figure out how they can stabilize this round and not suffer that same consequence. It starts off poorly. Chibisu is dead early again. Zaga tanking the Dokapikol, taking 40 damage to his health bar, trying to stay fighting, but it's so hard against these DMRs. They quickly disrupt those Asami barriers.
Breach about to be appearing on the con wall as well, forcing Kagbai Varel back further, deeper into the bomb side. But look, they're ready to play active. Shuri prepared with a C4 in gym, waiting for a player to peek his window. Pre-rip, so there won't be a sound cue. As the breach from D+ on Jacuzzi. Well poised now, and a number advantage for D+. Tons of info from Nears as well with the Solid Snake. Starting to ping out some of these player positions as the Jago payload exposes and does a lot of damage to Zaka. He wants to go for a swing. Wow, actually does find falls as well. Just swipes on past him. DD's fallen, but Anaton's on the main stairs, pushes down deep, goes through the nade, finds the kill onto Midi. Now he's trapped off-site for a brief moment. Nears and Muzi decide it's the moment to go deep. Good kill with the F2, nice. But Anaton is there with the bullet hose. 7 kills. Looking for number 8, but he doesn't need to make a move. Shuri just around the corner from him as Muzi is forced to clutch. And guess what? CAG have plenty of info from the Evil Eyes. They can fall back down. They know the defuse is not in Muzi's hands. And now they're just toying with him. Can't even go for it. Can't even take down the Evil Eyes. At this point, they're just toying with Muzi. Now they need info. Where's that plant going down? It's a game of cat and mouse upstairs. As Shuri still up above. Muzi trying to chase him on down. But yeah, he will tank the calls. He can't actually get on his cameras anymore. It's just up to the teammates now to continue pinging that position. Muzi has to go for kills. Doesn't get the chance. Shuri and Anaton are simply playing with him. He'll save the KD, but he can't save the round. It's another heroic moment from Anaton. 2 straight for CAG.
A masterclass once again in positioning and decision making. Understand that you don't always have to play for kills. In that 2v1, they just fade away. They play downstairs in bar. They got the spam red pings. They have his teammate play aggro on the side itself while he can just kind of play as a backup. If his teammate dies, the attacker's forced into planting. They know exactly where. He can walk off for free, get the kill, or shoot him down vertically. It's beautiful. And before it becomes a strategical masterclass, it's Annie finding the clutch, finding those 2 huge kills. Deimos downstairs in bar, you know, walks up and just one-taps the player on the bomb side who was about to make minced meat out of his teammates. There is a hero for CAG. 2 rounds in a row now. That's Anaton.
Every player on CAG is capable of having a game-deciding moment. We saw it on Border. It was DD Man with those 2 pistol kills on the Monty. And then the round after, it was Shuri with his ace up when things looked dire, when it looked like D+ was starting to bring it back. Chibisu's had his moments. Zaka has been fragging out like crazy. And Anaton, typically on a shield operator, but even as well on the Maestro, on these defensive powerhouses, he can do the same. D+ have been suffering on these last 2 maps. Nighthaven seems like a fever dream from weeks ago. And now they must play the game that they have before them. 0-2 down to CAG on Clubhouse Attack.
He's off the Maestro, unfortunately for Anaton, but the difficulty of playing those cam operators is finding the space to go on damn cams in the first place and watch them and look at the current phantom pressure. All the walls are opened up, the windows, the barricades. If you're anybody from CAG, you gotta have your guns up ready for a fight. Despite D+ losing the first 2 rounds, they've been quick to get the first opening pick and quick to take that map control, and this round is no different. They're doing a lot at the same time. Muzi working with Nears and Mainstairs and Jacuzzi Breach. Once they get that scanner out and figure out exactly where Anaton is playing from, they're gonna come for him.
Death March
Another opening kill for D+. Second though, and it's Addington who goes down.
They got him.
That's the player you want to target in a big moment like this. And this cache CCTV bomb site is, not a favorite of defenders in 2026. Not in the current meta of Rainbow Six. The Wamai is still alive. That's one of the things that makes this bomb site a little bit more playable, but not really impactful whatsoever when you're fighting from this far behind.
Well,
though Midi goes down, as I say Wamai, Shurip decides to peak aggressive. The only way that D+ lose a round from a 5v3 is if CAG start pushing and winning 1v1s.
There's a player outside the main breach of CCTV. So unless they rotate a second player there, there's less backstab pressure now on towards CAG themselves. And they're actually abusing that. They're playing outside the breach, waiting for a drop down, expecting another freebie, and Levy's kind of struggling with that. Force has a shotgun, so limited what kind of fighting he can take as well. He's still might just getting more and more value, not making those magnets, or sorry, those cadellas go too far inside the bomb side.
Throwing grenade.
And
I think that went down again.
Yeah, it's going to fall back down. DD man swiftly makes it a 3v3. Both hard breaches now down for D+, as CAG have regained control of the round. I hear a Candela ringing into the bomb site, and Falls is deep inside. The breach exposed, and Nears will double down. It's up to Zaka now in a 1v3. Finds Falls. That's the deadly shotgun eliminated. Needs to make it a 1v2 now. But round the corner comes Nears. He's hungry for more with the AK. A third on the round for him. And a first on the board for D+.
Still way too close for comfort. It's a 5 versus 3 position that could have easily become a 2 versus 2 if a couple of gunfights don't hit their shots, you know? This is going to be D+ feeling that pressure in the server. And what do you even ban? You've lost 2 rounds to Anaton and Maestro just clutching in an unguarded way against you. Like, what do you ban here? I'm very curious to see it, if he's going to go for the target ban or the bandit. Okay, so just back to base here. Wall denial operators, Kaid, Mira, Bandit, no target specifically here. And then Solid Snake in response, I think is excellent from CAG. It is such a limited counter operator. You can stand in a mute jammer or play the vigil or whatever, but like that's the only options that you have. And it just gives you so much intel on the roam game there. He saw 2 separate defenders that was roaming in master bedroom and in offices all the way from Jacuzzi Breach.
I don't know how I feel about D+ consistently banning Kaid, Bandit, Mira. They did the same thing on Nighthaven Labs.
I'm not big on it.
Yeah. Look, they didn't do it on Border. They got rid of Mira, Valk, Clash. But, yeah, I don't know. I just feel like when you ban Kaid, Bandit, it's kind of like saying, hey, I just don't want to play this one mechanic in the game. I don't want to play Wall Denial. But it means that you're leaving in so much else. Instead of playing the opponent before you, you're just altering one fundamental part of the game so that you don't have to think about one aspect. I think the best teams in the world are able to adapt their bans to their opponents and instead say, okay, look, if they do bring the bandit, that's fine. That's an opportunity to use one of our 10 different counters we have. What about with the triple Zoph buff that we had recently, we Zoph out the bandit? Or what if we use Capitao on the bandit, you know? Like, so many different ways to fry a bandit player and actually turn that, same with Mira, into a free kill. So many different ways you can counter these setups, and yeah, I don't love that from D+. I feel like it just exposes a weakness.
Also, mind you, when the enemy is playing a bandit on defense, they're playing an operator whose sole purpose is to do something at the very first step of the round, denying those walls. And if you attack, there's an opening on Jacuzzi wall, and nobody realized. Not us, not Levy, only Shurip, so he gets a complete freebie and falls on back. They'll play the round 5v4 because they realize they killed the Ram, the vertical operator.
First opening kill for Kag, by the way, in this game.
Yeah. But yeah, you're making them play a bandit operator that only does one thing in the round, and that's your first step. So once you're past that point, it's just a guy with a C4. That's all bandit becomes all of a sudden. By banning the bandit, you are giving them stronger gadgets that have bigger impact. They can play in different power positions. That's like the most simple and not fully accurate way of describing it. But there is an advantage to leaving the bandit open. As you said, if they go for bandit tricking, you can get a free kill. Sophia below, Capitao, Maverick, whatever. And it can give you an early advantage.
What I'm really scared about here, if I'm D+, is the Azami setup. We've consistently seen the Azami AKs, where Chibis is playing right now, is so hard to clear, even when you do get dirt control, as Nias has just achieved. He's supported as well by Midi. Chibisu is forced back, but being that Azami, he's also the perfect operator to fight this. Wow, good amount of damage there onto Niers. Meanwhile, Shurib has actually snuck back upstairs. He's going to answer his phone as well, so he won't even take the damage. DD Man finally finishes off Niers with a Nitro Cell. D+ are falling to pieces. Tattered by the wayside. Kag look to dominate. As Muzi desperately tries to retake upstairs, he'll finish off Shurib, get that diffuser back, but that ship has sailed.
We flank the flanker, but the round doesn't make it easier. You gotta drop down the kitchen edge, walk into third tunnel, you got Valchems on you. You got a lot of crossfires established, they're just swinging around, maybe on so low HP. Muzi finds one though, open things up.
Oh, Muzi finds another one.
A second.
Hang on a second, this guy's won a world championship. If Anderson can 1v5, let's see if Muzi can respond with an ace of his own. It's just Anderson and Zaka left. Zaka exposed.
Left the case.
Survives, but just barely. Peeks out again. Quad for Muzi. Anderson, last time you made this bomb site your home. Now Muzi must do the same. He doesn't have the defuse. He's no. Oh, he has no time.
He can't get it.
The round is done. Anderson catches him in 4K on the cam. Muzi can run all he likes. He ain't getting that defuse back. Nice, valiant attempt from Muzi, but the round belongs to CAG.
Oh, such a small mistake. So the Hibana who died in the kitchen earlier that got flanked by Shuri or whatever must have had the diffuser, right? And Muzi went for the retake of kitchen. He forgot about the case. So if he had it, that would have been a post-plan for sure, right? The Goyo fire got popped. That buys you 20 seconds of time. You can easily win the round off of that. And at the very least, CG, they were running away. They were sprinting out of the bomb site.
And they caught him on cam as well at bot main. Like, that was the nail in the coffin. That camera can be destroyed from safely above in the hallway, by the way.
Yeah. Small things, ultimately with a huge consequence. Also, when is the last time anybody has ever flanked into kitchen from the main stairs? That like never happens. And there's always a guy sitting there having no job, right? Complete unemployed, or a guy on a drone who's dead early in the round. Neither of those two things happen that time. That's such a rarity.
Or there's a guy rappelling outside on that cheeky little one-way
Yeah,
angle.
that's the unemployed guy. That's the guy I'm talking about.
He's got no job,
look
bro.
at me, guys. I'm rappelling on chain. Oh. Yeah, get a job.
Oh, man. Look, yeah, this game has really run away from D+. They got to get the what's the saying? You got to get there's no way to get the chicken back in the cage. I feel like there's a phrase there and I forget what the idiom is. The cat's out of the bag. There we go. I can't believe
I guess you can go with that one.
You can't get the cat back into the bag at this point, man. This half has been completely decimated. D+, good luck getting this one back. I mean, ideally they'd be gunning for 3 rounds here. I don't know if that's possible. That's a second opportunity that D+ have had to win a basement attack. Keep in mind, they had a 5v1 the first time they attacked that bomb site. Then they had a 1v1.
Yep.
Both fall away from them. The only bomb site they've won so far is Cash CCTV, when they had an early 5v3. Now CAG go back to the master bedroom bomb site. And I think that D+ are starting to feel the frustration set in.
Not sure about the Ying in this series. Been played a couple of times now from D+, and usually, from our point of view, pretty unsuccessful. I mean, I guess right now they are getting map control, but you cannot be on a state that is valuable. But a Deimos tracker downstairs vertically would achieve the same thing. You know, playing an operator like Capital could also get the same thing. Regardless, they spend 2 Candelas, they get CCTV, that is pretty good. Now in that 5v5, they're by the bomb site, somewhat ready for an execute. It comes down to how well can they actually do it, right? Get the timings and find the gaps. A lot of teams recently have started attacking from the outside windows, jumping in, and often just losing the round. I would like to see D+ here try and attack either the office portion of the map, because that's the backbone of the entire site, or get a flank up the main stairs where Anderson started that clock previously. Because you need to have multiple points of pressure, and you gotta have a way to actually fight back against CAG.
Good control, though, from Niers, but he needs to win this fight. He does. Yeah, well played. Even though he is limping. The backup is Anderson, and he's lying on the floor, snaking in secret stash. He finds a kill. There is no backup for Niers, that's for sure. But the fire, as Muzi and Falls together, managed to get that kill onto Anderson. However, D+ have fallen apart.
right when they had their gap. And now Midi, oh, he's burning in the fire.
Oh, yeah.
That Thorn Trap completely puts a
outside.
stop to his push, and Falls has been playing outside, watching that window for so long. Takes a lot of damage, or rather deals a lot of damage onto Shuri. And now it's time for Midi to try and hunt him down. Deep into the bomb site he goes. CAG say, look, you guys can have the bomb site. We've got the defuse. 10 seconds to play. Come and get it, lads. Midi and Falls have realized that the jig is up. CAG have the defuse, and they don't plan on giving it back anytime soon. Zaka swings again. A big round for him. Big moment for CAG. They're up 4-1.
This is the third time that they have won because either denying them the diffuser because it's cold on the ground, or they have enough plant denial vertically that the bomb site doesn't matter. It's ridiculous. I mean, the basement round that we just witnessed, right? The 1v1 clutch, the diffuser was in kitchen. Moosey couldn't go for a plant. The previous Energen clutch on gym bomb site, they had evil eyes all across the bomb site and they're playing in bar and the enemy can't plant. And now we're seeing the diffuser drop inside of construction and nobody can go for a plant despite having bomb site control. On the second note, there are two major blunders in the back of my mind. First of all, why is Nier solo in office when that gives you everything you could possibly want, right? It gives you construction, gives you master bedroom, you cut off the rotations, and you can just sit there and be a sentry turret, right? Nears gets a kill, then he dies, nobody retakes the spot. They had the Deimos right on the hatch who chose to run away rather than dropping down with Nears and finishing the job. Secondly, Falls was outside the building the entire round watching the main stairs window. You know what's also watching main stairs window? The jacuzzi breach, where Deimos ran to from office hatch just seconds prior. So they had two people doubling down on the same angle for the majority of the execute, meaning CAG actually had numbers advantage despite not having more players alive, because D+ simply had people in useless positions. It is such an rare mistake for them to make, especially Falls as a very smart player. He will often be in a high value position. He's outside main stairs window with 30 seconds left in a 1v3. You gotta be in a higher value spot. You gotta help News take office. You gotta have a cleaner attempt of a plant.
If there's anything going for D+, it's that we're going back to cache CCTV. I can't believe that the scoreline is 4-1 when you look at the opening kill scoreline. Yeah, the opening kill scoreline is 4-1 in favor of D+, by the way.
It's insane.
Look, if CAG managed to win the opening kill this round, this is the most important round to win the opening kill because it's the bomb site that is least defendable, right? It's the hardest one to make work. Last time they tried fighting back from a 3v5, it's just not going to happen, right? If they get an opening kill here, or if they stay alive and play off of their anchor positions, the world is their oyster.
It's also, correct me if I'm wrong, but D+ have not called their tactical timeout, have they?
Good question. I remember them doing it on border. I don't remember them doing it here. That's a scary one.
Okay.
Why has Hell decided not to rain it on down?
So the only thing I can think of is that the way they've lost the rounds is just small player mistakes, right? And they know that. Like, it's been CAG clutching. Do you call attack when you're doing most things right and the enemy is just better? Or do you call them when you're actually genuinely making a huge mistake that you got to address? Well, what's Hell gonna say? Guys, that's not good enough. Play better. Like, that's not gonna add anything but frustration.
It depends.
So I feel like you're just holding on.
I guess it depends, though, if you're getting the coach in for a strategic reason or for a mental reason. Because clearly CAG are running rings around D+, and there's that opening kill! The thing that they were waiting for, the thing that we were worried about for D+. If you can't win this bomb site in a 4v5, and that means it's going to be a tumultuous half for D+. They're going to need to be impeccable on their defenses. Otherwise, you can kiss your ticket to EWC goodbye.
Reminds you, this scoreline, this clutch potential from CG has happened with Chibisu being 0-5 on the scoreboard. That's how hard Annie has been clutching and the rest of his squad. They have a player who has yet to reach the scoreboard. That's not the case for D+.
It's also their usual top fragger.
That's absurd.
Chibisu is the highest rated player in the league, by the way. 0-5. Doesn't matter.
Well, they're that good right now. They're covering each other's weaknesses beautifully. Toxic Babe goes out, and it's going to soak up Util in response. There was all the Sophia concussion mines that was getting eaten by ADSs, and now they gotta sit there and wait for 12 seconds saying, okay guys, what are we doing? Well, they have Nears outside the CC breach on the roof who can drop on the platform and take that backside approach later on. They have Nears downstairs with 3 big booms still in pocket that could maybe net them that opening pick.
Oh,
but
here we
even
go.
if we were to find it, there is such little time left. He's doing it blind. There's no info.
Yeah, no info whatsoever. It was just to enable Muzi to jump in the window, but he loses his fight anyway. Now Zaka wants to try and peek it, and then quickly realizes, hang on a second, I don't need to peek this. I can just fall back. I can just try and buy as much time as possible, and I'm going to run for the hills.
Great spacing.
Get the crossfire, and with that, get the flawless round, why don't you? It feels like this might be a flawless grand final for CAG. They are putting D+ to sleep.
Well, as one of my favorite cartoons in the world once said, Ruh-roh Raggy.
Ah, yes, that one. Honored.
We're in trouble.
Well, I mean, look, I think right now D+ Kia look like they're in trouble as well.
Yep.
Needed to get at least 2 rounds. They had the opportunity. I said to you here on the couch as we head into the 6th round, they need to win this. If they don't, it's going to be some troubling times.
And they didn't win it, did they?
They most definitely didn't. I mean, James brought up the good stat, which was, 4 out of the first 5 rounds, the opening kills going the way of D+, had so many opportunities. What about the Anaton 1v5 opening round? You think about the fact that Nears gets a 3k in round 3, they win that. Well, Muzi gets a 4k in round 4, but runs out of time. 1v1, time runs out. Genuinely feel like after the first 4 rounds, D+ should have been almost 3-1 up. Genuinely could have been.
See, you have to ask this question, and we have to ask it globally. If Anaton doesn't win that 1v5, if D+ stops swinging him and force him into a 1v5 as a maestro post-plant, this entire game is completely flipped on its head.
Oh, no, I agree. I
think you demoralize CAG straight out of the gates in that first round. You show them that you're here to play. And look, I don't mind the fact that they are trying to absolutely crush them into the ground in the 1v5, but that is every 1v5 starts with a swing.
I mean, it does. So where to for D+? Because it's one thing to sit here and talk about what's happened. Now, where to?
Well,
and
defense is better.
Well, that's the thing. You go defense if you're D+. That's the most important thing.
Yep.
You look at the players that are performing right now. Falls 1-6. Now, he has been, up to this point, tremendous today.
He has.
Lower bracket final MVP, and across the first 2 maps being their best player. You look at the summary of the series. So that encapsulates the 3 maps.
Yep.
Still positive. In fact, the only player that's positive for D+ 20 and 18, you look at Just Clubhouse, 1 and 6.
Yep.
So it really highlights how good he's been in this series. If they're to come back, if they're to win this, they need Falls. It feels like they need their captain to really drag them over the line, get involved. Now, they are getting a little bit more from Muzi in this game. 6 and 3, they'll need more of that. What they also probably need is Chibisu to stay irrelevant. 1 and 5, 0 and 3, and yet CHE are 5-1 up. That's insane. If you're Chibisu, you're sitting back thinking, oh, the one bad map that I have, grand final, map 3. But you know what? My boys got me. Anaton's got me.
Anaton, my boy.
Exactly. Look, I'm CAG 5-1 up. Usually you would, they're in the driver's seat.
Yep.
But I've seen enough Clubhouse in APAC to know how incredibly defender-sided it can be that I'm not completely going to write D+ off yet.
Do you reckon D+ could bring it back from 6-1 down?
I mean, they absolutely could. But I will think if they do not win basement here on Club, I don't think they're going to bring it back from 6-1 down.
I think the really important context going into this is actually how close so many of those rounds were in that first half. I think you don't want to discredit what D+ were doing. They were getting caught dropping the kit in places that were irretrievable, and CAG played it perfectly, like pinpoint perfect. They looked great. If anything, I think CAG won that first half, not D+ losing it. I think you have to put the pressure back on D+ now for the second half.
Yeah, last one as well before we throw this back over to the boys, because it's the last time we're going to get to speak before we reveal who's going to the Esports World Cup. If D+ are going to win this second half to get it to probably overtime, because I don't think they're going to win 6 straight. I would be very surprised. Opening kills must maintain that ratio that they had in the first half. Might even be easier to do that on defense, and certainly must be better in the clutch and get a lot more out of faults. If they can tick off those 3 categories, I can see them definitely getting this back to that 5-3, 5-4, and from there, the series returns to our hands.
Well, basement defense to kickstart here. It is, make no mistake, make absolutely no mistake. D+ must win this if they are to take that EWC slot. James, it's all on you, mate.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully Pengu's here as
here
well. Thank
hell,
God.
Rob?
I was a little bit worried
Come
there.
on,
I was a bit scared for a second. I mean, I looked at the TV next to me. Thankfully, Pengu, you're still here, mate. Look, thankfully for CAG, they're up 5-1 and they got the Monty. Look, I want to spin a yarn here for D+, but you're not banning Monty. You're going for Maverick? Maverick?
Yeah, so, okay, so I looked at it and I thought about it, okay? They saw the mirror ban first. They know they can't ban the kite and the bandit. So they changed there on the fly and say, if they don't ban the bandit or kite first, we ban the Maverick as a counter. Now we get one of the two alternate operators and two Bra on the board. And we can force them to problem solving and fighting for the first. No, but that's their train of thought, okay?
Feel like,
it might not matter, but that's what they want to matter.
I totally agree with you. I think you've got the right read. My problem is I feel like D+ are focusing too much on hard breach on both sides. They ban out the kite and bandit.
I'm not against it.
They're overvaluing how important hard breach is on these maps. Firstly, there's so many other ways to deal with hard breach that isn't Maverick. Like, you look at this lineup, we've got one Hibana, we got no tin can openers, we got no warriors whatsoever. Yeah, there's a bandit brought to the table. I don't think CAG are going to care.
Yeah, when I said I'm against it, I meant to say, like, I'm with you. I also think it's been too much focus on it. You're giving Shui, Brasak in this case, a Solid Snake that you target in the weight on Night Haven Labs.
You're giving Anaton Monty.
You're giving Anaton the Monty. Yeah, it is a big of a concern. They're going to go hunting for Nears. Speaking of the bandit, has a C4, can take down any with him if he wants to.
Now it's just a matter of time,
awkward.
surely.
That's very awkward.
Oh, Nitro comes out. That's
C4.
not half bad.
Walk forward.
Anaton takes quite a lot of damage from it, and now Nears just wants to deal as much damage as he can. It's a free kill for Shuri, and that is why you do ban the Monty against Anaton.
Yep. Beautifully played, but timer is taken 30 seconds. Gotta go very fast. Can maybe Public Kitchen Nats just drop one down, try and get a plant established. There's only one C4, but also, I'm actually lying. There's 3 Toxic Babes and Puck from Falls.
Oh, he's in the wrong position.
He's in dirt tunnel.
He's in dirt.
He's in
getting
Narnia.
aggressive. Yeah, but the problem is, as you said, for CAG,
stuck, though.
time is ticking away. And yeah, you're right. It may well be too late for Falls to rotate back into position. As I say that, he gets deeper. And now into the bomb site, Anaton will drop. He's being gassed out already low from the C4 from earlier.
What a gas.
Now he just needs to try and take some fights before he goes for the plant. He is being covered, but it's up to DD Man alone to try and prevent this plant from being denied. And Muzi will fall. Levy now trying to cover.
No.
Anaton confirms that plant. It's now a 1v1.
1v1.
Down into that 1 versus 1 with Levy and the TCSG. The impact grenade, if it lands well, could finish off Annie.
Oh.
But instead he 360s and duels the shield himself. Levy has clutched up big. It's the gene that we said was there present for CAG, but has not been anywhere to be seen for D+. Finally, Levy shows us a bit of individuality and a bit of clutch potential for D+.
And Levy played it so smart. There's almost no operators that can beat a Monty post plant in a 1 versus 1, but there's a rare moment here where you have the perfect tool for the job. And he was so low on health from duking the C4s and the gas and the bullets from earlier that he would die to an impact grenade. Levy had 1 spare in pocket, but instead of throwing it out and kind of risking it all, he ripped it, he showed it to Annie, and let Annie make the decision on how that was going to play out. Annie to unextend the shields, recognizing that impact grenade is going to kill him, and he wants to close the gap, go for a melee, ADS, and get the kill. But because Levy faked it, look at this, fakes it here, kills his teammate, turns around, he's ready for the fight. He baited Annie into because he showed him, if you extend, I will clear you with this impact. So smart there from Levy.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Finally, a little bit of fire for D+. It's been completely lacking for them. But aside from that clutch, a little bit scared. CAG, they cleared the roam. They won the opening fight. They were not taken advantage of by Nears on that bandit. The only real weakness for CAG that round was leaving it till only, 20 or 30 seconds left in the round when they went for that execute, which is what enabled D+ to whittle down the numbers and put Levy into that clutch position. But it does show that, look, CAG, they're not all go here. You know, they're not full pedal to the metal. They are a little bit slow and a little bit cautious, which you can't afford to be when you want to keep up that momentum. Keep D+ guessing. I want to see faster attacks here from CAG. Can't afford to have a 5v5 so late into the round.
You know, I didn't realize why last round flew by so fast, but it's because the desk spoke for 60 seconds into action phase. I was like, what happened to the timer? I lost track of it completely, but I realize now what happened to me is they're trying to steal our job, James. Rob and Sinnox, the faults on the couch, trying to do both of our jobs. I say no. We'll do all the talking right now, boys. Sit and watch. Meanwhile, Shuri will join them on the couch, sitting and watching his team struggling against the clash rather, and losing the Capital makes it even more challenging because that fire could be one of the few ways you could deal with this operator.
Yeah, best operator you could kill for sure. That said, we have Zaka with 3 concussions. People often forget, but one Zove concussion will guard break the clash, knock that shield back, and make Nears vulnerable. But this bomb site, if you have a good setup, can be very proficient. No Wamai here, no catch whatsoever, in fact, from D+. Instead, we've got the clash. But Chibisu misses his chance. He's finally off the donut. 2 kills to his name.
Nice.
Now Levy is going to take down Anaton. Yeah, he's continuing his form from last round, giving D+ a lifeline and perhaps a couple of defenses to pad the distance between them and CAG.
Mind you, it's Levy who has been so quiet, and I've been at least critical of throughout the entire BO3. He is now really stepping up and giving them a lifeline. He goes down, as I say it. DD Man finds him, but traded right back, so it's still numbers favoring D+ by 2. And they got the clash. They got the go. They can completely lock out CAG by Varel. We see the fire on the ground right now, starting to do that. And there's a clash doubling down. It is not a good time to be Saka right now.
Nah, because he's completely run out of util. No big booms, no concussions. 1 flashbang for Chibisu. Oh, and he's straight into Muzi. Falls at the top of red stairs, prevents Saka from running in. Second round of defense in a row here for D+. They just need a little bit more of a runway to catapult themselves back into this game before we can confidently say that they are here to play. And just in time for D+ to do so, CAG with still 2 rounds in the lead and just 2 rounds away from the Esports World Cup, they take their tactical.
I think it's also at this point you start recognizing that CAG, they have won a lot of rounds of clutches. And I think Sparky, more than anybody else, is able to recognize that. He's usually very, very good about, you know, us playing well, them playing bad, the round going according to plan, or us coming up with a clutch. And when you're a coach who's very neutral, not like as invested in the server and all the emotions and the singular point of view, you can also catch that, I think, very, very easily. So now he can at the top down say, guys, these are the problems. These are the big focus points. This is where the enemy is weak, and this is where they're strong. I'm expecting a bit of an adaptation here after the attack timeout, because you just don't want to keep things the same. Now D+, they've kind of figured it out. They have Levy really stepping up, and they're not allowing CG to get either early picks for a man advantage, nor to get to the bomb site with enough tools in their pocket. You know, losing Capital as the first member in the first like 60 seconds, that's always gonna be a super big negative to the round. It cannot happen again.
CAG need to be so careful not to keep leaking these early picks. Look, maybe it was possible on defense when they could come back and play disruptive in the mid-round, fight back, trade out those kills, and then clutch up. But on attack, we need form. We need a structure to these attacks, especially on this coming bomb site, Pengu. It's going to be about clearing from cache side across and looking for an execute on Jacuzzi or onto Gym or Bedroom, depending on the way that CAG decide to play it. This is the final round before we get the extra bans to come through. It may be the last time Anaton gets to play with that Monty. Time to make the most of it and claim match point right here and now.
Bandit versus Thermite in the big 2026. What will happen next? I was going to say False isn't even on the wall, but now he will be. He has only 1 battery in pocket, so if you just breach 2 sides of the wall at the same time, one is guaranteed to be opened up. They're waiting. They have Shurip downstairs going for a floor bang, I think, or maybe not, actually. I think he also tricked the wrong side. Yeah, he did, so Bandit in the big 26 teams. Not a ton of value there. So much for the Maverick ban.
Dude, that Maverick ban, man. Oh my god, so big.
It's staring at us straight in the face, and we don't like it.
No, I do not like it. Levy, though, continues the unbelievable streak here from D+.
This guy's insane.
They've only lost 3 opening kills in this entire game. Won 5 of them.
Yep.
Or 6, I should say now, with this round as well.
And next time it's going to be 7.
What? Thanks, man.
Oh, now it's 6. It'll be 7.
That's so
6,
true.
7.
That's right. That's very true, man.
I saw the stat come up for the defensive win rate and attack. I was like, wait, is that going to support my statement? But no, it's about the win rates, and it's not going to hit any funny numbers, unfortunately. No mind.
That's patience from CAG in the 4v5, but look at this from Levy.
Rewarded.
Yep, heard. As he made his way up the stairs, Shuri keenly listening. Good map control taken here, thanks to that Monty. I mean, D+ have really fallen back, given up all this ground to CAG.
Yeah, I think Levy got the kill from Blue Window, so knew he was somewhere in the basement. Also got to be the main staircase, Blue Stairs, or Garage flank. So Shuri just stood there for a long time, securing that kill. Finds a second. Now it's Anderson inside the office, getting pushed back, but he's going to be fine. Shuri with 3 big kills.
Shuri coming up the main stairs. Has been the main event for CAG. D+.
He's sprinting!
Ripped apart. Right when they thought they built a little bit of a safe haven. And now Levy, thankfully, from the grave, will help out with his Razor Blooms. But DD Man from outside the breach is ever so patient. Huge round from Shuri. With that, it's match point for CAG by Varel.
Guess what? Give Sharif his solid snake and he will find the gaps every single time. I will say it once more here. On Nighthaven Labs, he got 8 kills in 3 rounds, then they target banned the Solid Snake. But now because they banned the Maverick Ying, do they ban the Monty? Do they ban the Solid Snake? What do they go for now? Because it feels like no matter what, they'll leave a huge issue on the table. Monty will get counter-banned away, Wamai in response. So now we can also lean into the Grim, the Capital, obviously still the Solid Snake. We're still going to have 3 other shield operators for Anderson to utilize, the Fuse, the Blitz, the Blackbeard. I feel like the biggest problem has been D+'s operator ban approach for this third and final map, and it would suck if it actually ends up having this big of an impact that they're just going to lose the game off of it.
If D+ are to show that they warrant an invite to the international stage, they're going to have to get through CAG. If not, now when? That's my question. You're telling me that if they don't make it to EWC by taking down CAG right now, then their next chance on the international stage is going to be trying to beat CAG for a spot at the Osaka Major? Come on. In what universe is CAG going to let themselves miss out on a spot at our first ever major in Japan? And if it's not then what about the 6 Invitational next year in Brazil? I'm sure D+ would love to be going to that. How on earth do they expect to qualify for that if they can't make it to any of the international events prior? They won't have enough SI points to qualify. They'll have to go through the APAC LCQs, and I do not like their chances.
With their backs against the wall, and D+ sitting at match point with 3 rounds to win in a row, Levy on the smoke, went for a spawn peek on construction window. I don't know if that's acts of desperation or just D+ saying we're gonna throw everything we have at the wall and see what sticks, because they need this opening pick and they lose it. Levy goes down. Smoke first member 2 Saga LOL in the chat up against Solid Snake and the Blackbeard. Great operators.
Another one.
Gunfights. Get the intel. Another one falls. The star players of CAG really showing up when it matters the most.
And it feels like D+ has won almost every single opening engagement except the ones that matter the most. They took a map off of CAG already at the start of today. It's been a marathon. They dismissed Kinatrope. It wasn't even a real battle. D+ were just warming up for the main event. But it has been a disappointing showing from them today. They might have stolen Nighthaven away, CAG's map pick. But then we go to Border, where D+ are meant to be at home. And they only find 2 rounds. Now on Clubhouse, it just hasn't been enough. That's a lot of damage onto Anaton. But you can't count him out until he's on the floor.
Yeah. The only other sort of damage they're going to have that's not a gun is going to be the Razor Boom that are all pre-positioned on the map. There's a good chance that Ansel will be fine for the remainder of this round. Plus, they get a 2-man advantage. As I said, they can just hit this bomb site from 5 different angles. Main stairs, kitchenette, third, blue, motor door. And they're going to be finding a gap somewhere. All they have to do is win a single or gunfight, and with that, they'll get a plant position later on to utilize. And they got 60 final seconds here to set that play up.
Yeah, 60 seconds is all the time in the world that CAG need. They're just biding their time. They're waiting for the opportune moment. No need to rush this. CAG, this is your moment to get back onto the world stage for a shot at a championship. And Shurip's got all the info he needs to swing on Midi. Ill-advised of Midi to continue fighting this. Anaton takes a little bit more damage. D+ are just waiting, biding their time. Great shot though, Shurip has been dispatched with. The DD man quickly takes down Niz. Midi is doing everything he can to keep his team in the tournament. And he looks to get aggressive down at the bottom of main stairs, but DD quickly peeks. Zaka will finish him off. A storm is brewing in the north, and Muzi is the only one that stands in their way. And with the Osaka Major on the horizon, Japan will rise to the occasion. CAG by Varel to the Esports World Cup.
Well, it feels like it was inevitable. What a performance from CAG after losing the first map. Jake, by God, did they show us why they are the best that APAC North has to offer.
Yeah, congratulations. What a tremendous effort for CAG. And luckily I did my homework and saw that, yeah, they like to drop the first map and then make their way back. I will say to them, you go into the Esports World Cup, you cannot be affording to drop first maps there. You might not quite get the second chances that you do locally back home. It's a testament, though, to their ability to not give in. Labs was, you know, a pretty decent win for D+. You look at the streak from round 4 to 11, they won a single round. They got absolutely decimated, and then obviously turned it around on Border, and their clubhouse was really, really solid. I mean, James, smashed D+ here, 7-2 Border, 7-3 clubhouse. If Nighthaven Labs wasn't in the mix, we would have said this was a one-sided grand final.
Phase today on the latter two maps, at least. The thing is, there is still something hanging over them, which is, right, back-to-back events that they've been to, both the Salt Lake City Major and the Munich Major, not a single map win. Munich, I think, bit of an asterisk. They had some really hard games there, but people are going to look at the numbers and ask questions, and nobody wants to see the best team out of Japan dominate in APAC North and then fail when they go internationally. So this is a huge achievement for them, but the real work is still to come.
Well, they start phase 1, right, at the Esports World Cup, so they start...
You're the one with the little iPad.
iPad kid. Before we go into that, you can save that one for after this, because it's one you don't want to miss. Sparky. We never miss him, I tell you that much. He's always here, he's always ready. Sparky, a huge congratulations on making it back to EWC, and obviously, you know, I think that many came into today expecting CAG to be the favourites. Map 1 gave us a little bit of a heartache, but how are you feeling now that all is said and done?
Good. It was a good game.
Yeah. I think one thing I want to get out of you here, Sparky, is the overall mentality going into today's matchup, because I think, is it fair to say that you think you're the favourites here?
In this league?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious.
I think it is, but still close matches nonetheless. I want to get your insight as to kind of what is it that's ticking right for you at the moment. I know that you've had your comments in our interviews about, you know, the things that are going wrong, but what's going right for you in the team at the moment?
It's just very, very good individual players winning rounds that they're not supposed to win. But that's part of... But that's like... You're not going to have a major winning team, given that we're not a major winning team.
Yeah.
But there's no major winning team that doesn't have players that can win, like they cannot win rounds they're not supposed to win. You have to win rounds you're not supposed to win to be a major champ. So I think that's going right for us. And then just the standard improvement process is slow, but certainly, you know, it's working. So.
Yep, certainly is.
Sparky, congratulations to you and the team. A tremendous effort, 7-0 in the group stage, and then 2-1s across the board throughout the finals. I do have to actually kind of ask a little bit. We mentioned it on the desk after you dropped the first map tonight on Nighthaven Labs. That's become a bit of a common theme through finals. In fact, in all 3 of the series played, you actually do drop the first map. Do you think there's something in that, or is it just a coincidence?
No, it's just that DK is a heavy counter-stratting team, so they probably saw our strats. We just did some questionable things. Like, I knew we were gonna struggle a bit more on defense because they are a heavy counter-stratting team, and we didn't really have like strats that I thought would work better against them. So I just think we did some questionable choices on the last 3 rounds on attack. I think we should have stick with Monty. But it's okay. I mean, it gave me like a way to like communicate with the team, and also gave me a picture of DK's game plan. So I knew after border they wouldn't like our bans were on point. We picked Monty. Like I knew it was over after border. I knew like before border started. I knew if they didn't get the bans right, it would be over, and it was.
Are
So
you saying?
yeah.
You mean the map bans or the operator bans? When you say the bans?
No. When they didn't ban Monty, I knew it was gonna be over. Like they felt overconfident after because they saw we didn't pick it that much on labs, which was our mistake. We could have gone 6-0 in that half.
Yeah.
And so it was just over. We won a lot of rounds. We weren't supposed to win, but still, like I knew our border was better because we had new strats, and they don't deal well with new strats. Same for club. So I knew it was over. Yeah.
I love that.
Nothing much to say.
The no strat buff. Yeah, me and Penga were talking about that. When the Maverick ban came out instead of the Monty, that was GG right there. Look, I want to ask you a little bit of a different question, Sparky. Firstly, of course, I want to give you guys credit. Congratulations. You guys are clearly the best team in APAC North. I hope you weren't offended with us asking that. But like D+ have shown that they are really good. You guys are clearly the best team in APAC North. APAC as a whole remains to be seen. Maybe you'll get a chance to prove it at the Esports World Cup. But we've been speaking with some of the other best teams in APAC. Of course, Weibo, EP, and Chiefs have qualified alongside with you guys to EWC. And Speakeasy from Weibo and Gohan, they've all talked to us a little bit about the way that they've approached these games here in the APL as a method of preparing. For example, I think it was Weibo who said that they were preparing in the same way that you would prepare for a Swiss stage, where you only start prepping for your opponent 1 day prior to actually playing them. What kind of things have you done to prepare CAG to actually make a return to the international stage and start taking games off of international teams? Because we know that you guys are very capable of it, but it has been a long time since we've seen CAG win a map off of an international team.
Yeah, so there's 2 main things which I think like still needs to be worked on, but you know, with the new org we'll get new resources, so I'm sure that EWC is not really like the stepping stone right now, because we are yet to get some upgrades in terms of like getting an assistant coach and stuff like that, which I think can help. But mainly just individual improvement of the players, which I expect to speed up, you know, once we get the assistant coach, so they can do some one-on-one, hopefully in Japanese, and getting the players to be smarter, just overall be smarter, not rely on my timeouts. They're improving a lot, but there still needs to be some work done. And secondly, just the mentality of like not getting overconfident, and we did a bit of that today, so I made sure that we didn't really suffer from that too much, but there still needs to be work from that. It's just these 2 things, and we can get like half ranking in EWC if we had these things fixed before it. No more than that, I don't expect, but yeah.
Sparky, last one from me. I just wanted to mention, by the way, it's locked in now. You guys will be playing Fnatic to begin at the Esports World Cup. What are your thoughts on that first matchup?
No, I think Fnatic is a good team. I mean, just they made it, so apparently they're good. But I also think like their new IGL, I think their Mace is IGLing, if I'm not mistaken. I think is apparently working well for the team, because the team is winning. So, and Citizen is obviously a very good player. Citizen was not the problem apparently. And so yeah, I think they're good. They can make it maybe halfway through, just like us.
Obviously, Sparky, you know, a massive congratulations to you and the team, and nothing but well wishes for you heading to EWC. But before we let you go, is there anything you'd like to say?
You know it already. Thank
do.
you for watching the game. We don't have a game next, so thank you for watching EWC, and thank you for the sponsors.
It's short and sweet, Sparky. I love it, mate. Thank you very much for joining us, and you know what, mate? Go celebrate with the team. Go and enjoy.
Will do. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Sparky.
Legend.
Yeah, it really does give us some in-depth answers, which is really nice. But speaking about depth, how about Anaton? How about Anaton? He was absolutely incredible. He was here, he was there, he was everywhere. He was winning 1v5s, Dev. He was causing absolute havoc, creating space. He is absolutely an unbelievable player.
On Anaton's behalf, I'm so sorry to everyone else who played today because there were some real standout performers. But after he got that 1v5, I was literally just putting in the chat, I was like, that's one of the greatest players I've ever seen. Like, he has to be MVP today.
Yeah.
He's the
I feel
guy.
bad for Sharif.
Honestly, but that's the thing. He's shadowed by some of the best players, not just in APAC North, but wider, Jake. And yet he still manages time and time again to make incredible plays like this.
2 clutches. He got a counter defuse, went positive, 70% cost. Like, he put in a really good effort tonight. I mean, again, I do want to give the flowers to Sharif. Sharif dropped 33, went for just 20 deaths, 8 and 3 on the entry.
They can share the trophy, man.
I don't think they care about the individual accolades. I think they're just happy to have it.
Chibisu clapped for him at the end of that one.
That's a funny thing, by the way. Like, Chibisu went negative tonight. But they're the number
highest
one
rated player
in
in
the
the
only one
region.
averaging above a 1 KPR goes negative.
Yeah.
But that goes to speak about what Sparky's talking about,
And they
right?
still won.
It's not just one individual player that can pop off. It's every single player. And if you look at every member tonight, bar Chibisu, who got them here, they had a clutch moment.
Yeah.
They had a huge round.
Yeah, and just to go further on what Sparky was saying, right? Like, we had a 5-1 half on Clubhouse that probably should have been a 4-2 in favor of D+.
Yeah.
If you look at the rounds on paper that were won by D+, most of them. But CAG clutched up. Rounds like that from Annie. Rounds from Shuri.
Annie, do you know him like that?
Yeah, also we're tight like that.
Annie.
Yeah, we go to the gym together. Like, I watch.
I think he could lift you up and snap you in half. I'll be honest. I've seen him hit desks that have more stability than you. Sorry, that was absolutely brutal. I didn't need to do that. Don't laugh. That's rude. But,
Cameraman's just throwing me under the bus a little bit.
Look, I think it is pretty clear at this point. You know, the question I posed to Sparky there, Jake, which is, do you think you're the best? If the answer's no, then there's alarm bells ringing. What I was hoping to get out of him is kind of give a bit of context as to why. Because I think that for many of us, outside of the individual moments from this, I don't think that there was a standout moment that I go, that's why they're the best in the region.
I think the reason why they're the best team is something that we wouldn't actually have accessible knowledge to. I think when you're at such a high level, they know themselves what makes them so good. And those that play against them probably know what makes them so good. We can look at numbers, we can look at stats, and we can know what maps they prefer, and all of the more external things. But I genuinely believe at that top level, it's like, well, what makes FaZe the best? Again, you can just go and throw numbers at everything and say, well, they
Socrates
win
over here.
I know.
It's true though.
If you think about it.
I think,
no, I agree.
There's the longevity. There's probably the camaraderie. Like, you know, the way that they just flow and how people understand each other. Sometimes it's as simple as you make a call or a comm, and you have that communication and understanding of what your teammate's talking about.
Yeah.
Which you did not have earlier today.
I couldn't to be fair, I could barely hear.
Look, I want to credit Sparky as well. Like, it's been a long time that CAG have had a few different coaches, some Japanese. Actually, funnily enough, not the first time they've had an Italian coach. They had hybrid for a while, right? So, yeah, funny little fun fact for you. But it's been a long time since we've seen them have a coach that feels right. And Sparky, he can be a bit of a controversial figure because he's so confident. And I love that from him.
It's stone cold.
But I think that he's really bringing something to CAG. And the comment that he made about how CAG really just have a few little things they need to work on with that new support, they can do that. It makes me very hopeful that this is the event. Paris is where CAG drew a line in the sand and say, forget about Munich, forget about Salt Lake, we're here to play.
You know what? You guys are starting to leak into our next segment.
And what would that be?
What would that be? Well, it was going to be Five Guys After Dark. But it's not going to be Five Guys After Dark
better than
anymore.
Five Guys.
It certainly
It's
is.
Four
It's
Guys.
a lot better than Five Guys. It's Four Guys. That's right. For the very first time ever, the APL is bringing you APL After Dark, which means we sit around here, armchair experts as we are, we sip a drink, don't know of what capacity, now I'm throwing myself under the bus, and we will
have a
get
chamomile
down.
tea, please.
A chamomile tea. We'll get down, we'll get dirty, we will break down all of the individual parts that we think will make this. In fact, you could call it a podcast of sorts, but that is coming up right after this, so please do not go anywhere. We'll be back in 5 minutes. 5, 4, 3, 2.
He's probably going to need another one. Where is everyone?
Guys?
Oh, Catarata. Big angle on the rotate. And Falls. He gets the headshot. He got them both. Falls will clutch up for D+ Kia.
We're going for 3 big booms right here.
okay,
1,
so
2, 3, boom, boom, boom.
I am a blitz.
That's evident.
No way, bro. Rotate back. It looks like CAG are pivoting. Oh my god!
Oh. He can get the info. He can deny the plant. Oh, hang on a second.
Wait,
It looked the wrong way.
Oh my
But
god.
thankfully still recomposes.
D+, just dealing with that Monty. Great kill from DD. Gets picked again for Anderton. Muzi has to clutch up. He will be forced to drop down. Anderton! He is the king from Japan.
Oh, we're back. So, hold on. Oh, it's just jamming out there.
So
Me and Nick
good.
were just jamming out. It is still low bracket final.
Pengu, can I ask you, mate, just your overall perspective on APL at the moment? Because we've now seen kickoff, we've now seen group stages for stage 1, and we've now seen the grand final for each of the regions. How are you feeling?
Tired. That's like my completely, you know,
6 days in a row.
6 days in a row. We had 3 mappers, a ton of overtime, a lot of long work hours, but honestly, it was worth it. We also had some games that delivered, some exciting grand finals. A one-sided grand final with Weibo, of course, taking their victory. And you guys all make the show what it is. So thank you. Round of applause here for the couch.
Round of applause to you, Mr. Robot. It wouldn't be possible.
I don't know who we're clapping at this
Can we get him like some robot spider legs or something so he can walk around the studio?
We had an idea for everyone at home, and we'll bring it to you in stage 2. I'm not going to leak it too much, but we have a couple of ideas on what we want to do.
I feel like Pengu's a little underdressed. Lee, reckon I could grab my jacket? It's just behind you over there. Can you chuck that to me?
I'm underdressed. I got a nice hoodie on.
Maybe I could. Yeah, I just no. You're
Someone
wearing a
in chat,
hoodie,
by the way,
man.
said
It's grand
Pengu,
final
Rob,
day.
Jesse, and James.
It's grand final day. I feel like you really should be wearing really should be wearing a blazer.
Let me
There you go.
take
That's
this
a little
off.
bit better.
I can't do a double hoodie. Please.
That's crazy.
That's bad.
I don't ever want to see that again. That is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
You look gorgeous, man.
But, gents, today, the first
Thank you,
talking point
James.
that we actually have for everyone, outside of Nick being really, really well dressed,
Sorry,
and Dev
I'm dressing down a little bit. There we
Dev,
go.
are you feeling APL today?
I'm feeling very APL.
You are certainly. Why don't you flip the jacket inside out?
Oh, mate.
Yeah, come on, mate. It's lower lighting. It might come off a little
this
better.
is after dark.
This
Come
is
on.
absolutely
I
after dark.
bet you guys weren't expecting to see this on the Rainbow Six
No,
channel.
that is true.
Are we still on the Rainbow Six channel?
Yes, we certainly are still on the Rainbow Six channel, this time with no delay. So if you're at home
I've got the Twitch chat up.
and you want to get involved in this conversation, please feel free to give us some comments, because we'll be reading through the Twitch chat. And by we, our designated Jake Xenox and Diddy will be reading through the Twitch channel, and we'll be able to interact with you live as we're going through this. So I do want to kickstart the conversation, guys. We're going to take it back a little bit here to OS. So we're going to talk about day 2, day 3 specifically around the Chiefs EP storyline. And one of the comments that we made on the desk and kind of went back and forth on it a little bit and then stopped. And James, I'll let you kind of have your opening remarks on this. is around the fact that in OS, for whatever reason, the best team decides to, they decide to make upgrades or they decide to change things. And what then spawns from that is a very, very dangerous roster that typically takes their throne.
I feel like, how many times has this happened? Like, if you roll back
just
the clock,
roughly
so
three.
Well, first one that comes to mind, 2022, the Chiefs, or 2021, the
End of
the
21 Chiefs.
That digital era of the Chiefs that were the best team in the region, they dropped two of their best players, two of their long-time players, including Fisho Guy, right, who went on to forge his own mark with Bliss, and then got overtaken by the next team. Fisho Guy's team went and overtook them. That team ended up disbanding. What was the next time that happened? Was the next time that happened with Bliss, I guess.
I believe with GG, if you really want to deep dive into that.
Bliss obviously got picked up by GG. They went and made that import roster, got immediately overtaken.
Poor Nick in the corner's just not happy about that.
Not having a good time, mate. And then
Titan on the roster.
Oh, he's got him.
I wasn't going to say the T word.
You guys get to scream Oz. You should be grateful that we're here, battering the and they're gone. They didn't make it very far. But that clip lives rent-free in my head.
It is an infamy. It is an infamy. And then what's the final time, James?
Well, I guess
in the current era.
Yeah, we had the current era, right?
Yep.
EP, you know, what do they say? Kept what mattered.
Yeah, drop the rest.
Drop the rest. And then,
the rest.
look, to be fair, to EP, I know, look, they love playing the villains, so they're easy to rag on, but they did win that grand final.
They did.
They lost the upper bracket final, though, and you can't deny it. Like, there is a little bit of a contest there. Like, even, you know, Weibo can easily say they're the best team in Asia. No one can hold a candle to them. Like, EP don't have that much dominance in OCE
Not now.
as Weibo have in Asia. Not anymore.
Yeah. And I think that's where the conversation kind of starts, and where I want to get your opinion, Jake, is around, I guess, for such a long time in the region, the comment was always about the upper teams going, stop dropping your players because, you know, you're never going to make a roster that can compete with us. And then when they do it, it comes back to bite them.
What's the question?
Just... You are shocking.
I'm
this
reading
is why we
Twitch
never do
chat,
after
sorry.
dark. Well, Nick, I'll go to you then. What do you think about the theory of this?
To drop or not to drop?
Yeah, like what do you think around like the
What
danger?
was the question?
No.
All right, look, we can obviously put this within a context of OCE and APAC in general, but I guess the question coming in is to drop or not to drop, right?
Yeah.
Because
you typically
Oh, here we go. Now he's in.
yeah, but
But
what
that's the
happened,
whole
you know,
point.
but then,
I think
Nick, you did your fair share of dropping.
no, we did not. I mean, at a point we did. At a point we did. So okay, I can speak from experience that the biggest mistake that we ever made as Penta G2 was dropping Goga. And it happened behind the scenes for private reasons, mostly between Fabian and Goga himself. They've spoken a bit about it, etc.
Yep.
But we didn't want to do that. And after doing it, it's like we never recovered. I think it's so common that a team in any region will pick up a team or pick up some players, give them 3 months. If they don't win the SI at that point, which is impossible, by the way, they get dropped again. Yeah. It's like, guys, let them brew, let them cook. Look at G2 right now. G2 didn't make EWC, right? They didn't even beat Fnatic to the lower bracket.
And they got
shipped home. And now everyone's like, no.
I was just going to see if I could get any of you guys.
People want them to drop players now. Doki's watch didn't go double digits. Stumpin is American. He shouldn't be in Europe. It's like, no, let them go. Let them try and play for a bit longer before you make these massive remarks. And that goes for all regions.
Jake, what do you say to that if you've got the opposite kind of thought?
Are you just enjoying reading the Twitch chat?
Chat, by the way. I mean, like.
Well, feel free to chime in at any point.
What do you want me to talk about? What Twitch is? They're actually talking about CNL.
Oh, have they
quite
really?
extensely?
Well, no, we actually do have a
doing a whole
discussion.
CNL?
No, that's what I wanted to kind of cut in a little bit because
Please.
Monkey Desi says, do you know anything about CNL?
Yep.
Sorry, do they know anything about CNL?
That's a great question.
L2000P said, why wouldn't they?
Correct.
Thank you. He's got our back.
You know, proximity-wise, I don't know if anyone's got a map out there.
We will be talking about CNL.
There's no map.
Oh my God.
Yes, we will 100% address CNL and talk about where they're at right now. I think you guys probably aren't as prepared for it as we are because we were talking about it off the desk. But
Well, I mean, look, it's easy to get confused. CNL have a beautiful dragon logo. We also have a beautiful dragon logo. If you are a little bit colorblind, the purple and the red do look very similar. We'll touch on that.
This is one for Isaac.
Uh-oh.
Michael Douglas.
Oh.
Isaac's
What
our
is
producer.
this music in the background? Remove it. It's bad. Makes no sense. We are not doing a tutorial or cooking food.
I can't hear the music. Our production team has some choice words for you, Twitch chat.
He actually, he doubled down and wrote it again.
He's not happy. He's not happy.
Can I get the music up in my ears? Actually, that'd be
We're
great.
now going to read every comment that you make, and we're going to be watching you with absolute scrutiny, buddy. But obviously, I think, look, the context is always going to be do we, don't we drop, and I think that in both contexts, that was shocking. In both contexts, you kind of, I don't think there is necessarily a right answer, but Pengu, I think what you said is pretty important there, which is you've got to let the roster have time to brew. Now, personality clashes, Nick, I think might come under a completely different category, though.
It is. You know, we speak a lot about the team atmosphere, chemistry, the culture, and if two players do not gel together, it can either be, kick one player and part ways with them, or maybe the entire roster's gonna blow up into pieces, because when you start suffering in your day-to-day life, you don't enjoy scrims or practice, which is every day, by the way, you hate sharing hotel rooms at LANs, you hate going to international tournaments, you hate traveling together, that's not gonna last for a long time.
Yeah.
So you gotta be nice.
I think
you gotta keep a nice working relationship.
Like, whenever I see discourse on, like, Twitter, Reddit, social media about stuff like this, the thing I always think about is people, like, look at the stats, they miss the point of, like, it takes 5 different ingredients to make a roster. You can't just put 5 jigsaws in the same team. I'm sure if 5 jigsaws existed, someone would do it and give it a go. It wouldn't work, right? And, like, you've played on these super teams before, right, Pengu? But often it really comes down to having the right parts. And sometimes an individual player can change their role, change their specialty. Like, for example, we talk about EP, right? Like, they made a big gamble by getting rid of Fisher Guy, player, and Relays. Particularly Fisher Guy, right? Because that entire team functioned around Fisher Guy. I talked to them extensively. Fisher Guy told me
If you say Fisher Guy one more time, I swear to God,
do it again.
Morgan told me that he was leaving the team. He told me he was probably going to go to coach, which obviously ended up not happening. But I was like to them, look, how are you going to do that? I'm guessing you're just going to pick up like some big fraggers, right? What are you going to do about it? And he said, well, that's okay, because Tuhan is taking on the leadership of the team, and he is going to be on the back line going negative on the kills because he's doing a lot of the calls. And I think that is something, the missing ingredient, right? Like, there's 2 things to consider. One of them is roles on the team. The second thing is what you were saying about personality clashes. Now, this isn't an APL one, but I am massively in favor of Falcons dropping Shaiko. I think it was a massive upgrade for the team because they needed to change something. They were in a rut, and clearly Shaiko didn't want to be there. Like, clearly the team didn't gel with him. It was a personality clash. It doesn't mean that Shaiko is a bad person or a bad teammate.
For certain Shaiko didn't want to be there.
Yeah, he said it in his interview.
There was a documentary behind the scenes.
There was a Falcons documentary about SI, and at
believe
the end
everything.
Dude,
by the point of the documentary, maybe they had already decided to kick him.
It was a fly on the wall of their post-match after the event finished, like for the match that they lost. And Shaiko says, look, guys, to be honest, maybe this just doesn't work. Maybe we're just not meant to be on the same team. Maybe this isn't working. I don't know if I can play with you guys.
All right, cool. So Monkey says, very important, is Xenox Goes Pro segment going to happen again in the future? It was very funny to watch. Apollo Loca says, will Guz or Dev go pro next?
I'm already there, mate. Already there. Look at this hat. You don't get this hat for
exciting
nothing.
I'm pretty sure you did.
Can we get a Pengu Goes Pro? And now that would be fun to watch.
That'd be great. Oh, thank you.
I tried last year. I won T2 finals. I wasn't cut out to go to Tier 1.
Thank you, darling.
It's going a bit cold, guys.
What is it?
It's hot tea.
Earl Grey.
I'm not interested.
Nice.
It's hot tea. Never mind, I'm very interested.
That's quite hot. That is very hot.
I do want to flip the question though, Jake, because obviously you're the one doing the Path to Go Pro.
Yes.
You're the one that we're memeing a lot about and whatnot. Yes. How did you find the experience when you're in like the centerpiece of it all?
Well,
how did you take it?
I thought the segment was very fun to be a part of. It was unfortunate that I was playing on a very small screen with equipment that wasn't mine, locked at 60 FPS, not in the most comfortable chair.
Excuses
all the
and complaints,
excuses that I possibly could throw out there, Nick, I could definitely throw them out. But, you know, it was just a lot of fun to be a part of the ecosystem and get absolutely domed.
So you signing up for the Challenger Circuit plans?
No. Well, I mean, Tier 2 is obviously
I feel like we
probably
need
more
to
Let's do
my
a tier 2
ballpark.
plug. Let's do a tier 2 plug right now.
Did you know that the Challenger Circuit sign-ups are actually live right now?
Yeah, they are.
And if you go and you sign up for the Challenger Circuit, you can actually make it to the Tier 1. You could be playing in the APL next year. If you win the Challenger Circuit, you've got a shot at qualifying.
You
But
could.
then I wouldn't have a job.
I mean, do you have a job
True.
right now? That is the best thing I've ever seen. Let's keep that
Scan.
going. Challenger Circuit coming live.
Free me,
Register
free me.
now. Is that APL man?
Wait, where is APL man?
I haven't
he's-
seen him for a bit tonight.
No,
Did he get put?
No. He's busy. He's busy at the
busy,
moment.
okay.
He's busy at the moment.
It's almost time to knock off though for a little bit. I mean, like that APL man.
I think it would be
hard at work. But
Yeah, he's hard at work ruining the
let's
show
put it
as
to
much
bed.
as possible.
Someone said, Fern says, go Trident.
Let's
Lovely.
go Trident.
Up the
That is a
Trident.
very old name.
Trident
but
Esports?
I remember Trident Esports when I started playing in 2017.
Can we
this
can
is
we
a good
clarify
question.
if that's actually Trident Esports?
Harrier 2001 says, if you four were in a Rainbow Six stack, who would be your fifth?
Well, Guz, if he showed up.
Well, it ain't
No, it's not Guz. Guz has been binned. He's been binned.
Look, I will say one of our observers who I saw was floating around here. He's not a bad Ash main.
Yeah?
Oh, Andrew.
Yeah, we get
Nice.
Sky.
Alex.
Oh, Sky.
I thought Sky was next to us. I was
I
gonna
am
bring him
talking
on.
about the same guy. But
Why don't we bring him on? Can we actually get
Oh,
Sky
he's
up
not
here
gonna
and get him on
want-
a
he's not
handheld?
gonna wanna do
if
that.
If Sky's downstairs, if you're
He's-
going to be a Giga Chad and you're going to come and speak like an absolute legend,
he
he's done
actually
the
went on
entirety.
the Six Invitational. There was a segment we did once between one of the shows. Yeah, but for those who don't know, obviously we talk about the game, but we're not the ones controlling the spectators. We have dedicated observers that do that, and we have quite a number of them. We're lucky enough to be here in Melbourne, in Australia, and live pretty. You can look up where this place is.
67 to 69 Lygon Street.
Do not look that up. That is now an audio-visual store.
I've got confirmation. We are getting the greatest observer of all time outside of Medics, outside of Easy, outside of Red
Light, Nova.
And he is going to join us here. He does have a handheld as well. So, Alex Sky McCallum,
Alexander.
will you please come to the floor?
Hey guys,
Come
how's
on.
it going?
You want to come sit on
Come
this?
around the
Yeah,
back.
go get comfy. Go get comfy. Just go straight over the top of. No, don't go that way. That's a terrible
was
idea.
gonna sit on that.
Okay,
This way.
just crouch down here, mate. You can't go around. Here, come sit next to me. Come sit next to me.
This is already off to a horrible start.
Alex, how you
Hey,
doing,
guys.
mate?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah?
Welcome to the couch.
How did you find the APL last couple of? For everyone that doesn't know, so Alex Sky McCallum not only is a world-renowned observer, but he has actually been producing some of our shows here at the APL. How has your stage been?
Yeah, it's been really exciting. It's been interesting that Rob's trusted me enough to get on the producing sticks.
Who's Rob?
That was a mistake.
Which hat is he wearing?
But yeah, it's been a great time. Been working with lots of new observers. Big shout out to Andrew and Kaya and Spartan. They've been doing a great job behind the scenes.
Oh
Yeah, they certainly have. Alex, what's your take
Nice.
very quickly before we move on from this O segment? Do you reckon drop or don't drop?
Who?
Yeah, okay, I knew that was going to happen. Let's move to the next segment where I can get your thoughts on this one. Weibo the Dragons. All right, this is a big one. On broadcast, this is a team for everyone here. On broadcast, we are very political about how good Weibo are in their region. We still try to hype up the other team whilst not destroying on them. But every time we watch Weibo perform, they are by far the best team in Asia, and it's not close. So, Nick, I might just start with you on your thoughts here, kind of unfiltered to an extent.
Okay.
I guess what's your thoughts as we look at what Weibo have done in the last 2 years?
And what they've done is incredible, right? They've beaten expectations time and time again. They keep kind of pushing the boundaries. Every little change they've made, getting Gohan as main coach from Meepy, that was a big switch up positively. Minus Ape plus Gotti, it's the first stage for it, but also seems like to be an upgrade already. I think when you're casting them, you have to be like, these guys are supposed to destroy your opponent, 7-0, 7-1, 7-2, and if they're not, that's either Weibo playing poorly or the enemy playing above their means. And it does make it a bit one-sided, but look at the last two grand finals for both Kickoff and Stage 1. 7-0, 7-1 galore. Weibo are just that good in Asia.
How crazy is it that the worst result that Weibo have had in any specific map so far in grand finals this year of APAC Asia is a 7-1. That's the
Yeah, it's
worst result
disgusting.
they've had. They've
That's
had
pretty
3
crazy.
7-1s and a 7-0.
Jake, the moderator.
The struggle really is, and we spoke about this off air. Now that we're in After Dark, it feels like we're in the
we're in the mood.
Oh, have I got the
Sorry,
talking hat?
I couldn't.
The talking hat.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. We have to be kind to the teams.
Yep.
We can't just walk around and say, well, they all suck in Weibo.
But on
just
APL
that
After
much
Dark,
better.
we can say what we really
But
think.
in APL After Dark, we can kind of maybe give a little peek behind the curtain. I think what makes Weibo so good is every other team in Asia lacks in certain areas, right?
Sure.
And those areas are all different pending the team.
Yep.
And it's not as if they all lack in every area. I think it's just a case of, Orchid are off in a couple, and Daystar are off in a couple, etc. Whereas Weibo are the only team in the region, for me, that is pretty much the best at every single facet of the game.
Yep.
And could do it consistently.
Yeah, I think the big thing about Asia is that, like, if we use Weibo as like a litmus test, a reference for the whole region, Weibo start at 10, right? The next contender is like a 7.
I would, unfortunately, you'd have to agree.
Whereas if we do the same thing in OCE, right, and we say that EP at 10, honestly, like, Chiefs are pretty damn close.
Yeah,
like,
that's a 9.
They're at 8 or 9,
yeah.
right? And I think you could say the same thing in APAC North as well, right? If CAG are a 10, D Plus are only 1 or 2 steps behind them, and that's the thing about Weibo. And it's honestly, it's no shade on Asia, because like Daystar is still a great team, Orchid is still a great team. If you had Daystar and Orchid play against you, your Kenotropes or even your Chiefs, I think they would give them a real run for their money.
Can I just say as well, one thing I think we actually maybe fail to do as much as commentators a lot of the times is really to, what's the right word?
I'm waiting for it.
Highlight
tell
to
me
the
how to-
audience
how to-
that when we talk about teams being either bad or struggling, that it's in relation to the other professional teams. We're not saying that teams suck because we think they're compared to you guys at Twitch chat.
Yeah.
Your everyday Joe and Alex over here, right?
Well, actually, I think it'd be like you and your...
Exactly, or me. Because like when we say that maybe Orchid compared to Weibo aren't a great team, which is, I think, fundamentally true.
Yeah.
That's compared to Weibo. That's not
Correct.
compared to the Silver 5-stack running around in rank.
Sky, what are your thoughts? Because you've watched the region at the exact same rate we have.
Yeah, I mean, I heard in the interview today you guys obviously giving Sparky his flowers, and I know yesterday you spoke a lot about Gohan, and I think he's been such a big addition to this team. I was thinking
quite large.
I was thinking back to when back in the day when they were in Bleed and they would verse Fury. And it was kind of the same story you saw now, where they were dominant in the group stage, but when it came down to those really important matches, they faltered.
Yep.
And that's just not what we see from Weibo anymore. And I think Gohan's such a big push in that area.
Which is funny, because I don't even think it's necessarily a story of like, you can compare coaches, right? You said this coach is better than this coach. This coach would lead this team to a better result. But these guys used to have Julio, man.
Yeah.
Like literal
Sometimes
He was now on
particular
Falcons, right?
voice works better
now
for
he's the coach
particular
of-
people.
Exactly. I think that's really what it came down to. Like, remember back when Julio was coaching those boys, like Turdster was essentially dropped and then brought back, because that was Julio's way of trying to like get him,
Well,
whip
it's
him
like,
into shape. But can I just finish real
go
quick?
for it. Yeah, go for it.
Stay in your lane, mate. Gohan, in contrast, like I've heard the interview with Turdster talking about Gohan, like the way that obviously Turd has matured, likely in part thanks to Julio's support, but like the relationship between Turd and his coach now is clearly so different to what it was before. I think Gohan being such a strong figure is really helping out Weibo.
Yeah, sure. Nick, kind of to, I guess, cap this one off before we move on. I know... We'll
I
come back
just
to it
wanted
if you want
the coach. I wanted to bring up Fabian.
Not Nick.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, Fabian is a perfect example of that, right? Like, Fabian's not everyone's cup of tea as a coach. Like, the way that he will instruct a team or coach a team and get a team to try to respond to what he's teaching, like for PSG talent, maybe it just doesn't work.
But it would work for an EP. The ego's on that team.
Would it? I don't know.
I think it probably would. Probably wouldn't work for a CAG.
Why do you guys think that
Yeah,
Gohan doesn't sit behind the players like the other coaches, and it's actually the manager?
Nick, do you want to take a stab at that?
It's an interesting one. So obviously, the coach's position and role differs from every single team, and I think it was Jake saying earlier, it can be a management role, it can be a coaching, stratting, whatever. I think the coach has to be hands-off sometimes and be like, my babies can fly, they can leave the nest. and at other times you have to nurture them. And one thing that I noticed is that you're right, Gohan is not behind the boys and applying that pressure like a father watching over their sons either failing or succeeding, but the moment the game is over, he's very attentive. In the very first game that we saw with Gotti on the roster, I noticed that when the player cams came on, they were celebrating, Gohan beeline straight to Gotti. It was eye contact, it was praise, it was great job, and probably giving some words of encouragement. And Gotti did play well, it wasn't faked or anything like that, but I'm sure that Gotti doesn't feel the pressure because Gohan isn't there, but he does feel the encouragement after the fact. So you're separating your game phase versus your practice phase, and you can kind of become a learning figure behind the scenes and then a warrior in front of the camera when you have to perform. And I think that separation can really help some players, especially the younger ones.
Yeah,
It's a nice hat.
It is a very, very iconic Australian hat. Look, I have to say though, it's funny though because we say all these great things about Gohan. I don't know if you guys remember Six Invitational 2019 when he was playing with Team Liquid. Yeah, I'm sure you would remember it very, very well. He was the most toxic piece of crap we have ever seen. He literally, he got Corey and Parker receiving death threats because he was talking so much smack on Twitter to his community because there was a Calv exploit that Corey and his team used. And I just got to give credit. I'm not trying to like start crap or whatever.
No.
I am so impressed. Gohan has been like the nicest guy I have ever met at events. He's so mature now, and look, it gives me hope that anybody can be redeemed no matter what kind of crap they've said in the past.
The thing for me about Gohan is we got to chat with him obviously when there was a LAN, right? Like we got to see him in person and interact with him. And one of the things he said, I'm not just going to dox him completely, but he was training to kind of be in like an elite task force, if you will. So I think a lot of perspective would have been given within the years that he kind of retired, quote unquote, to figure out, okay, real life is going to hit you and you got to be ready to bounce back.
All right, a little bit of Twitch chat
Here we go.
Good
Moderator.
question from Aqua Poseidon.
I
With
love Aqua
CAG, how
Poseidon.
does Sparky communicate with the players on the team? L2000P
With
doing
words.
our job. English to Zaka translate to Japanese. I'm pretty certain is the...
From what I understand, from what I've been told, from what I've been told, the way that they translate is 100% that way.
Monkey,
not dissimilar to other regions as well.
Monkey says, favorite APAC play / moment this stage so far? Might have been the Anderton 1v5.
I think it was the Anderton 1v5, genuinely. I think that absolutely caps it off. And it's actually a good way to...
I have a runners-up, which is the player reactions of Chiefs beating EP.
Oh,
in the BO3.
That really meant something.
The player reactions of like player in particular and the other boys like making it to their first international event, that was a tearjerker.
Oh, it certainly was.
Nick Gaming says, Hat Club.
Yep.
Penguin is left out.
Oh,
Nick,
can we fix that up? Leash.
I actually have the APL hat somewhere in my suitcase,
really?
But
thank you very much.
Well, of course
Alex,
I
could
do.
you do the honors and make sure that this is secured?
I can't wait for Alex to mess the screen up.
It is better.
I tell you what, Alex.
The king finally has his crown.
That's unbelievable.
Snazzy.
Jeez, you're looking real good over there, Nick.
You look great in my suit jacket as well.
You just sit up with a straight back.
That is actually your crown for the 2v2 championship.
I don't know
Most
if you-
importantly, DRGN says,
very
Des,
much.
will we get the ramen session back for next stage?
Well, yes, because we're still missing my favorite ramen flavor.
No, we're not. We're moving on to ice cream. I'm sick of this.
That's not so bad. I don't
Actually,
mind.
would be good.
Yeah, I don't mind ice cream. We're gonna need some for you down in the production room as well.
That is crazy.
Are you moving yourself up?
No, I think that's Isaac, our producer. Actually, I don't know who that is doing that. That's
like
last
helping
one, and I'll throw this to Alex.
Yeah, please do.
Adler40 says, the Wamai buff changed a lot for playoffs. Do you think, Alex? Is the question?
Yeah, it did. I mean, I think that the C4 edition has been pretty huge. I mean, I know it's caught a lot of us out on the observing team because, like, oh my god, that's an extra C4 we have to look out for. And I know there was a play, I want to say it was in OS, it was Neptune, who could have potentially pushed a map 3 on Wamai, but they forgot that he had a C4.
No, he had it, but he just basically sat there. He was prone on the floor in staff room on bank. And yeah, like the plant was going down, and he literally tweeted afterwards. And he tweeted like, "God damn it, forgot Wamai had C4. We could have won that round."
There was someone as well who, I think it might have been that night, came back into the server with Wamai and still had proxy.
Throwing, drop him.
Crazy.
That's the drop or not? That's drop.
That's a straight drop. Nick, I'll give you this one just because I kind of want to wrap up this bit before we actually move on from APL to CNL. But I want to get your thoughts around CAG. I know you didn't really get a chance to be on the desk at all and give your thoughts in this capacity.
Yeah.
The big conversation, obviously, that we were having was the fact that they haven't won a single map since Reload last year, which is now well over a year. What are your thoughts on the roster at the moment as they now prepare for EWC?
I think on paper the roster is really good. I do think that when you're playing in APL sub-regions, you can have some individual performances overtake some games, and I think maybe even looking at today for CAG, right? There are so many rounds on Clubhouse, they have no business winning against D+, and while they are an import team from Brazil and they're quite a high skill level, if they had that exact same match play out against an international team at EWC, I don't think they win Clubhouse. I don't think those clutches happen because the skill level is just that much better and that much higher.
Yeah.
But given their international results, I also think it's a little bit of a... If you look up who they've been losing to, they haven't been losing to all the bottom tier teams. They've been playing your FaZe, your Furia. They've been having some really tough opponents, if I recall correctly. And that kind of shifts the conversation from they're not actually that bad, but they've certainly had a bit of unfortunates with the rosters, or the brackets rather.
Yeah, actually, someone in chat literally just made the mention about the fact that COG had some really tough opponents in Munich, but Salt Lake City was pretty bad. So I think that's a pretty relevant comment, and I think that encapsulates that encapsulates what you're saying there,
Who
Nick.
did CAG lose to in... Do you guys have it? Oh, I think I have it here.
I don't have it on me.
I don't remember.
Salt Lake City, they lost 7-3 to Low, 7-4 to Falcons, and 2-0 to 5 Fears. To the credit of 5 Fears, they actually had a really good Salt Lake, right?
And they were
the only person in this room physically who was actually there. Is that what you recall as well, Alex?
Yeah, they did. They had a really good stage 1, really good Salt Lake, and they
really good kick, Alex. Really bad
good kickoff.
That's all right. It even happens.
And they haven't made EWC now, right? I think
they
dropped
failed.
out. They've kind of dropped off a little bit. So yeah,
That is stinker.
They did not make finals.
Yes, that's what I meant.
All right, well,
sorry, Mr. NAL.
Jake, this guy over here, he's just been he's been a bit of a Discord
I'm the moderator.
mod, if I'm being honest. He's actually
you are the little Twitch mod.
This is crazy. Like you're giving anime character right now. Like, if I look on this...
Me?
Yeah, you're giving...
I was thinking Nick gives anime character.
I'll tell you what.
Different animes.
Well, different kind of anime character.
I saw Jake in an octopus suit. That was definitely giving anime character. I think we've only had a taste test of Jake in the octopus suit. I think we need to bring that back.
Yeah, that's a top 5 moment of the year so far.
True.
But we can kind of start to move across to CNL because that's a pretty big conversation, all things considered. Now, I don't know how many people are actually aware of this, but at the moment in the CNL, there's about 5 or 6 alumni from the APL, 3 of which are in the top 5 best performers for the CNL. They are the gentlemen on your screen right now. This is where they've come from. This is absolutely
6.
one of the hardest graphics I think I have ever seen.
Dope, man.
Wow.
Damn.
CNL just do it differently, don't they?
Do you know who they are, James?
I'm looking at the Liquipedia page of all the CNL
look at the
players
graphic
right now. No, I'm not looking at the graphic. I'm looking at the Liquipedia page. And as I was saying, I recognize quite a few players from here. I can see MC on All Gamers, Momorin from King Zero. Leviathan has Shadow and Binbin. Most recently, Binbin played for Daystar. Not a great performance for him. And we've got Jackie Wu and Songlar as well on Ty.
There we go.
Yeah. Also Mingaran coaching.
Oh yeah, Mingo and Nardo as well. And
come on.
And don't forget the greatest coach to ever touch the game in APL, Titan.
I thought you were going to say Enigma.
Well, true. He's not here anymore.
We've actually got. I'm going through the staff now. My God, we have so many like familiar names on the staff of all of these teams, and not just from OCE. Like I'm seeing.
The real question.
I think it's Raz is how you pronounce it, the Brazilian coach on Edward Gaming. You've got Odin. Wait, Odin?
Coach of Direwolves, right?
Odin is coaching.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a... And Rando Sando as well.
Dev definitely did his research on CNL coming into
Bro,
it.
I've been casting. I was doing the couch and casting.
Oh, desk friend. Oh.
Hey, Meepy. There we talk about APL alumni. From Weibo over to Leviathan now.
There's a lot. The thing is, there's a lot of players that have moved
I think
across.
what's
There's also a lot of
interesting-
dosh up for grabs in CNL.
What's interesting to me is I wonder if it's because potential language barriers or just regional aspect as to why CNL clearly haven't maybe gone as much for, say, EML players or NAL players and SAL players.
Coaching they
Well,
have.
there's just support staff.
Yeah.
And
And
you want to import the coaching staff to speed up the learning pace of the region, same as what APL has been doing the last 2 years or so. But you don't want to take away the player talent because language barrier in the server. No one speaks Chinese from EUNA. I mean, very few people do at least, right?
And
So
look,
it's tough.
I don't think anybody wants to see a CNL that's just,
What about getting Reaps over there?
Yeah, import
Look,
region.
Reaps is different because he's
Well, he could.
been an iconic Chinese player for the longest time playing in the APL. Look, if Reaps one day decides to move over to the CNL, good luck to him. However, please don't leave us. We need you.
Yes, we desperately do. But,
look,
speaking of, this is how things are playing out. Now, this is right now. This is live on Bilibili. It is Edward Gaming versus All Gamers. Now, this has just gone to a third map, so it's a pretty big matchup in the grand final of Stage 1. This is a great opportunity. If you have not watched CNL before, this is the time to watch. This is the game you want to watch. Don't miss it.
Don't believe it has any repercussions besides the SI points.
I would imagine SI
money.
points and maybe stand and where you start in EWC.
No,
it doesn't. Okay, there you go.
No.
So it is. So both teams go through to phase 2.
Yeah, does anyone know?
These two, Edward and All Gamers?
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, there
So
you
starting
go.
in phase 1 will be Tai Lu and King Zero Esports. So King Zero Esports and Tai Lu will be phase 1, and Edward Gaming and All Gamers will be phase 2.
There you go. So, I mean, it's nice to kind of see that.
yeah, wow, we have the bracket locked now.
Yeah. Yep.
That's so
is it
sick.
entirely locked? Is that all
It's
teams?
everything
Well,
is
according to
locked.
Wikipedia.
Well, yeah, well, of course.
According to Wikipedia?
To be
Whoa,
fair,
whoa, whoa.
Wikipedia is almost never wrong. I gotta say, the people behind
Say
Wikipedia.
that to Leash.
It's pretty.
The people behind
I think it's pretty
Wikipedia.
reliable.
Nah, I've had.
I
I've
am
had a
being
lot.
threatened off camera by our staff members. Look, so yeah, for phase 1, I mean, this might not mean a lot to you guys if you don't have the visual aid, but we've got Alula Club, who came from the MENA qualifier. CAG, of course, who came from APL APAC North, Chiefs, who came from APL OS, Fnatic from EU, King Zero from the CNL, Los from SAL, Shopify Rebellion from NAL, and Tai Lu from the CNL. That's your phase 1 teams. Keep in mind that how that works is that will be divided into 2 groups. We already have the groups according to Wikipedia. I don't know if that's right. And then each of those groups of 4 boil down to just 2 teams each.
Sure.
And then we get the top 2 from each team to just play one match against each other. So the winning team from one group plays the second place team from another group, and vice versa. And then whoever wins those qualification matches makes the actual major, makes the group stage.
Moderator
cutthroat.
point here from
so
Crazy312. This one's for you, Nick. No, not specifically. I'm just passing it to you because you are Nick. But does CNL playing on LAN help with their development?
Ooh, I'm going to say yes for that one. And I think the biggest example is look at was SAL or Brazil when they first came to the scene. They had a lot of domestic Brazil-only tournaments that wasn't covered on the our tier 1 circuit. They play a lot more games, usually at a high frequency, and you're playing in that LAN adaptable environment every single week. Because at home, you got the perfect height to desk ratio, the mouse setup, the right chair, and the right environment to thrive in. Then you go LAN, all that gets tossed out the window. Now you're in a hotel setup for practice. Then you're on stage for the real matches, and it keeps changing. So definitely an advantage for sure.
Yeah.
Also, if I'm being honest, like I feel like the CNL probably had one of the best debut performances at their first international event being Salt Lake. Out of like APAC back when we got introduced was really poor.
Yep.
CNL had a really solid showing at Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Like almost made it.
Brazil made a grand final their first event.
Brazil is different.
Brazil is, and that's leading into what we were just talking about. Also, as well, Dev, importantly, the CNL is best of 3s the entire way through their entire tournament. It is from start to finish on LAN, best of 3s.
Is there a small, very, very small negative when there may be tournaments internationally that have segments of BO1s?
Well, we have BO1s in group stage and in play-ins for Esports World Cup, and we typically have them at majors as well. We have none at 6 Invitationals, which is where
I would say frequency is more important than quality right now for those teams that are
Well,
starting up.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I do think you get into, say, a Swiss stage format where the best of ones do have some level of importance, not overly important. End of the day, you either qualify through a best of 3 or you are eliminated through a best of 3. But it is an element.
I had one thing I just wanted to say, because I know we love arguing here on the desk. And Nick, I think you made a really great point about the LAN giving an advantage to CNL. But I would love to disagree with you on one point. You used Brazil as an example for how LAN can help teams really elevate and increase the speed of them getting better.
Okay.
Why didn't that happen for NAL? They had LAN League for like 3 years. They were still terrible. They won 1 major and 1 6 Invitational. And
If anything, they feel better now.
Huh?
It feels like NA's in a better spot now.
Exactly. They don't have LAN League anymore, right? Like, it was Brazil. I think the fact that Brazil was so good and had LAN, the variable there isn't that they had land. The variable there is that they had Brazilian. They're just Brazilian. That's it. That's all that mattered.
Exactly. Yeah, that was my
I disagree with you, and we end up agreeing.
What are we talking about right now?
Well, look, on that note, I think now is a good time to start to wrap up this one.
We just started.
I know we have.
Okay.
You've got very
We should do more of
comfortable.
this next stage.
Oh, should we?
Yeah, I think we should.
Well, if you're in the Twitch chat right now,
Yeah,
and
let
you
us
would
know
like
in
to
the
see
Twitch
more,
chat if you want to see more APL After Dark.
let us know. Yeah, it's
Comment,
a good
like,
opportunity.
subscribe.
Maybe after every play day of like EML, NAL,
Yep.
CNL, we just get us.
Yeah,
and
and
we
we'll
just talk
go
about
and
it.
sit
And we
there.
haven't watched the
We can
game.
do
We
EML
did,
after
but we
dark.
talk
And you know
Five
what?
Guys.
I also think we get paid to do it as well. So that way, like it just
You guys
evens
are getting
out, right?
paid. I'm here for the love of the game.
That's why I said we should get paid. Nick, obviously we're wrapping up here, and this has been a very, very entertaining stage, all things considered. Any final thoughts from you?
Yeah. I had a great time. I'll do it again. Hopefully we return for stage 2, and if we get feedback from chat and from social media what you guys liked and didn't like, and we can talk with production and amongst each other and ourselves and think, you know what, how do we make this product even better for stage 2? We'll try and do our very best again.
Sky?
Thank you all.
No, you're not
Nick
talking.
in
Well,
person.
maybe if you're gone.
Oh, that's another one.
I agree.
Oh, sorry.
Sky?
Yeah, no, I think I mirror most of Pengu's sentiment. It's a pleasure to get to work on this product.
Sorry.
Sorry,
that was on me. That was on me.
Yeah, no, it's a pleasure to get to work on the APL, and really excited for stage 2. I think the entire team has done an incredible job. Big shout out. I mean, couldn't shout out everyone, but big shout out to Isaac, who is our lead producer for this product. And he's really kind of led the way in terms of the creative side of this. So yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. That's an applause all around that we'll do later on when we're off camera.
Yep. Oh, good fun. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching, because like genuinely, like we couldn't do it if you guys didn't watch it. So.
Yeah.
Hope you guys enjoy it, and yeah, let us know what you loved, and we'll do more of it.
Come on, Jakey, it's your
Well,
turn.
Foggy Duck says it best in chat. So I'm just going to read it out loud. Hang on, bring it in. Bring it in.
He's
Max.
even outsourced. We don't even need
I don't
AI.
even need the hat. Foggy Duck
He's
says
outsourced his outro.
APL had better production than every other region.
We also have the best viewers in the chat as well.
That is very true. Shout out Lima. Shout out Lima.
Yeah, Swift, by the way, yes, Swift_Lima1. If you're watching right now, you're an absolute
MVP.
king. All the Reddit threads, we see you.
Yeah, genuine GOAT.
We
We
see
were
you.
actually talking about it off stream, like genuine GOAT. You're an absolute legend of the game. But look, I think that if you're going to use that comment, I would like to use another comment, which is APL is my safe space. It's my safe space too. This is where we go to have fun. We've been doing it for so many years, and obviously
Doesn't
everyone.
this just make you want to sign up for the Challenger Circuit?
Oh, you know what? It
You know
does,
what?
Dev.
If you guys all sign up
God,
for the
guys,
Challenger Circuit, we can have more
please.
budget and we can get Nick here, and APL's even better.
Oh
Please
my
sign up.
days.
Good point.
Please
Sign up right now,
Please sign
guys.
up.
Please sign up. I will be
Please.
there to watch you guys play. I'll commentate it even.
I will commentate.
Oh.
Imagine commentating, Swift Lima, Monkey Desi, all
I
these
would love
Foggy
to see
Dark,
it.
all these people.
I would lose
Just
my
sign
mind.
up. Go have a good time. Play. You never know. You too might get absolutely smashed by pro players like me.
Correct. yeah. You could learn a lesson from Jake. But look, I think it's time to put a wrap on stage 1. We'd like to thank you very much for joining us throughout all of groups and then into playoffs. It's been incredible watching all these teams compete. Jake, come into the shot with me. But ultimately, it is the wider team that bring this together, and we love all of them downstairs. There's a big crew behind this one. They really put a lot of effort in to make sure that it's as good as it can be. For everyone in chat right now, thank you very much for tuning. Oh, wait, no. Yep. Everyone in chat. Geez, that's a bit of Inception. Thank you. Oh, APL pin. Thank you very much for joining us each and every day. It's been incredible, but that's all we have time for. EWC is literally 2 weeks away. That's something you do not want to miss.
Yeah.
But right now, what is on right now?
CNL.
The
APL After Dark?
CNL Grand
Oh.
Final, baby. That's right. You want to go out and check that on Billy. Otherwise, that's it from us. Please, thank you very much for joining us. Take care. Stay safe. And wait for it. Everyone at the same time.
Have a great night.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
No delay. I'm so good. No. Oh.
Good night,
Have a great night, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Like, I actually had a great stage. This has been so much fun.
Yeah, man. You're not so bad after all.
Hey, this is you. This is you. Ah, bro.
See ya.
Ciao.
Got the keys, right?
I gave them to you.
Anyway, see you in stage 2.
Actually, so much fun.
Yeah, man. When are they gonna come pick that up?